Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Iron Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Animated Wings quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Uzi was pretty sure she had this. She had her hand grasping Suin's core. The solver was going to die. Her only mistake was for her to smile at her enemy. The solver was a petty being. It would rather die than be killed, as weird as it would sound. If it was going to die, it wouldn't die alone. Using its cute puppet, the solver addressed a smile to Uzi before summoning a null on their feet. Spiteful, bye-bye. And tried to get as fast as he could to Uzi, and both of their gaze met one last time. They would have wanted their happy ending. En regretted not having kissed Uzi. Uzi regretted not hugging more En. The following explosion made everyone join the void, the absolute end. Or did they? When En woke up, he felt weird. First off, he was alive. And as far as he knew, getting blasted by a null was maybe painless, because instantaneous, but it was also deadly. Considering he wasn't surrounded by Uzi, V, Tessa, and dogs, En guessed he wasn't in heaven either. Also, it kind of hurts. So, En uncontrollably cried. "You are so beautiful." The voice seemed nice, and it calmed En as he was put against something soft and warm. In his field of vision was a woman with green hair. A human woman. What? Everyone mistook En's crisis discovery as him reincarnating as a human, as the usual baby crying. He was such a cutie after all. Inko still wondered how her son managed to get golden eyes. They were beautiful but strange. Still, it was her son. Izuku. Wait, no. Something about it didn't sound right. Instinctively, Inko named her son slightly differently. Enzuku. Why did she want to write it Enzuku? Enzuku was very disturbed by the fact that he remembered his past life, but also because he was human now. That one was weird. His mom, still trying to appreciate that concept, was a wonderful woman, and Enzuku loved to help her. He always loved to do anything after all. In addition, his dad was often absent because of his work. Still, according to his mom, he was a good man, simply extremely busy with work, as his boss kept sending him overseas. Enzuku was a bit too young and inexperienced to understand the situation fully, but he accepted it. The one thing disturbing him the most was these quirks. En was pretty sure, according to his database. Wait, no. Memories. According to them, humans didn't have special powers. Granted, not everyone was equal. His mom could only make small things float to her. Useful for households but not much use otherwise. However, there were really cool people and En loved them. Heroes who were saving people from villains and bad guys. Unlike what he did. He was a failure. Fear not. Because Here. Enzuku watched the All Might's first big rescue video countless times, and he often cried. Because this was what he had aimed to be for them. Uzi. Everyone at the outpost, even Jay. Mom? Do you think I can be a hero too? Enzuku asked Inko, who smiled at him and kissed him on the forehead. Of course, Zuku. You will be the greatest. Enzuku loved going to school. It was kind of fun, and it allowed him to learn more about the world. It was Inko who typed for him the All Might videos, but now that he was learning how to write and draw, he was able to check on things by himself. Things like Jay Hansen, or even the absolute solver. The only time he saw something even remotely close to the latter was on an anonymous board. He hadn't been able to see much more as Inko closed the tab and told him in no uncertain terms he should not go to such a place before he was older. She didn't specify how old. Wow, you are awesome. Enzuku perked up from his drawings. Now that he had free time, not hunting anyone, Enzuku loved to draw things in detail. More often than not, heroes or quirks in action. He smiled as he was one of his favorite subjects to draw, even if she was a bit mean. Katsuji Bakugu, technically a childhood friend, as Inko and Mitsuki were good friends. She was highly bossy, and she had a fun quirk about explosions. The pigtailed girl smiled at her cronies while making more sparks in the palm of her hands. Of course. You will see. I will be the best hero. Katsuji said while laughing. It wasn't long before I noticed Enzuku in the back, quiet and always drawing. He didn't even notice the two other kids who were coming behind him to steal his notebook. Katsuji stomped furiously onwards and the two dumbass kids stopped suddenly as they noticed the explosive girl's face. Some called her Asuka reincarnated for a reason. Pretty much the only difference she had with the Evangelion pilot was her hair color. Enzuku, are you still drawing? Oh, sorry, Jichan. Enzuku said. As always, Katsuji stopped in her tracks as she heard the name. Call me that. Katsuji. Or Bakugu. She was low-key threatening as she slammed her fist near his adorable face. This dumbass. Look too much like, or I will begin to call you something equally dumb. Capiche? She then turned her gaze towards the bullies who were going to pull some dumbass prank on Enzuku again. Thanks, Katsuji. Always looking for me. You are awesome. Weirdly enough, Enzuku's compliments were the only ones Katsuji hated, and weirdly enough, she seemed filled with disgust and remorse. She yelled hard. I am not looking out for you. I am simply making sure you don't get hurt. Their kindergarten teachers looked at their antics with a smile. Tsundere? Tsundere. Katsuji heard that one and blushed hard. I am not a tsundere. Besides, she liked girls. Girls. I just hope I can have a quirk as cool as yours. Enzuku said with a big, smiling beam. Katsuji saw that and hit him on the head. Don't be idiotic. You will never have a quirk as awesome as mine. I am sorry, kid, but you don't seem to have a quirk. Dr. Garaki sighed as he crushed the dream of a kid in front of his mother. Hey, you could be a monster doing unholy science and using orphans as a test subject, but still. Feel bad for a kid who would never develop a quirk. So you confirmed the diagnosis. Inko sighed hard as she held her boy's hair against herself. He was shocked by the information after all and barely reacted. Indeed. Considering my own research and your son's skeleton, well, he will either be quirkless or need a miracle. Garaki confirmed with a grave nod. Hell, he even ran a DNA test to be sure. Inko head patted her son, who suddenly came back to reality, and hugged her, not crying at all. It's okay, Mama. Well, at least the kid took it well. Garaki lifted a list and scratched his name. The quirkless were not really useful for his research after all. After that, he gave the kid a candy and appreciated his fluffy hair. However, you clearly have some vestigial mutations considering your hair and your eyes. Besides, the society isn't idiotic and thinking quirkless are an inferior species or something. We are still humans. Garaki said kindly to the kid, who nodded furiously. Hell, worst case scenario, if the kid became a vigilante, Garaki might even refer him to All for One. The man always loved to have some quirkless become his minions. Inko was worried for her son. Despite the smile he showed to the doctor, she saw him cry when he thought no one was looking at him. Something about failing people. She knew it was infringing on her son's privacy, but to check on his mental state, she would often verify his drawings. They were mostly about quirks, as usual, but also, there were robots. They were drawn in exquisite detail, especially a purple one who looked mean but also kind of nice at the same time. With a lot of heart. And sometimes, he mentioned he failed her. He failed everyone. They all died because of him. Inko didn't know what to do, except hug him and help change his mind. How does one help their kids with the death of their imaginary friends? So, I should normally ask you what career you all want. But we all know the answer, right? Heroes. All the students screamed while displaying their quirks together. All except Enzuku, but no one dared to annoy him. First off, while he loved to draw everything and anything, he was always making sure he had authorization. The fact that his drawings were actually good helped a lot. But more importantly, he was under Katsuji's protection. A lot had fun teasing them about a potential relationship, but Katsuji explained in no uncertain terms the next one, making a joke about those who would never have offspring of their own. Actually, the main theory was that Katsuji was somehow linked to Enzuku being quirkless. As he often said with a smile, he loved to do anything, but she always looked sad. In fact, we have two people wanting to go to UA. Namely Katsuji. Hey, I want to be the best hero and be sponsored by the best corporation and live a comfortable life, baby. Katsuji said with a snarky smile at the populace. She was the strongest and the most efficient after all. And Enzuku. Everyone looked at Enzuku, who sheepishly passed his hand in his hair. This wasn't part of his plan. He had hoped to meet Katsuji at UA and basically put her in front of the fait accompli. His childhood friend was nice, looking for him and everything, but she was also very bossy and commanding. Not to mention her mood swings. Seriously, it was like speaking with Jay, even if she was a tad bit nicer than his former leader. Absolutely not. Here she goes. Enzuka fully expected her angry outburst as she rushed to his desk, her wrath apparent on her face. You don't even have a quirk, you idiot proletarian. Sorry? Enzuka said, still highly embarrassed by the teacher. Bad guy. Katsuji yelled at him in the classroom for several minutes as she wouldn't let him risk his life. He was going to do something he could do, like being an artist or a dog trainer. But not a hero. Enzuku did the best thing he knew to do when this happened. He repressed it with a smile. This somehow infuriated Katsuji even more. After school, Enzuku wisely decided to evade the attention of Katsuji. Sure, she was on his track to continue to yell at him and hopefully make him change his mind. However, Enzuku wasn't going to let it go. For a time, he had actually considered not becoming a hero. He didn't have a quirk, his wings, his armaments. He still had some skills. For fun, at a fair, he checked if he was still aiming correctly. To this day, all local fairs with a shooting range had a picture of him labeled, "Not allowed," because he got away several times with the top prize. However, the mention UA was accepting, for the first time, quirkless as heroes? It reminded Enzuku of her. Of Uzi. How, despite being a worker drone, she took her destiny into her own two hands, built a sick-as-hell railgun, and confronted the disassembly drone. All Might was his favorite hero. Uzi was his model. If she could do it? Then in her memory, the least he could do was become the hero he wasn't able to be the last time. A new flesh to hide in. A voice came from the tunnel, and suddenly, Enzuku was engulfed by some kind of slime. Trying to scream didn't work as the slime tried immediately to enter there. Now, stay still. I promise I will make it. Stop right here, criminal. You have committed crimes against the citizens of Japan. Enzuka discovered that All Might apparently liked to play the Elder Scrolls. That was a thing. Then, All Might punched. It looked as epic as in the various videos Enzuka liked to watch and sometimes make AMVs of. In this universe, it is to be noted that Enzuka didn't grab All Might because he wanted to ask him if he could be a hero even without a quirk. He wanted to be one anyway. Having All Might's approbation would be nice, yes, but not mandatory. You wanted to ask me, ideas to train your body? Small Might asked, dumbfounded by the young man's enthusiasm. Hell, he almost saw himself younger, in front of Nana. The young lad had determination in his. His only fault was being scrawny. All Might studied the idea and put it on hold. He knew the kid's name, Enzuka Midoriya, because of his notebook full of excellent drawings. He would ask Nedzu to do a background check, and All Might would put it as a maybe. Still, All Might was more than happy to give him, with a chuckle, a training plan, just to check his motivation for the long term. So, when All Might left the young man, he was actually in a good mood despite his time limit being down. Being happy made him realize, a bit late, that he had missed a bottle containing a certain villain. Katsuji was angry. Furious. Livid, she was as angry as a shareholder being told the company's stock went down the drain because someone had the bright idea to not respect things like consent rights to receive advertisements or not. Something stupid and yet totally avoidable. In her case, she had missed the signs about this idiotic puppy that was Enzuku. He was her charge, kind of. He was obviously an idiot. A kind idiot, but an idiot nonetheless. Like the one she failed. Like all the others she failed. On the surface, she claimed to want to be a hero because she wanted to ride the corporate life, be a living advertisement, and enjoy the status. Well, if she was honest, she actually wanted to do that. But it was actually the secondary reason. Remorses were the first reason. She had betrayed everyone, and she received the traitor's reward, death. Then, thanks to some kind of twisted fate, she awakened into a human body. Living humans just like the one she helped to purge all those years ago. Parental love. Support. A powerful quirk. She had literally everything. Except for 3 people. I don't need any of you. What FING lie? She had needed them all along. Then came the green-haired idiot. He smiled just like her former favorite idiot. He said the same things. She actually wanted to ask him a few times if, by any chance, he was him. Every time she decided against it. Oh, hello N. I am alive. I know I betrayed V and you to the monster that killed us, but I am really sorry. Will you forgive me? His refusal to forgive her wasn't what scared her. What scared her was him actually forgiving her. Katsuje didn't deserve what she had in her life. She knew it. All she could do was work hard to maybe actually deserves this second chance. So why right now, was she on the verge of dying in this weak human body? This slime came out of nowhere as she was brooding. She had to dissuade the idiot from becoming a hero. It was a dangerous position, and she didn't want him to be in danger. No, she wasn't in love with him, good lord. First off, mentally speaking, she was way older than him, and secondly, she was a lesbian. She still cared for him as a replacement, a second chance to be what she should have been to N. HMF. Stay still, meat puppet. Was this what the universe actually wanted for her? Make her think she had a second chance to do things right? And then snuff it? Katsuje cried at her punishment. It was fair. But then she remembered V and N. What would they have done? She yelled more in rage as she tried to generate all kinds of explosions. She even tried her EMP, as she discovered she could recreate through her explosions most of her former arsenal. Rocket. EMP guns. Against this slime fucker it was useless. She was crying in frustration as the fire around her propagated. If she was going to die, maybe she could try to make the fucker burn with her. J was petty. If she was going to die, it wouldn't be alone. Katsuji. A voice filled with worry and fear pierced the fire, and she looked in tears. And Zuko was there. The idiot. At least maybe her death would traumatize him enough to not be a OF dash. If he was like N, he was going to be more motivated than ever if she died. Because she would be the one he failed to protect. Katsuji, with conviction, tried to explode with more power than before, failing nonetheless. Oh god, now, he was running toward her. That idiot, the heroes weren't even able to save her. Hell, that dude Death Arms actually got knocked out hard because he tried to. What was he going to do? And Zuka didn't think when he rushed to save Katsuji. It was his friend, and she was in danger. She was crying. The same girl who had saved him countless times at school, even if she always denied having done so. His friend, who had offered him books about dogs and how to draw. Enzuki yelled as he threw his notebook at the eye of the slime. It hit with an unnatural accuracy. As a result, the slime villain directed Katsuji's explosive hands toward the idiot who had intervened somewhere he shouldn't have. Enzuku saw Katsuji's eyes, filled with fear. In despair, knowing she might lose some teeth, she did her best to produce an explosion near her mouth. She had to yell what was on her heart. Run! En blinked for a second. Then he stared with determination. More determination than ever when he had tried to jump from a wall to try and fly. More determination than when he tried to lift a tree. Sorry, Jay. Turned out that the universe had a sense of humor. En was indeed quirkless. But he wasn't mutationless. Jay had confirmed it was her N when 2 wings, seemingly made of bone blades, emerged from his back, destroying his top. Then he disappeared, or rather, he moved so fast and powerfully, the wind pressure exploded the slime. Jay in his arms, N smiled at her. You should have told me it was you. Golly. I feel so dumb for not realizing. Idiot. We will speak about that later. Hey loverbirds, get down here. I think you would rather go back in the bottle. Out of nowhere, All Might suddenly appeared. He went from a maybe to a DMN yes. He had rushed out of nowhere to save his friend. According to what he said about being quirkless, This was his first quirk activation. Look at him, flying perfectly. Not to mention, it had a certain charm to give. Ofa to a flying hero. Nana would have loved it. He was going to mentor this kid. But first, bring that bottle. The kid winked at him, and All Might saluted him with his fingers. Now get me down, you idiot. The girl had a fiery personality on the other side. Fun. After being congratulated by the heroes and yelled at by them too, Katsuje and Enzuku walked towards their home in a weird silence. Since when did you have doubts about me being Jay? Jay ended up breaking the silence, and En thought about it for a second or two. 2 years ago. I heard you yell as you did on Coppert 9 when you stepped on a Lego during a sleepover at home. Of course, that was how En would have had his doubts. But I didn't say anything because what if it was like in an Ice Guy story where only the personality and not the memories were there? Oh God. FING Mongoose. Jay groaned even more. Of course, Mongoose. My bane. And why did you not tell me you were Jay? We kind of left on bad terms. Jay pointed out, with less snark this time. She wasn't proud of that. En grimaced and understood. Yeah. They kind of fought to the death, if he remembered correctly. Also, she tried to kill him at the bunker with a virus. Yeah, that's a good point. Honestly, I might have tried to punch you when I was 5. He was nice, but even he had some limits. Jay said, fine. You actually have a quirk. Nice wings. Yeah. Tsubasa is going to be happy to fly with someone. En said with a huge smile. Try, more jealous than a middle manager getting passed over for a promotion. Jay pointed out, and En, as usual, swept that with a hand. Nah. However, this does bring a few questions. En was suddenly thinking, yeah, if we are alive, what about the others? Jay suddenly had a chill. En looked at her hopeful. I was going to say, what about me burning into the sun? But yeah, Uzi. They might be alive too. En, you are walking in the sun right now. Jay correctly pointed out before slapping him over the head, I was more thinking about. En was suddenly thinking. Yeep, that would be bad. Hopefully, just like they didn't have all of their abilities, Siwen probably didn't have the solver. Or not as powerful. The world isn't eaten by tentacles, so we are probably in the clear? En said while fearing being wrong. Jay stayed silent. We need to be heroes. If only so the others can look for us, and also so we can be as strong as possible if she is alive and with the solver, Jay said, as she was still remorseful of having enabled such a monster. En nodded with a smile. Only if you promise we do it for real. Together. Well, of course, Jay almost snarked back. On Tessa's name. En said seriously. His eyes were less joyful suddenly. He was forgiving. Not forgetful. Jay stared at him, surprised by his backbone, but he had a point. On Tessa's name. They separated on that note. Enzuku was happy to have reunited with his friend, and the possibility of meeting others again. He was going to be the best hero. Hello, young Midoriya. Suddenly, from nowhere, All Might. En blinked several times as his idol was here, and turned back to normal. I have seen you with your rival. Also, unlike your friend, you are lagging because of discovering your quirks so late, am I right? En nodded, not understanding what All Might wanted to say. You asked me for training. Young man, do you want to become my apprentice? All Might said while stretching his hand toward En. A manly handshake. He wasn't going to tell him about One for All until Nedzu finished the check, but he could totally train him. An apprentice. Besides, it would be good training before becoming a teacher at UA. En jumped at the handshake, and All Might beamed at the excited young goofer. Nonetheless, when they parted ways, All Might was left thinking. He overheard the discussion between the two young people with a lot of potential. All Might had a serious face now. How did they know about the solver? Was it even the same as the one he had already fought with? All Might was going to the bottom of this story, and training Enzuku was the best way for that. Chapter 2, Exam. So, young Midoriya, are you ready for your training? All Might happily led the young man to where they would train. Enzuku jumped in excitement at the idea. All Might was the greatest hero of Earth. In fact, J and N were pretty sure that had he been on Copper 9 against C, or on Earth during the uprising, All Might could have stopped the mad drone. That's how they knew they weren't in the past but a totally different dimension, the total absence of quirks in their home dimension. Yeah. I love doing anything, Enzuka happily said before opening his wings. Explaining them to Inko had been something. Inko insisted on him taking flight lessons, and All Might, with his civilian identity and credentials, had been perfect for the job. Good. Because we need to check your physical abilities and exactly how much your quirk improves your abilities. All Might said with a smile before they both arrived in front of. Well, it somehow reminded N of the spire. Instinctively, he wanted to use the trash to make another one. Good. That's a junkyard. Or a dump. Is dumpyard a word? And wondered while putting his chin in his hand, lost in thought. As a matter of fact, yes. Your old young man. It will be to clean it. The various junk here will force you to develop all the muscles in your body. All Might said with a smile. Never underestimate the basics. One for All enhanced all of his basics, and as a result, he was the strongest hero on Earth. Well, according to the media. If he was perfectly honest, All Might considered Star and Stripes as the actual #1 in the world. This time, it was All Might who was lost in his thoughts before he noticed N nearby a fridge. The blonde skeleton smiled brightly at the spirit of youth and approached. Young Midoriya, I understand you are eager, but then All Might discovered something. Midoriya had an appearance that some could qualify as lean. Some might even say that with the correct clothing, Inzuku could appear as a femboy. A TWK. Said Inzuku was now lifting with 2 hands the American fridge, without breaking a sweat. I only have one question, Sensei. Where do I put it? All Might smiled furiously at this innocent child who was apparently insanely strong too. Was it one of these cases where someone did something impossible because they didn't know it was impossible? Was Enzuku actually a bee? A Bizuku? Nah, that would be a short-lived thing. Better to keep Enzuku as he was right now. In the truck, my boy. I believe, Midoriya, that you have insane potential, and let me tell you this. I am going to do my best to unleash it. Enzuku was so happy that he launched the fridge into the air. All Might pulled him aside to avoid having an heir who got turned into a tomato stain on the ground. When the fridge landed, the young lad had the decency to look a bit embarrassed, his fingers tapping each other. Oops. Lesson number 2, young man. Always make sure to know where a landing happens. Be it something you throw or yourself. Is there a story behind that? All Might remembered his own training at the hands of Gran Torino. His already skeletal face turned into something close to someone remembering the First World War, and told he had to fight in the remake. Midoriya. If I ever tell you to train under my former master, it means I have failed to protect you. All Might seemed dead serious, both hands on Inzuku's shoulders. Thank you, sir. No problem. Let's begin the training. Then, you will have some flight lessons. Training N's quirk would be highly useful for the future. As the day passed, All Might notice something about N. His enthusiasm wasn't just pure happiness. There was a purpose behind it, a goal. All Might could easily recognize it, as he had been similar at Inzuku's age. Except, in his case, he lived in the era of strife, when All for One and the Solver were free and ravaged Japan. When Toshinori closed his eyes, he could remember the screams. The blood turned into mist as the monsters danced in their carnage. Everything about them became a myth, and only a select few knew the truth about the situation. A bit more suspected something was afoot, such as endeavor, but they had a reason to hide the truth. So, what about this girl, Katsuji? All Might asked his protege as he was lifting both his mentor and what was apparently a car dead on the beach. Why would someone even dump it here? It was hard work only to be an a-hole. Several years before. Also, I want someone to dump these 10 fridges, 2 cars, and 25 ET Atari cartridges on this beach. All for One said with a huge demoniac smile. A minion raised his hand. The Emperor of Crime nodded in his direction. Why? All Might always said if he wanted to propose to someone, it would be here. The Solver in his host chuckled at such pettiness. probably human stupidity. While a part of him wanted to blame all for one, that fucker couldn't be blamed for everything wrong in the world. Oh, she is my childhood friend. She always took care of me when we were young. Enzuku said with a smile. To be fair, his relationship with Jay improved greatly since that day. Now, they weren't wondering if the other remembered their past life, and Jay knew she could boss him around, gently, and he knew he could actually compete with her. All Might, having read a lot of comics and manga, of course, understood things differently. I see. So it was the stress of saving someone dear to you that allowed you to tap into your inner strength. Small tears flowed from his eyes. Pure love from the purest relationship. Young hearts. We aren't like that. En groaned a bit. His heart was taken by someone, and no offense to Jay, but it wasn't her. Besides, don't worry, my young apprentice. Everyone knows that a good rescue and the bridge effect is. She likes girls. Good lord. This stopped Toshinori dead in his tracks as he stared at Enzuku. Oops. Don't worry, Midoriya. There is plenty. La la la, I am not hearing anything. All Might laughed a bit at the situation and then fluffed the young child's hair. It's a master's duty to check on his student. Both shared a smile under the dusky sky, as its dying light reflected on the sea. I am convinced there is something weird about Nedzu. Toshinori was in front of the rat bear, and both were drinking tea. A delicious tea. Nedzu trusted All Might. The lad was smart after all, and in fact, his guts often deduced the solution to various issues before his brain could catch up. Then I didn't find it. Nedzu never admitted defeat. Defeat meant he was wrong about something. He was merely stating that, for once, Toshinori was wrong. The solver's secret is still safe. Besides, how could he and his girlfriend? Not girlfriend. Just a friend. Very well. How could two teenagers have a beef with the duo of death when you killed All for One a few years ago? All Might nodded. Nedzu's arguments made sense, he knew it. But something in his guts told him that Enzuku and Katsuji knew. Somehow. Also, you even told me he didn't react when you said something about a former emperor of crime you fought in an epic battle. Well, not unusually. Nedzu wanted his friend to move on. The battle had been won. The body had been recovered, and Dr. Kyudai Garaki even oversaw its destruction. Toshinori sighed. And what about his family then? Something in his family? I did extensive research. I mean, I am not letting you give one for all to anyone not approved. So no. Miss Inko isn't some descendant of Nana or a former master thief or a vigilante. She is a very normal housewife who makes excellent food. Nedzu took some cheese from his desk and munched it. As for his dad, I actually had David Shield to thank. Oh, is he some kind of super scientist working in Island? Yagi definitely read way too many comics, to Nedzu's absolute delight. No, he is actually simply an excellent salesman. He negotiated with David to have I-Island have their door handle changed. He is the best salesman for Khan Corporation. Yagi felt something was wrong on both accounts. There was nothing normal. He felt it. Both had huge secrets. Inko was sipping her tea at home before checking on the windows, and she pulled out a second phone. She connected it to her own computer, aside from the one she let Izuku use, and connected herself to the Interpol network. Now, time to do some work, Inko said while sipping her tea. Inko Midoriya, also known in the field as Mom, secret asset of the United Nations as their best detective, though she was now choosing what she would work on. She had eased up on her work since she had Enzuku, but now that her boy was working hard to be a hero, well, she could finally go back to her work. Hisashi Midoriya cracked a smoke as he checked the doors. He did it with his utmost attention, making sure every lock in place, be them quantum or atomic, were still in place. If he let an imperfection go unsupervised, he knew the risks for the world. Thankfully, he was one of the best in the company. The door is in good condition, Hisashi said as the smoke fully turned into ashes, and he turned to face Tartarus director. Project Alpha Monarch is still working as intended. The man's face relaxed instantly. Good lord. Thank Khan Corporation for their door. They kept everyone safe across the world. Hisashi nodded as he closed back the hatch he had used to check on all the restraints on the monster below. The real purpose of Tartarus that even Nedzu wasn't aware and he wasn't allowed to know about. The usual payment? Please. Also, if someone could get me close to Mizudafu, it would be nice. He looked at the director, who was an acquaintance now. As smart as the animal he had the mutation of, the director understood Hisashi's feeling. I miss my wife, Tails. I miss her a lot. Not to mention my boy. Unless, of course, both are implicated in huge conspiracies I am not allowed to know because I am too smart. Nedzu said with his eternal smile. Either that or because you are a menace. Yagi said under his breath. He knew he was right. One day he would be vindicated. Or that I will grant it to you. Nedzu admitted with good faith. It wasn't untrue after all. Oh, and when did you plan to give to young Midoriya one for all? I was planning to give it to him once he finishes cleaning the beach. His body can most likely handle it. But I want him to be perfect for it. So, basically, you want to kill two birds with one stone. Katsuji said before the beach while night was coming. They had told their parents they simply went on an adventure together. Somehow, it was enough to convince all of them. I figured that if I got my wings and you could do your weird blue blast. Electromagnetic pulse, N. It's a special technique. Yeah, but we both know the doc said your quirk was about turning your sweat into explosive. So, I figured you probably kept some of your abilities too. Go on. N was sometimes highly insightful. Sure, it was once every blue moon, but it happened. Did you try to imitate the rocket launcher we had, or the laser? Hell, even the flamethrower? And had tried to check if he had some other of his abilities, but nope. Only his former strength and his wings. Jay didn't hide that she was partly jealous of that one and was already working on a way to fly thanks to her explosion. Knowing her, N was sure she would get it right for the exam. Jay blinked and aimed at one of the piles of trash. She remembered how it felt when she summoned the flamethrower from her hands. However, she had never tried before because of the risk of setting something on fire. However, right here and now, they had the perfect playground. N admired the pile of flaming junk and raised both thumbs at his teammate. They needed to be as strong as possible after all. Both former drones spent a good part of the night cleaning the beach. First N would create a pile, and then Jay would dispose of it. Then, to give N more experience, or rather, make him feel like his old self, Jay attacked him with explosions. Both knew it was needed. None of them had their old regeneration, as it was dependent on the solver. Now that it was gone, both of them had to actually learn how to deal with not getting hurt in the first place. Human bodies were weaker than drones. If your arms were ripped, you could die from shock. In return, N would attack her furiously from the sky. Had anyone seen the two of them fight, they would have thought they were fighting for real. In a way they were. They had sworn on Tessa's name not to fail this time. And Zuko, and be perfectly honest. You asked your friend to help with your training and cleaning the beach? All Might sighed while massaging the bridge of his nose. N opened wide eyes. How did you know I asked her to burn the piles I did? Good Lord. This kid couldn't lie to save his life, which made it even more infuriating for him to dodge all of his questions. The beach has more craters than the moon. All Might pointed to his disciples. At least she didn't burn the trash before he moved them, so the goal was still fulfilled. Well, I guess she can use the training too. Yeah. We even figured a way for her to actually turn her quirk into a flamethrower. That's highly dangerous, young Midoriya. Especially in the hands of a teenager. All Might said like a responsible adult. So, of course it is an excellent idea to train it right now and avoid any future mistake. Then the inner Floridian in him spoke. Truly, even with his secrets, Enzuku was an heir exactly as he looked for. With the heart of a true hero, kindness in his eyes and zero FS for things like common sense. Exactly the reasons why Nana chose him all those decades ago. She said, all previous holders chose their successors based on purely rational reasons. Nana had chosen him because he gave a lot of shonen energy. Now, Midoriya, I have to tell you a secret. All Might said, as both stood in front of the cleaned beach with more impact than Dunkirk after the British escaped. I chose you as my heir because once upon a time, I was quirkless too. En stared at his mentor as he got the background of his idol dumped on him. About one for all, an all-powerful quirk that was transmissible, and now All Might had chosen him as the new holder, considering his wounds. The man trusted En with his secret and with his power. Will you accept my power, Enzuku? All Might was observing the rising sun that illuminated from behind, their shadows stretching into the sea. En looked at his mentor and nodded with conviction. For justice. And protecting everyone. The J was becoming more powerful. Well, so should he. Their hands clapped into each other with enough strength to cause a small shockwave. All Might knew he was right in his choice, despite En's secrets. Then again, he hid stuff from Nana. Like the fact that he had owned one of the few magazines for whom she posed in the special Muscle Mommy edition. Enzuku had his secrets, and All Might decided to respect his privacy. He wasn't ready to speak about them, but maybe later. When the day would come, All Might would be there to help. Tsukachi looked at his sister, who was fully geared to eavesdrop on the discussion from afar. Unlike what most people thought, he didn't have a quirk allowing him to detect truth. In reality, his quirk was to make a killer coffee, allowing him to work for longer hours to justify All Might's insane intervention. She gave her thumbs up as she confirmed the young man intended to be a hero. But, All Might? The kid is clear. Tsukachi said into his communicator. All Might would respect the kid's secrets, but he wasn't going to trust him blindly. Security measures were important, after all. But still, All Might plucked some of his hair and extended his hand toward Enzuku. Now, kid, eat this. Enzuku took the whole hand in his mouth. All Might hadn't expected that, to be honest. That I meant the hair. Maybe he should have taken someone with more brain cells than a letter in their name? Do you often fit people's hands in your mouth? Enzuku swallowed the hair and spat out Yagi's hand, covered in saliva. This is only the second time I've done this for someone else. Sorry? Enzuku, are you sure you are all right in the head? Are you all right in yours? Both of them stared at each other. Then came the second manly handshake. Jay, from afar, looked at them in disbelief. Good lord. There are two of them. Nedzu? Yeah, I can confirm. The kid is as stupid and determined as Yagi sometimes. Tsukachi said over the phone. Thank you, Tsukachi. I will increase the budget dedicated to reconstruction. Maybe he should get one of Khan's doors? The day of the exam had arrived, and Enzuku was more than ready. He had studied, Red J put a gun on his head until he had a satisfying level, trained with All Might until his body literally screamed in pain. His mom fed him with his favorite food, and his dad, for once at home, hugged him with all of his might, telling him he was proud of him. Enzuku was ready for the UA exam. Nothing could scare him. Nothing. Are you ready, En? Katsuje said as she was doing some last-minute review. She was going to ace it. She was the best and the most efficient after all. En smiled at her in the bus and crossed both his legs and his arms. Of course. Because I am totally okay. Okay, so now, try to say that without shaking that much. Jay snarked as En was obviously stressed, and she punched him in the shoulder. We are going to do this. We both are going to take the practical test and ace it. You simply have to not F up the theoretical test. En nodded. Yeah, sure. It was going to be fine. Absolutely fine. Well, first things first, apparently, the new recruits were divided according to their name for the theoretical exam. Katsuji once again threatened to liquidate him from the company if he failed. Enzuku chuckled but then disappeared into the crowd. He was alone in one of the most important moments of his life. Enzuku took a step forward. Someone stepped on his shoelace. The former disassembly drone tripped like an idiot and saw the ground ready to collide with his front head. Thankfully, it was already quite empty, so he should be okay. Then suddenly his fall stopped. In fact, En was floating in the air for a second. What? A hand grabbed him by the back of his neck and put him on his feet. You should be careful, idiot. His savior said with anger in her purple eyes. Purple like her hair, as she was wearing a vest, not unlike a fan of rock. Her face was round, almost like a worker drone. Then, as he was going to thank her, she flipped the bird to him. I didn't save you from embarrassing yourself because I am kind or you remind me of someone. If you try to talk to me, bite me. Furious for unknown reasons, the girl left without even saying her name to Enzuku, too dumbfounded to react. He whispered, a bit too late. Uzi. Eiya. And only recovered from the shock by the middle of the theoretical test. Oh robot god, Jay was going to kill him. Thank God he managed to keep his scream internally and was only sweating a lot. Combined with the stress, En had to write at full speed to try and get as many points as possible. Midnight was actually impressed by his speed and how nimble his fingers seemed to be. It was rare to see a young one dexterous enough. Still, even as they were brought into some kind of theater to explain the principles of the practical test, Enzuku was stressed as if there was no tomorrow. Mainly because there would be no tomorrow if he failed to enter UA with Jay. The fact that she was miming to him a knife under the throat told him everything he needed to. Can you stop being this agitated for a minute? Surprising him from 2 rows away from him, Ida told En to get a grip on himself, before asking his question to the teacher on the exam that seemed otherwise simple on paper. There were robots to destroy, and each had a value assigned to it. The stronger, the more valuable. Logical and simple, but now that Ida had yelled at him, Enzuku weirdly felt more at ease. Any other questions? Present Mike, the examiner for this trial, asked as he had just finished explaining the 0-pointer, which didn't have any value because the students weren't expecting to actually beat it. They were supposed to run away. Fast. Actually, I have one. Does it? Ethical? En asked sheepishly as everyone stared at him. Some even snarked. I mean, do the robots have an AI? So, when we destroy them, isn't that like killing them? Present Mike stayed silent and checked Enzuku's number. 7,050? You get 10 points. Everyone erupted before Present Mike yelled louder than everyone, thanks to his quirk. Loud enough to almost break the glasses while yelling. Shut up. This examinee was the only one to ask an ethical question. Present Mike wasn't annoyed. Simply disappointed. Because you see, my dear. He's right. The robots are AI. This actually stunned the participants. What? They were expected to kill people? But do not worry. They are programs, and the corpses they inhabit aren't their mainframe. They are simply helping. If you destroy the body, their AI simply has the feed to the body cut, and it ends. That's all. It allows us to make sure no one is seriously hurt. Present Mike addressed Finger's gun at Enzuku, who beamed. This young one was the only one to expect them to be people. Remember people. Heroes are here to save people. Not kill them. Mike laughed, having given a small hint for the smarter ones as a reward for Enzuku to have more heart than most people. Ida sat down, thinking, and a few more people looked at him intently. Including a certain purple-haired human. How dare that one look like her idiot? What? She would worry about that later. She had to kick some buttes. Enzuku was breathing to relax himself once in the field. There was this girl who looked a lot like Uzi. However, if he was right, she would probably kick a lot of butt and be admitted anyway. She was smart and strong. If he was wrong, well, he could always repress this. He was very good at that. Time to do your job, Enzuku said to himself. He had to get his head back in the game. Is everyone ready? Present Mike asked as the portal opened. Izuku ran with all his might. He really didn't want to destroy his shirt. Inko had just bought him a new one, and he wasn't going to destroy it unless it was necessary. Everyone stared at En, who was speeding up, and Mike laughed. Well, I know someone who will get bonus points. What are you all waiting for? A starting signal. Oh crap, the exam had begun. Oh crap, the exam had begun. Everyone followed the adorable, overexcited dumbass. They had robots to destroy. On another test field, Jay was smiling happily as she sniped her targets with ease. It was like back when she was a disassembly drone. Efficient, not cruel. Merciless. For bonus and quota completion. A perfect war cry for a perfect performance. On another one, several drones were discovering some of the students were freaking unhinged. As an example, that blonde one who was smiling with fangs sharper than her claws. She was jumping on them like a big cat, ripping through them with grace and speed. Oh, the most perfect exam for me. For once, I don't even have to feel something. Laughing maniacally, she continued her job, tearing through their ranks. It was simpler than imagining the other being here with her. Mindless carnage, to forget the pain for a moment. I am really sorry. And Zuko apologized as he destroyed another bot. The downed bot raised a thumb at him. No issue, it was only a body after all. The thumb up actually helped with his guilt, and he continued to fight through the town. For now, everything was okay. And Zuko sighed as he still had to do his former job, and it made him a bit guilty as he was now remembering. A flash of his mouth plunged into someone, eating their inside despite their pleas for mercy. Yet he couldn't stop. The hunger and her call was too strong. The void. Help. And Zuko snapped, and he turned his head. What? The origin of the scream was a small guy with purple ball for hair. His leg was stuck under some debris. There was no reason to panic, however. Right? Unless he was about to be smashed because he was too small. Then the zero-pointer came as if he was John Cena, ready to crush some grapes and turn them into wine. Except it was probably what was going to happen soon. And Zuko narrowed his eyes. Hell no. No one gets hurt under my watch. Mineta saw the giant feet of the machine fall on him. Yue swore they weren't at risk, but at this moment, the student remembered accidents could always happen. Why did he think something would change suddenly? Because he tried his best? Don't worry. You are not alone. And Zuko said as the impact from the shock made him penetrate the ground beneath him. Both his hands and his back were pressed against the feet of the giant machine, as he was stopping it from crushing both of them. He had a strained smile as Mineta saw that one green-haired student. However, if you could speed up a bit? I him. Not sure how long I can do this. Mineta understood the assignment and did his best. He was startled as Nzug suddenly fell to one of his knees and yelled, "Get the F out. You don't have to. A hero saves people." And Zuko counter-yelled at Mineta. He wasn't going to fail. He refused. So, unlike what All Might asked him to do, meaning going slowly with one for all, especially after his punch, he still remembered the broken arm and how All Might had to urgently invent an excuse so they could see a healer and get it healed before his mom knew he had hurt himself badly like an idiot. And Zuko was supposed to go easy, but he couldn't afford to. Sparkles began to rise around him. He was going to have some broken bones, wasn't he? Hey giant but robot. Bite me. Both boys stared at the source of the voice. It was the purple student. Power loader? Nedzu asked, cackling madly as he really hoped his eyes weren't playing a trick on his brain. Did you check this girl's equipment? Because this isn't usually authorized. Come on, Nedzu. You really think a small teenager managed to buy a futuristic rifle? The man in charge of the support course snarked. What if she built it? Eraserhead said, not really surprised by the situation. In fact, he was drinking his coffee without a care for the world. He simply looked for a second at the student and her name, and was now watching some other screens. Then I am going to take care of your paperwork for the month. Power Loader said playfully. Make it the year and we have a bet. The teacher said as he observed a student turning into rock and smashing a drone with a pipe wrench to protect a frog-shaped student. Oh, daring for once? Bet accepted. Power Loader smiled. As for Nedzu, well, if the girl actually managed to build a gun that could shoot one of his zero-pointer, then she deserved to use it. Yuziko wasn't happy. She had almost no drone to kill because of her small legs. She had smashed a few by redirecting and amplifying their gravity, but she was far from proving to herself that she was the best. Call it rage. She called it determination. If she had been 1 second faster, 1 second. If she had been 1 second faster, she could have saved everyone. So, Yuziko swore to herself. Nevermore. Nevermore would she hesitate. If she wanted something, she was going to do her best to have it. For him. For them. For Copper, the zero-pointer looked at the girl and her sick-as-hell railgun and thought it looked awesome. A green light pierced him through and through, turning him into Apple's logo. Oops. Yuziko had calculated everything in her plan. save the robots, look awesome, and be crowned top student. She forgot to factor in the top of the zero-pointer that was falling fast towards her. Oh god. She was bad at math. Mineta managed to unstick his feet and rolled in safety. He saw his savior looking terrified at something just as he managed to lift the giant robot's feet off them. Dude, go! Mineta was many things. One of them was a bro, and a true bro knew when another bro needed to save his girl. If this guy with his pretty face wasn't a bro after saving him, then no one deserved this title. And Zuku was surprised but gave him a smile full of gratitude. Mineta raised a thumb up and then fell like an idiot as Zuku deployed his wings, with such power that it sent him away, like a rag doll. Yet, to Mineta, it was worth it, because he saw what happened next. Yuziko was trying to outrun being crushed like an idiot when she tripped. Not now. Raising a hand, Uzi decided to actually use it, and then got caught in two powerful arms, and she was suddenly lifted several meters in the air. Carrying her in the air was the beautiful human with fluffy hair and a face that exuded kindness, who was tearing up. He was carrying her like a princess and the most important thing in his life. Demon romantic human. He was way too young for her. Get me down, idiot. Release me. I am never going to let you go, the angel said while posing his forehead against hers in a tender manner. This behavior. Yuziko already had her dad and her mom with her in this life. Could she actually hope to be that lucky? Tell me something, she was not tearing up. Shut up. Bite her. Darkswolf 17. Are we still dating? This dumb, beautiful angel, who caught her in his arms as always when he saved her, dared to ask such a thing? Yuziko grabbed his neck and kissed him with all of her might. Midnight was already adding points for romantic scenery. Right now, she was threatening Nedzu. He was going to let them in no matter what. All Might looked at his student and nodded approvingly. I was right. A rescue romance is always a good start. Good job, Enzuku. Meanwhile, Power Loader was staring at an Aizawa who smiled at him and simply shrugged. The teacher knew better than the engineer. This year was going to be chaotic, wasn't it? Chapter 3, Reunion. Now let me down, Yuziko said while grumbling as usual against Enzuku's torso. A way too well-built torso like a Greek statue. Didn't go to a gym or something? Because she could grate cheese on him. Note to self, buy some cheese. As both landed, Yuziko was still kind of blushing while Enzuku was smiling as, well no, brighter than usual. The reason for that was the girl he still held hands with. So, can I have your number? So we can speak more later. Yuziko ended up asking before Enzuku realized it would be useful indeed. So, as smartphones were not authorized during exams for obvious reasons, railguns were only allowed if the one checking the gear was a dumbass who didn't think it would be actually functional. The two teenagers quickly wrote their number to each other while smiling as two idiots in love. This bro managed to kiss the girl before getting the number? Dimin. Mineta thought. He didn't know a lot about the tall, CC, green-haired guy, but Mineta Minoru knew. This man was a real man. He didn't expect Enzuku to take a few seconds to come and check on him. You good buddy? God DMN pure smile. Mineta thought for a second, as sheer radiance came out of him and the sun made him look like an actual angel. Yes. I am very good, thank you. Thanks for saving me. Thanks for pushing me to save her, Enzuku added bashfully before Mineta, on his feet though hurting, raised a fist to bump with Enzuku. Real men know what their priorities are, Mineta said, hoping to look cool, forgetting he looked like Mineta. But En didn't care. I am Enzuku Midoriya. But you can call me En, especially if we manage to get into the hero. Then En got attacked by an Yuziko in dear lack of En. She had been deprived of his endorphins for more than a decade. She was going to give a mean look at Mineta but she saw the midget smile and leave. He knew he was the third wheel. Everyone stared at En, as he kept his wings around him to hide his well-looking body. Moreover, Uzi said she liked being kept in his wings against him. It wasn't cringe to love being held by an angel when you were a being of pure darkness. It was the pure logical conclusion. Enzuku, you dumbass politically exposed person who didn't fill his conflict of interest, where the F are you? Yuzuko blinked at the female voice, seemingly recognizing it from somewhere. To be fair, while Copper 9 was a defining moment in her life, it was also quite far in her memories. Almost 16 years ago. Everyone stared when a topless N, hugged by a cute goth Yuzuko who had the face of someone reading to fight the world to keep her prize, met the pigtailed Katsuji. The blonde girl gave intense, angry energy readings, and everyone was already watching the scene. Who are you to speak to my N like that? Yuzuko growled as Katsuji was suddenly vexed, especially as a young minx was suddenly clinging to Enzuku, who was probably either too idiotic or too polite to tell her she was too young for him. Excuse me? Yuren? This nickname is only for people who have known him for a long time, and I have known him all of my life, you small unionist girl who tries to reap the profit sharing. Yujay? Uzi. Enzuku tried to intervene, as the two girls were almost ready to throw hands. A few people stared at N, including a Mineta who was wondering if the wings Enzuku had were simply the byproduct of another quirk. A legendary quirk every little boy wanted to have. The shonen protagonist quirk. Hell, N had the angry, cute girlfriend he saved from certain death, and suddenly what looked furiously like a tsundere childhood friend. He only missed the seemingly pure and nice girl who is actually a psychopath Yandere, the crazy scientist girl, and maybe even a little sister type. Then he would have the 5 infinity stones of the shonen love interest. Nonetheless, Mineta, while he was now a brother to N and ready to do a lot of things to help him, wasn't ready to get in the middle of 2 angry girls fighting for him. He wanted to live, thank you. So, as Yuzuko actually got out of N's embrace, she walked with determination toward Katsuji, both of them growling. I will have you know that I know N for a very long time. No way in hell, you little minx. Besides, N deserves better than... Before J could finish her sentence, Enzuku actually grabbed both of them and then flew Mach 1 in the sky. Best way to handle the situation, with both girls in one hand, firmly against him. J, it's Uzi. You remember? She was on Copper 9. N pointed out to J, who actually opened her eyes wide. Wait a minute, that actually reminded her of something. The crazy beach with the railgun. Uzi snickered as apparently this J had a bad memory of it. Yeah. Too bad I only managed to kill one thing with it. I think it was N's boss, a total pushover. The worst part, which angered J even more, was the fact that she didn't remember J's name. Or who had she killed? N. Let me go so I can strangle this little... When Yuzuko actually realized who J was, her face changed. With a cute and adorable smile, which turned into a full-blown laughter as J tried to reach for her to get her. Thankfully, N was keeping each of them in one hand, the opposite of the other. Uzi J. We are all together in the same boat. Uzi, J has switched sides to us. She is nice now. This made Uzi laugh a bit more sarcastically as she flashed a trolling grin at J, who was ready to jump on her. She didn't even care about the ensuing freefall, and J was actually dating Uzi. So please, don't antagonize each other. Please. Both girls felt attacked by N's most powerful attack, a bright, powerful smile that could probably end wars. However, J's pettiness was strong as it was a necessary tool for a corporate climbing girl like her. She also understood very well what he had said. So, with a smile hiding something, she reluctantly raised a hand in an offer of peace, before Uzi could do anything. Fine. For N, I agree to make some efforts. Uzi stared at the hand, feeling some kind of trap, but Enzuku's expectant smile. Phythian. I agree not to kill her. But only because you asked. That's all I ask. I am sure you will become besties in no time. The only time both girls reached some kind of nonverbal agreement was on the fact that Enzuku was way too optimistic for this world. Enzuku didn't know that at the time, but the scene with the two girls who fought for him, the fact that he took them in the sky and landed a few minutes later with both apparently amicable to each other, confirmed something to everyone. Something that made All Might not reconsider giving his legacy, as Enzuku was still a perfect hero, but made him determined to give him a talk. Same for Midnight, though it was probably not the same kind of talk. Everyone thought N was probably a smooth, stuffed man who hid behind his innocent smile a ravenous teen who was going to rob the two girls of their purity. The only reason Katsuji didn't blast anyone who kept whispering, Sundra, was a simple fact. If Uzi and she had reincarnated together at roughly the same time, probability-wise, FG was there too. Oh boy, she was going to enjoy it too when he would try to get her hands on Inko had finished Enzuku's favorite dishes when he actually came back from the exams. She already knew her son's optimism, so she knew she wouldn't have to cheer him too much. However, she saw him texting on his phone, a lot with a smile she had never seen on him before. With a huge smile, Inko caught her son and asked him sweetly who he was texting with. Enzuku answered immediately, without even trying to hide it. His girlfriend. There was much rejoicing in the family. No joke on Katsuji, because she had been very clear, a few years ago, about her own preference. Teasing her on that would be uncouth at this point. It was only the next day that Hisashi, back from a job, learned his son had a girlfriend. The bald man nodded, and then slowly pondered a lot of things as he learned the name of said girlfriend. Okay, this wasn't going to be awkward at work, to have your boss's daughter dating your son. However, he completely trusted Enzuku to be himself with the girl. Namely, a gentleman and a gentler boy. When the results came out, Katsuji was part elated and part angry as hell. While she was technically the best student for their year, with the biggest average, she had been the second in theoretical, Uzi having beaten her on the matter, and the second in practical as apparently N's unspeakable riz while saving people and destroying robots, had both landed him with more points than her. As for N, he also received the message from All Might. Thankfully, he had managed to scrape by the theoretical exam. But what really saved him was the practical test, showing to everyone he had the heart and the aura of a true hero. He even had a testimony from Uzi, who basically said, "Bite me," before slapping the camera away, before having Mineta explaining how he had been saved from almost certain death by a man who risked his life for him. All Might concluded the video by saying, "Welcome to your hero academia, young Midoriya. However, please remember not to stalk more girls." Enzuku wondered what All Might meant by that. Surely, this wouldn't happen, right? Enzuku always had what you could call an excess of energy. Sure, he had been the quiet kid drawing dogs, quirks, and drones when he was younger, but he was also one of the surest values when the sports festival came and they had to do things like running together. He often volunteered for various events, considering he was too nice to say no, and as he always said, he loved to do anything. All Might wondered in private one day if this didn't mean something else, considering the event of the exams. Then again, according to Aldra's teachers, Enzuku didn't date anyone when he was there, so probably just him. When he asked him about Yuziko, Enzuku used the story he had planned with Uzi. Namely, they were online friends, and he recognized her thanks to her catchphrase. Rescue romance and actual long-term feelings, and finally meeting up in real life, made them pretty much fall in love instantly. All Might nodded. He hadn't had the opportunity for such a thing because of All for One and the Absolute Solver. He remembered what happened to the crawler, who was now under a new identity as Professor Max Smith on I-Island, having recently married his former teammate ID0L. Both of them had been vital in killing the Solver host, but at a price. They had to fully retire from their former activities as vigilante and idol, and ID0L had lost more than a few limbs in the fight. All Might sighed as he watched the current rankings. As usual, he was first and Endeavor was still second. The two of them often clashed, but All Might actually respected the number 2 for being the one hero who refused to let him shoulder all the weight. Number 3 was Best Genist. Popular thanks to branding and decently strong. Number 4 was the Silver Samurai, someone from the old guard. Highly competent despite his old age, he was often on the front line. However, he was speaking of retiring, considering his old age. All Might couldn't blame him. It was really rare to see heroes as old as them for a reason. Number 5 was Washington, adorable and highly effective. To All Might, he deserved a better ranking. Number 6, Slide and Go. Call All Might paranoid, but something behind that man's smile actually upset him greatly, as if he was hiding something. Number 7, Crust. An old friend. They actually went to UA together, and one of the few people he could call a rival on some things. Number 8, Gang Orca. The man needed to train a bit more, but he was excellent as he was, and one of the few top heroes to actually know how to work as a team leader. Number 9, Hawks. The young hero was still climbing more and more. All Might wondered if he could contact him after the festival for Izuku's internship. Sure, everyone knew Hawks had huge ties with the HPS, but it had changed a lot ever since Hinata Tabita took control of it and did a purge of the organization. It wasn't perfect, but everyone knew to fear their men in black when they were coming to check your accountancy and if your reports were real. Finally, number 10, Ryuko, the Rising Dragon. Still a bit too shy according to All Might, but her heart was in the right place. She actually made a lot of progress ever since she took an internship. As the saying goes, a good student learns from their master, but a good master learns from their student as well. Nonetheless, nothing weird in the ranking. V. Tabita. It was a strange name, but she liked it. She never asked how her mother, more like a kind kidnapper with too much love to give, managed to actually make it her real identity, but she was thankful to her. Manami Tabita was just the most adorable human V had ever met. V still remembered how she met her and her father. Namely because she ran away from her original home, her parents being huge assholes and heteromorphobist. That one was a mouthful. She preferred mutantist or assholes. Still, rather than be a victim and suffer from abuse, V planned to book the hell out of her home. She still remembered something she and Uzi agreed on. When in doubt, set it on fire. So, before leaving the house, she set it on fire. Somehow, it got blamed on a criminal using blue fire to burn sheet down. Good for her. The issue, however, was that living alone as a not-yet teenager was actually harder than she thought. Uzi's anime were bullshit. Then they came two dumbass, named Gentle and La Brava, who found her in an alley, malnourished and dirty. They took her in, washed her, and then adopted her. At first, V fully expected some actual villainy from the two self-proclaimed villains. She was on her guard, readying her claws whenever they got too close for her comfort. Slowly, however, she recognized the truth. They were as good as being bad guys as her idiot golden retriever. So, with time, she got adopted by Gentle and La Brava. They married to adopt her, and totally not because they were obviously in love with one another. V always wondered how the hell they actually managed to give her a legal existence and a new name. Denjiro, I adore you. But no, I cannot create just for you a new identity with a weird name for a girl that I don't even know and who might have a criminal past. Hinata, head of the HPSC, chuckled at her nephew's request. Maybe she could help, pull a string or two to allow her to be in a nice orphanage and, Auntie, I will let you organize my wedding and be her godmother. You said she wanted to be called just V, right? Best I can do is Violet and make it as if you wanted a Western name. Hinata had her priorities. Auntie Hinata was a weird woman, but nice. V was weirded out. Positive reinforcement, nice humans. Robot Christ. Did she have a shot at having a normal life? The more time passed, and she was allowed to live with her new perfect life, the more depressed she became. Because, while she was given a new lease on life, it had been without them. Without her idiots. And Uzi. Lizzie. Hell, even Jay. She couldn't believe it, but she also missed that idiot traitor. In a way, she could even understand why she betrayed them to see. So, V contemplated her talents. Or rather, her main talent. Violence. She was her best trait, and thankfully in this society, there was a job for her. It was called heroes. So, the bespectacled blonde vampire cat, once again, a mouthful, told her parents she wanted to be a hero. Gentle agreed, on the condition that she follow his training beforehand. To V's actual surprise, Gentle, despite being a failure at villainy, was a force of nature. V was proud of her skill, but Gentle handled her easily as if she had been a child. Which she was, technically, but still. She still had her speed and her murder drone's claws. She even had her acid tail. You are fast and have wild instincts, but you have no DS-pen, so we are going to work on that. Short version, V Tabita, formerly Himiko Toga, and having missed a year because, well, she had been missing for a year, and was now entering her new classroom. It was early in the morning, but she had preferred to arrive early and avoid any possibility of being late. To her surprise, someone was there before her. When she saw him, at first she said nothing, too awkward at first. Before noticing him, namely, the green-haired man looked at her with a shining smile and waved at her. "Hi. I am in Zuku Midoriya. Are you in the 1A too?" Well, at least he was nice. That was a definite plus, especially as he was nice. Well, he seemed nice. Yes. "I am Violet Tabita. Nice to meet you." Both stared at each other before sitting at their respective desks. Silently. None of them managed to utter a word, and for a second, Violet seemed to be at the manor again. When she was too shy to actually speak with N. She even had thought to actually forget everything about her dignity and go full please 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 in front of N so they would go out. In retrospect, maybe she should have. "So, Violet, why do you want to be a hero?" Enzuku asked with a smile, wanting to know her a bit more. Wait, sheet small talk. No, she never evaded N's small talk on Copper 9 because she was terrible at it. Shut it. "I want to protect people, I guess, and it means hurting a lot of bad guys." This actually surprised Enzuku as. To him, Violet looked like a rather tall but slim blonde girl with a shy streak and glasses. Not really something you would call a berserker or a killer. "I see. For me, it's to save them. Like All Might. I want to be a hero who brings smiles to people and makes them feel safe." That was fair to Violet. All Might seemed like a good person. However, she wasn't a huge fan of him. She preferred people like Midnight or even Endeavor. To V, fear worked way better than love after all. "Good morning, everyone," Mineta said while entering the room with a huge enthusiasm. He and N took a second to recognize each other. Chatting began, but Enzuku kept staring at the Violet girl as he kept thinking she looked very familiar. Very familiar. "So, how is it going with the cute goth girl, my friend?" Violet smiled. This seemingly kind man already had a girl, and she wasn't going to have to deflect puppy love. It was so awkward when that happened. She felt so old mentally compared to the others. "It's going fine. Dimen." Mineta kind of cut the discussion and who is the nice lady next to you?" Mineta said with a smile he probably thought of as a lady killer grin. V stared at him and sighed, as no offense to Mineta, but she liked them a bit more her age. "Violet Tabita. My friends call me V. So, you will call me Tabita," she said kind of coldly. It was better to end any possibility right now. She then realized something strange. Why was Enzuku suddenly blinking several times as she had just presented herself with her nickname? "Hello. Is this the 1A room?" Oh God, everyone was entering the room, weren't they? Namely, this time, it was a strange pink girl with way too much energy who suddenly decided to sit next to Violet and smiled at her with a demonic grin. Someone was having way too much fun torturing quiet people, weren't they? As more and more people came, the opportunity to ask if V was... V closed. And was going to ask Uzi and Jay for their help. "Good morning, peasants," Yuziko said as they all entered little by little the classroom, each in a different way. Yuziko firmly declares N as her own seat by sitting on his lap fast. Okay, it confirmed he indeed had a girlfriend. It was most likely a friendly greeting then. Well, she could at least make some friends while she was at school. This time she would protect them. She would protect them all, even if she had to become the monster she was back then. With Uzi on his knees and everyone in the classroom, N had no opportunity to meet Violet Tabita more closely. The coincidence was a bit big, wasn't it? Meanwhile, Katsuji arrived a bit late, and when she arrived, she seemed a bit upset. Disappointed. As if she had hoped something would happen, and it didn't. "If everyone is ready, well, we are going to ask everyone to present themselves," Aizawa said, seemingly appearing from nowhere, on his chair. Wearing normal teaching attire, the man screamed. Banality. Absolute banality. All while eating an apple and with the bare minimum care for his student. "I am Shuto Aizawa. I will be your homeroom teacher and your ethics and law teacher. My role is to make sure you aren't full idiots and understand when given instructions. As an example, when you are given a math problem on watermelon, You don't bring a laser gun. Yuziko almost wanted to yell that it was a railgun, but stopped when she noticed something. One of the students, with a sharp smile and seemingly an overabundance of confidence, jiggled at the joke. He got that one? Any question? Aizawa said as he was already preparing himself to move on to the second part of their assignment. It was Enzuku who raised his hand. Are you the normal hero, Banal? Everyone stared at Enzuku, who shrugged as the teacher briefly nodded. I like heroes. I actually like Banal. Apparently no one truly knows what he looks like because he seems, well, absolutely banal and ordinary, which makes it always surprising when I take them down. The teacher confirmed while playing with a stylus, I always found it idiotic and illogical for underground heroes to still look like heroes. Looking like a civilian is way more effective. Any other questions? No. This time, no one had one. Present yourselves, briefly please. While you will have orientation this morning, you will get a test assessment this afternoon to check how much you practiced with your quirk to be heroes. Everyone stared as if the professor didn't say they did something actually quite illegal. Sure, the police were quite tolerant about some quirk usage in civilian society. As an example, as long as a jumping quirk didn't disturb orders, people using them were ignored. Minor frost quirk was quite looked for by barmen or people with minor aquakinesis. However, this tolerance ended immediately when quirks were potentially destructive and dangerous to other people. This was often the best way to detect fledgling vigilantes or villains. The government actually cracked down on these cases harder than they used to a few years ago. Something about vigilantes actually going missing because villains were preemptively taking them out. As a result, Aizawa gestured to the kids to present themselves, gesturing first to the pink maniac girl. Mina Ishido. As you can see, I have some mutations, but my quirk is acid. It allows me to produce acid through my skin. I love chatting and gossiping, so be sure I will learn all of your secrets, the horned girl said playfully, watching everyone carefully with a big smile. She wanted every gossip in this classroom, and simply by smelling, she could feel at least one love triangle and several confused backstories. She loved that. Azui, ribbit. I'm a frog mutant, ribbit. The frog mutant sat weirdly, both feet on her chair, before using her long tongue to catch a fly. The accuracy was uncanny, and the speed was too. Without any expression on her face, she didn't add anything. Tenya Ida. So, there was once again the student with powerful legs, and he announced himself out loud, my quirk is a simple mutant quirk called Engine, which is normal in my family. However, I need to address something quickly. He stared at Katsuji, who seemed quite relaxed as she had her legs covered by a pair of pants, sitting on her desk. This is against the rules. Katsuji snickered. Privilege because I am the best. Beat me at something, and maybe you will gain the right to give me orders. Before the situation escalated further, Katsuji was hit by a chalk on her forehead, making her fall on her back. Ida was going to thank the teacher before being hit by the same attack. I said, present yourselves, not be idiots. Aizawa reminded them and then stared at Yuziko, with several chalks in his hands. It was a statement. Yuziko Uraraka and my quirk is gravity. I can change the gravity strength of anything I touch and its direction in space. The Gothic girl said before noticing Momo Yaoyorozu. She had met her before a few times in one of these rich kids' meetings. And before anyone asks, yes. Uraraka, like Kon Uraraka, creator and CEO of Kon Corporation. The first one who asks me about doors gets thrown out of the windows. Aizawa pondered the threat and nodded. It was a fair one, and most of them could survive it after all. Mashireo Ojiro. The most normal teen in the classroom by far, his only weird trait being his tail. I like training. If you want to do any kind of training, I will be happy to help. Before Enzuku could say he also liked to do anything, the teacher hit him with a chalk. It didn't actually do much, but it calmed him quite a bit. Denki Kaminari, and I have the power of thunder. He even kindly demonstrated his quirk for a bit before the teacher shut it down with an angry glare. No destructive quirk in his classroom. Ijiro Kirishima. My quirk allows me to become as hard as a rock and to be manly. Ijiro said before flexing his actually impressive muscles and looking at everyone in the room before winking at Yuziko. Some might even say I could do an overdose of TSN. This made Uzi blink several times as she wondered if she remembered correctly, and Mina groaned. This idiot isn't even kidding. In high school, he even insisted so we called him Thad or Kirishithad, because it was cooler than Chad. And Zuku was actually overjoyed, almost yapping when he heard that. Even he wasn't dumb enough to ignore the obvious hints dropped by a friend after all. He had loved Thad's party last life. I'm Koji Koda, and I like animals. I can talk to them. The shy man said before petting what looked furiously like a dingo with several eyes. A growling and staring at everyone with suspicion. He is my pet. Rikido Sato. Sugar is power. And boy, I can do stuff. Mizo Shoji. I can change and manipulate my appendages freely, creating organs too. I like ninjutsu, manga, and practicing Zen. Quirks like that actually interested Zuku a lot. Maybe because of his wings, but mutations were his favorite quirks to study and understand how they worked. He wondered if Shoji could somehow reproduce his own wings? A flying buddy would be nice. Kyoka Jiro. A punkette, toying with her ear jack and seemingly appreciating Momo from afar, and Katsuji. Call it a gaydar or something. I can hear very well and amplify sound waves. By a lot. Hantasiro, duct tape provider. You never have enough duct tape. Yuziko nodded at that sentence. Any tinkerer worth something had a stockpile of duct tape. Fumikage Tokoyami. I'm inhabited by a creature of darkness named Dark Shadow, and I am Dark Shadow. Don't mind him, he never truly stopped the phase where he thinks he has a destiny as a Dark Lord or things like that. The bird of darkness snickered. A living quirk. Can we have details? Do you have? Zuku was stopped before he could draw too much and ask too many questions by Yuziko and Katsuji pulling each side of his cheeks. So we will be calm. I'm Shuto Himura. I can use fire. The one talking was a student with skin that indicated he clearly liked to work with his quirk a bit too much. He wasn't burned, but his skin clearly needed some humidification. I plan to become the best. In fact, as if he was emulating Endeavor in a kind of cringy way, he even exhaled some fire from his nose. This bicolor-haired student was trying to hard, according to Uzi and V. Besides, how did he got hair part white and part brown-reddish? I'm Toru Hagakure, and I'm a mutant who is fully invisible. Nice to meet you all. As for me, I am Katsuji Bakugu. However, I apologize to Himura. As long as I am here, he will never manage to realize his dream. It's a pipe dream, as a proletarian thinking he can enjoy life better than a shareholder profiting from some sweet subsidies. Katsuji said playfully before noticing V's stare. She winked at her. Before anyone asks, yes, I am this dumbass childhood friend. She pointed to Zuku, who waved at the class, clearly ignoring the name calling. If anyone ships him with me, I request the right to shoot him. Refused. Defenestration only. Aizawa said, before opening a few windows preemptively. Hello, everyone. I am Zuku Midoriya. But my friends can call me Nandems. En said before winking at Ijiro, who almost yelled in joy before seeing the teacher readying a deadly missile. It would be for later. But also, and don't hesitate to ask me for help about anything, be it a quirk, training, or even cleaning the room. I love to do anything. Oh, and my quirk is called Angel. I am very strong, and I can make wings appear on my back. This time, V barely managed to avoid the panic attack. What? Mineta didn't miss the situation and wondered how much of this was planned by N. Because this violet girl was suddenly looking very interested behind her glasses. Mineta then locked eyes with Mina, and both of them used the telepathic ability only gossipers could use to share juicy tidbits. But he had to stop soon and redirect the attention and calm the mood. As for me, ladies and gentlemen, I am Mineta Minoru. My quirk is ballsy. I can throw sticky and big ball from my head at someone. Before anyone asks, I have not yet found their limit, durability speaking. For fun, I threw one into the fire, and it was untouched. And finally, I'm Momo Yaire's I like tea, studying and painting. My quirk is called creation, and I can use lipids from my body to create anything. I know the blueprint from my skin. The teacher considered the classroom and he was now certain this year was going to be quite insane again. So, he should do his best and prepare to sleep as much as possible while he still can. Oh well, he should also get them to the orientation session. The quirk assessment test was a chore, but people liked it, for some reason. To him, it was simply a way to determine what they should focus on. Meanwhile, V stared at N, Uzi and J. Wait, were they also here? How did J recognize her, seemingly, as Uzi and N didn't? Too many questions, not enough answers. Meanwhile, Azui ribbited. Chapter 4, Once More with Feeling. Sorry. Can we speak for a second? Violet didn't have an opportunity to speak with the others until the lunch break. The orientation had been only partially useful, as the students had to stay silent and sit peacefully in their seats. By definition, having people like Snipe and Midnight ready to make you respect the institution. Yeah, having a therapist at school was a good thing, especially in a field with casualties and injuries. It would be even better if they could actually tell them about their past lives. Yes, V used plural as she was literally not the same between the gala and Coppertine. Besides, the rat was taking his time, presenting his beautiful school and all of its awesome features. The one thing that made V certain this Yuzuko Punkette was her favorite gremlin was when she almost tried to bash her own head against a chair when Nedzu mentioned he had commissioned an enhanced awesome door to Con Corporation, and as a result, no one should try to breach it if they wanted to stay alive. This actually made her chuckle when she noticed that, but then she felt something in her heart when she noticed Enzuku and Yuzuko were actually holding hands. She remembered En slowly drifting apart from her during their adventures on Copper. She was slowly letting him get away because with her, he had a better chance of living happily than with her. Well, of living PRD, if she had to be honest. As a result, she had wondered if she should tell them who she was. Would she actually break everything again? After all, if she had fought better against C, or hadn't fallen into her trick and almost let her kill N. But then again, she thought about her parents. How they continued their weird streams despite their absolute lack of success during them. If we don't take that one step forward, then nothing will ever happen, Violet. La Brava told her once while smiling at her, and then Gentle, look at me. If I didn't take the opportunity to meet Gentle, I wouldn't be here today. Her mom, rather big sis, considering they weren't that apart in age as Manami was 25, was surprisingly very good at giving advice, and Gentle approved it. So, if she wanted to be anything like these two goofers and good lords, she would kill anyone who discovered that they were actually role models for her. She had to take a step forward. Yuzuko stared at the spectacled girl with a weird face, but groaned kindly when Enzuka asked her to sit next to him. In front of V was this Katsuji girl who was suddenly smiling like a shark. Wait, why did she have popcorn, and why was she passing it to Kirishima? Yeah, sure. You said your name was V, right? Enzuku asked while laughing awkwardly before getting elbowed by Yuzuko. Possessive girlfriend? Maybe. Yeah. V inhaled, trying to find her courage again. Good lord. Why could she be a murder machine on the field but like a young maiden outside of it? Or act like a beach? Everyone at the table stayed silent, as if her presence suddenly silenced any kind of discussion they could have had. V was panicking more and more. Why was no one talking? Why weren't they talking to her, asking questions or things like that? She needed something, anything. So, the weather is nice today. Not that banal. It was a dead-ass idiot. It's okay, I guess, Yuzuko said, suspiciously, before looking at Enzuku, who seemed to think about something for a second, and suddenly having an idea. Yeah. It would be a perfect time to walk in a park and meet some people. And dogs. V perked up a bit. Dogs? Dogs. Of course, they were the answer. Yeah, like golden retrievers. Now, if it was if he was truly him, yeah, the breed is known for its friendly, intelligent temperament and soft golden coat. N quickly answered the favorite part of his favorite book, as his one freed hand touched V's. J seemed to do the countdown on the Uzi's bomb. She was too entertained to actually stop anything. And they are also known for having gentle mouse. V said as her eyes locked into N's and Mineta dropped his fork. What? Did that man actually pull a baddie by speaking about dogs? He was seeing him intertwining his fingers, unconsciously, with the cute fanged girl. That's why they're good with kids, N said, before adding with the smile of someone who had read much more since then. And that's also why they are the best service dogs, always ready to do anything to help people. Before Enzuku could actually continue on the subject, something no one expected happened. While her drone abilities allowed V to endure the blood withdrawal from their quirk, it didn't fully erase it. With blood withdrawal also came enhanced needs. Physical and emotional needs. Usually, Gentle would happily let her bite and drink for a bit while head-patting his adoptive daughter. The roller coaster of emotion, however, had drained all of V's resistance, and she properly jumped on N's, her eyes looking crazed as her smile took the form of a murder drone smile, her tongue licking her lips for a second. Her jaw approached N's neckbone, to taste it, before she got slapped by an Yuzuko, red with fury and jealousy. He is mine, V. Yuzuko said as her slap, combined with her quirk, allowed her to actually propel V, who suddenly landed on her feet, all shyness and awkwardness gone. Back into business. I saw him way before you did. The growl was pretty much feline, the same as the way V walked toward Yuzuko and stared at her with the same look as she had for N just a few seconds before. He is mine, gremlin. This was how N got the reputation of the harem king, as Mineta checked the shy Yandere off the list. Nonetheless, the small miniature boy saw N's distress as the two girls were getting ready to fight, and it was clear that if they did, even for a first day, it wouldn't end well. Especially for his friend's relationship. Mineta looked for help and saw Mina, who had reached the same conclusion as him. The beginning of a beautiful friendship, as both of them sprinted and separated the girls before they could actually begin to scrap with each other violently. Hey girls. Calm down. How about you solve this in a civilized way? Mina said, try to look peaceful, as Yuzuko was already cracking her first, and something was glowing in her eye. Mineta actually threw a ball at their feet, sticking them on the ground. Immobilize first, reason later. Yeah. I know a way to know who will win the heart of our awesome angel boy. Mineta said, as his brain calculated the probabilities of every scenario, allowing for N to not finish like Makoto in school days. Mineta had played 20% of all visual novels in existence, and as a result, his brain was exceptionally adapted for this kind of prediction. The one who scores the best at the QAT will get her opportunity to get Enzuku first. Yuzuko stared at the midget with disdain and wanted to throw herself at him, but the ball was actually as sticky and resistant as Mineta claimed it to be. V tried to, but both girls were restrained like idiots. However, Mina approved the idea. I mean, look at the poor boy, he clearly can't choose. To be fair, she was right. Enzuku was actually overloaded from the thought of V actually liking him. He had some memories of the manor, but they were still quite fragmented. In fact, he wasn't sure they were dating during that time. So yeah, he loved Uziru. But the same was true for V. He never forgot her, and there was a reason he had been ready to die to save her against Sian after all. Momo, Azui, and a few others were staring at the situation with a lot of attention and murmurs. Well, Momo was whispering with Jairu, but Azui was simply rib-biting, before liking her own face. Katsuji decided to either throw a bone to N or put oil on their fire. Maybe both. In any case, she had a huge smile at the spectacle. Well, whoever scores best after me. Or I can choose whoever I want if I win. Shut up, Jay. You would need to win actually for once. V snapped at her former friend, who snickered at her, and Yuzuko rolled up her sleeves. Bite me, Jay. Technically, wouldn't you want to have Enzuku-kun biting you, Yuzuko? Mina said with a teasing, smug smile. Yuzuko could only curse her small size as she tried to jump over the purple alien. And of course, if Enzuku wins, he gets to date you both, Mineta added, to everyone's surprise. Enzuku looked at him, eyes bigger than a plate, at what Mineta had just suggested. Mineta gave him a look that just said, good luck with your happy ending. The fight had just begun. Aizawa saw that and decided he needed to actually pull up the special drink. No, not alcohol. Not while he was still teaching. However, he needed some strawberry milk to calm his headache. He knew it. These idiots couldn't stay still for more than 10 seconds. The class was rapidly aware of the bet currently ongoing between the shy Violet and the very angry Yuzuko. The girl with the cheeky round face was ready to do anything, and she meant it, to defend her position, while Violet was seemingly more than willing to kill a few other students. Nonetheless, Mina looked at Mineta, who was now stretching for the quirk assessment test. "So, what was your plan?" Mina asked as she was wondering if there was something underneath this grape-haired teen. Mineta smiled at her. "Please." We both saw how they stared at each other and how Katsuji actually looked at the situation. My theory is they are old online friends or something. They finally met up in real life. Mineta quite weirdly deduced. To be fair, he was the first one to be fed the excuse as to how Izuku managed to rescue Yuzuko and kiss her. And this Violet girl seems like a shy girl ready to pounce on the one man who showed her kindness. Yes, I see that, but why date them both? Mineta smiled at the pink student, knowingly and from afar, pointed out to Yuzuko and Violet. How the tension between both were high, jealousy racing through the air. They are ready to kill each other. Mina plainly stated, and Mineta sighed. Look harder. Their lips. Their eyes. Their body posture. The grape kid's horniness could be an issue in many other situations. However, it made him highly perceptive of something called, oh God, the tension. Mina finally opened her eyes to the truth as she observed Mineta's smug and proud smile. Exactly. I owe Izuku a lot. So the least I could do was to set him up in a ménage à trois? It was quite an awesome and terrifying friend you could have. I owe him that much. I also saw firsthand his strength, to speed. While this Yuzuko and Violet can be quite fast, I doubt they are nearly as strong as him. Then what about me? Katsuji happened behind them, with a smile, before nodding at Mineta's explanation. That I think you are just enjoying the opportunity to try to lord your superiority over them and then grant them your mercy. Mineta deadpanned as he saw her, surprised. I do speak with Izuku, you know? I know you protected him when he was younger. Sometimes, you even look at them a bit guilty. Wait, Mineta observed that much about them? The midget could actually be a company liability. Jay looked suspiciously at him. She would have to deal with him later. However, you do know you aren't helping his harem reputation? Because now, everyone thinks you are part of it. Mineta pointed out with a knowing smile, as Katsuji realized she indeed shot herself in the foot. You are right. I need to win so the three of them stop being idiots and actually get together. Katsuji was now more motivated than ever, sparks emerging from her hands. She could do it. Then something happened. Namely, everyone stopped speaking as Izuku, without really caring, took off his shirt not to destroy it as he opened his wings. His big, skeletal, bladed wings contrasted with his adorable face. I really need clothing that doesn't risk being destroyed each time I open my wings. Yuzuko and Violet shook their heads and spoke in unison. No, it's actually perfect. They stared at each other before eyeing each other in their sports uniform. V was taller than her competitor, but Uzi wasn't going to let herself be beaten by a Meganeko, even if she was cute and she wanted to hold her. And Izuku knew he had to win, if he didn't want any of them to be sad or try to kill the other. Aizawa saw all of them and sighed. Fine. We don't have all day, so we will keep it short and simple. I want to check your speed, your strength, and your agility. Aizawa pointed to the track circuit. We will test how fast you can do a 100m first. I shouldn't need to say this, but impairing another student will be met by detention. Toru raised her hand. I have a question, sir. What about people like me, whose quirk doesn't really improve their abilities? Then your purpose will be to see how much you have to catch up to them to be effective on the field. Aizawa pointed as he pulled up a pouch from his coat and drank from it, because remember, quirks are tools. Your body is the base thing you always have to train, because it will be your last resort, and you need to be sure it won't be the last time you will get to enjoy it. Everyone nodded, and the drone squad actually wondered what kind of life the teacher lived this time, to be actually motivated to be a hero and a teacher again. The first students to actually measure their speed were Katsuji, Yuziko, and Violet. The deadly trio got ready to run. Even if Violet took up a position putting her assets quite in the limelight, she was positioned as a cheetah, and her competitors knew her well enough that it wasn't only for the added sexiness. Then, the teacher gave the go. Katsuji's reflexes allowed her to repeatedly fire her explosions as fast as possible. However, someone had even better reflexes than her, namely Violet, who ran like a panther literally as soon as the teacher gave his signal. Perfect timing. Her powerful legs left a mark on the ground as Violet pulverized any records from athletes from the pre-quirk era. Yuziko arrived dead last. Yes, she had used her quirk to reduce her own weight and throw herself at the finish line, but setting up this trick actually took her a second, and her physical abilities weren't as good as the two others. Violet snickered at her competitor. 3 seconds for her, while Katsuji did a solid. Yuziko is only 6. Second wave. However, any records were obliterated by Enzuku, as he took a position not unlike a jet plane. His wings seemed like blades designed to cut through the air and space. In a way, it was exactly what happened, as pretty much no one actually saw him move. However, they felt the air being displaced and disheveling their hair. 0.8 seconds. I cheat. Enzuku wondered as he saw his score and how everyone stared at him. We won't let you win the strength contest. Violet grumbled before noticing Uzi's face. The face of someone not sure they could win. Pipsqueak. En was able to lift a 0-pointer. Katsuji and Violet blinked several times. They remembered En being strong, but not that strong. Was All Might's training that effective? Or maybe some people noticed some sparks on Enzuku's body. A simple and very small dose. While he wasn't able to use 100% of OFA, he was now able to use small sparks as bursts. Enzuku looked at the two women in his life and gave them a smile. The kind that makes you have butterflies in your stomach. Sorry if this seems cowardly, but I kind of don't want to choose between you. Enzuku said sheepishly, fingers hitting each other as if the himbo wasn't seducing them both. Violet and Yuziko suddenly had the same thought. Could they both pounce on him on the ground later? Maybe. Probably. Katsuji sighed with a smile as she saw the tensions among the idiots actually disappearing. Mineta sat down next to her once he was done. Only Shudo seemed to actively try to beat Enzuku's record but failed, barely equaling Katsuji's record. So, good job, midget. That's what I do, lady. Mineta wasn't even trying to ogle her. He at least had good survival instincts, but they are adorable together. The short one smiled in a sad way, as if he knew it was something unlikely to happen to him. The person saying appearance didn't count was most likely quite the looker. Don't give up. We both know the hero's best friend always gets a nice girl. Jay chuckled before Mineta actually laughed a bit. Not untrue. You want me to stay on the lookout for a girl to your taste? Mineta said playfully as Katsuji went silent. Hey, you are his best friend. It's very apparent that while Enzuku would probably do his best to save anyone's life, the number of people he would entrust his life to is you, Violet, and Yuziko. It's as obvious as the sun in the sky. Katsuji nodded and then considered Mineta's abilities and thought about it for a second. His observation skills and his planning were actually quite good. Sure, his smarts could be a bit annoying if he learned about their past, but, on the off chance, if you find a girl with a black bow tie and an apparent passion for fixing broken stuff, green-eyed, with a sophisticated way of speaking, hey, Jay had luck so far, as she saw more and more people being brought back. Maybe, just maybe, if the thing that allowed them a second chance truly wanted them to be happy, she would be here too. Mineta nodded solemnly. I will be on the lookout for someone like that. Both then stared in silence as Enzuka actually lost a strength contest. Namely, the throwing test as Kirishithad beat him by a demi-meter, flexing his muscle to everyone afterward. Ah yeah. American football, baby. Nandems, it's good to be strong. But you need something else, technique? Kirishithad said with a smile as Enzuka nodded his head, wanting to understand more how Thad did that. Studying his moves and noticing how he was moving. This translated into En using his notebook, and beginning to draw everyone as the tests continued on. To be fair, as much as Yuziko and Violet were now competing among themselves, it was terribly obvious that, physically speaking, Enzuku was the superior model. For Shuto Himura, this was unbearable. He trained harshly. Every day. He couldn't be so weak. He needed to be stronger. He needed to prove his dad wrong. He couldn't be beaten by a guy whose main objective was girls. Ribbit, Azui said, standing for a second on her deployed legs, revealing herself to be taller than one would have suspected, as if her limbs were stretching weirdly, and head patting him. Shuto was left bewildered as the frog then leaped back into action. What was that? You are lucky N1, Yuziko growled at V, but with no anger this time. To be fair, it was hard to be angry when you were hugged by N at the same time as V. The cat of death snickered and elbowed her. Don't worry. I won't say to anyone that I beat you on almost every test. Yuziko groaned as she said that. You are lucky I didn't use that, Uzi said before confirming as they were walking back home that no one was following them. Well, no one but Jay, but who counted Jay? Because when I do, I feel a ping back. It created a weird mood as everyone was actually enjoying the moment, and then Uzi dropped the bombshell. A ping back. Jay was scared for very obvious reasons. This time, her confidence shattered instantly, and V, groaning, pulled her former friend, who was being on the process of being forgiven, against her. Jay, don't. It was as much a threat as a comfort attempt, and Jay seemed to be a bit more grounded. I swore to N. On Tessa's name. Jay said as V stared at N. For confirmation, the cinnamon roll actually thought of doing that. He nodded solemnly. My mom also felt it. She confirmed she was sure the solver was there, but its hosts changed a few times. None were as strong as Sin, according to her. Uzi knew her team needed to not be in the shadow about such stuff. So, it is still alive as it apparently kept evading death thanks to an ally they have. No one knows who they are, but they are helping them. Who in their right mind would do such a thing? All for one was playing chess with the solver's core. Each one was playing very carefully, not to let the other win. Query, when will Garaki have finished preparing hosts? Patience, my friend. It's funny how an entity above space and time doesn't have any. All for one chuckled at his old friend, who rolled its unique eye. 6. Excellent host. Decent output. Lacked endurance. New one. Garaki told me it was actually quite hard to work on a host for you and finish your angels, you know. It took years to rewire them. What about Prophet? Oh, him? We are still training him. Alice finished the transplant of 6 remains into him. All for one smiled in advance as Solver put him in a check. Interesting. Think he has value? A madman with faith can accomplish a lot. Don't worry, my friend. I will hold my word. The potato man sacrificed a knight to save his king. Just hold out yours. Promise. You don't discard me. I don't discard you. Both demons chuckled as they waited for the day they would get back their power. Then the other would see. They would possess everything. Thankfully, the drones weren't alone in this mess. They had each other as they hugged each other. Yeah. This time, the exponential edginess of the universe. Uzi said with a smile, before lifting both of her weird hot friends against her, by surprise. Together. N asked with a smile, as V put her arms on Uzi's head, as it was the perfect armchair. Uzi totally didn't say anything to not ruin the moment, and not because the vampire cat's body was deliciously close to her. Together. She confirmed before looking at Jay, who seemed embarrassed. She didn't have the best track record, she knew it. While N trusted her, she knew what she had done to V. There was a shattered trust and, hey Corpo Beach, just remember that your real shareholders are Tessa and us. Not the one doing the hostile takeover. V said in basic Corpo slang, surprising her. Jay knew exactly what it was. Not a proposal for everything to go back to normal immediately. It was far too early for that. But maybe a peace offering. Jay nodded and crushed the other female drones in her arms, making it a huge sandwich. A J.C. Jensen approved sandwich. I promise, again. No more lies or betrayal. V nodded while she had an obvious, I will be watching you. Couldn't hold it against her. It was more than fair. On a side note, Uzi? How the hell did your mom know about the Solver's hosts? And finally asked, also, she isn't mad at us? Oh. Mom worked as some kind of edgy spy or something before one day. She was assigned to kill a guy who was making everyone's life harder because his doors were actually top-notch. She recognized my dad and shot her former boss. Then she managed to blackmail the new head of the HPSC about the Solver, as she had to work several times to shoot the Solver. Turns out having telekinetic bullets is really useful against it. That's tracked, according to J and V's experiences with it. However, it also raised another question. Was Suen there? If yes, was she tracking the Solver to become its main host again? So we need to investigate that and be ready to fight it again. This time, we are all strong enough to deal with it. Don't hesitate. Again, Uzi said with a smile, knowing full well who dropped the ball the last time. Count on me too, Thad said, appearing from nowhere. Or rather, he was actually only catching up to them now, after chatting for a bit with their classmates. It was important to know their new friends after all. Ajui's ribbits were quite enlightening on the human condition. All drones yelled a bit of terror as he appeared from seemingly nowhere as they were too deep in their bonding. Okay, I actually take offense to that, guys. Not cool. Thad said, rolling his eyes. I mean, aside from making your gang exclusive like that, I am kind of concerned too, if some kind of crazy sheet is going to kill us again. And we never have too much firepower. J and V thought about it and could only agree. Time to hunt the Solver. Chapter 5. Why Enzuku is now banned from ever playing a villain. All Might had a lot of concerns about 1A. His class back in the day was pretty insane. He and Crust always had crazy ideas. He still remembered when they had managed to replace Gran Torino's apple juice with coffee. So many broken windows. Good times. However, for the first time, he actually had second thoughts about Enzuku as a hero. Enzuku had the decency to look totally sheepish as All Might stared in silence at his heir. Enzuku, my boy, my nephew not by blood. What the F dashed it? No, I like to do anything, Enzuku began to explain, as he felt All Might's weary stare on him. Yes, I know. That's a quality. Well, I also like to do anything I do at 100%. Plus ultra. Enzuku said with a tentative smile while trying to look away. All Might wrote something on Enzuku's file. He was never allowed to play villain again. Even if they did some kind of Civil War exercise or stuff like that. He added the same thing to Ajui's file. Well, I won't punish you this time, my boy, All Might said with the look of someone watching a loved one going on a death walk. Enzuku blinked. No punishment. You will have to survive young Uraraka and Bakuga's wrath. This is punishment enough. He could see All Might's point. There is no wrath like one of a girlfriend's. Only Uzi and V are my girlfriends. I swear. Enzuku said, making All Might nod in approval. Young love, always a good thing. He remembered his younger days. While he never had a long relationship once he became an adult, he did have a few stories too back in high school. Earlier that day. Oh boy. I can't wait to have our first hero class. Enzuku was happier than a dog being given a ball to play with. His wings almost popped out of happiness as V, blushing behind her glasses, and Uzi leaned against him quietly. Katsuji traveled on her own, same for Thad. The reason behind that was simple. No one liked to feel like the third. Well, technically fourth wheel, but you get the point. Yeah. Personally, I am excited to have my own hero suit. It's just like me. Short and edgy? V said with a taunting tone as she was still holding N's hand preciously. Bite me. I bet yours will be like the last. Yuziko growled at her, though it was kind of playful. Awesome and dangerous? She liked the warning signs on it, and yes, she actually asked basically a variant of her old disassembly drone body. Showing your bottom and also that you are one. Uzi snarked as N actually wondered what she meant by that. It made V jump on her, and the two playfully fought. And was also wondering if they weren't enjoying the close combat too. Maybe, considering their blushing during the fight. It was fun. As for me, I asked for my old coat. They said the hat with a winged skull, however, was a bit too much on the noose. Everyone will think you are a Hawks fan, Yuzuko said playfully as Enzuko actually nodded. Because I am one. All Might is my favorite, but I often look at Hawks' fighting style and skills to get ideas on how to fly better, such as the small piercing technique I used for the quirk assessment test. That explained a lot, to be fair. Still, the three of them enjoyed the situation as they enjoyed each other's company. Thad looked at Katsuji. Another reincarnated one. Sure, they had technically tried to kill each other, well, more tried to not die like an idiot, but they were technically friends. Teammates? Teammates. So, how are you doing? Karishi Thad asked the pigtailed brash woman. She sighed and turned on her chair to speak to him. Very honestly? A bit tired, but I am happy to finally dump end to the girls. Nandem is tiring? Now, that was a new one. More like I am the mature big sister trying to prevent the little brother from doing something dumb. Katsuji corrected. Enzuku wasn't exactly an idiot. More like he didn't think enough. He was smart when he put his mind to something. I wonder what they are doing together. Karishi Thad wondered. To be fair, Enzuku and him gaining 2 girlfriends on the first day of school? The man was already a legend. However, even Thad could see Uzi and V were having thoughts about each other, despite their hostility. To be fair, he was exchanging with Uzi about a lot of things, and both admitted they had the same type. People who could most likely kill them and were dangerous. Thad still remembered N during the centipede's attack and how the man was not only a walking arsenal but also knew how to use everything he had. And apparently, as Uzi told him, he tried to kill her during their first meeting. It would be quite some time before he found a good girl, wouldn't it? At least I will learn how to fight properly. Thad added with Jay snickering. She remembered when he tried to fight her with a pipe. That had been a thing, and at least this toaster admitted it had been a dumb idea. That would be a definite plus. Manly spirit isn't enough in this world. Katsuji said before observing as the classroom ended up being filled, notably with the idiotic trio finally entering. Their teacher was fashionably late before entering as if he were starring in one of his ads. Worry not. Because I am here. All Might always boomed, plus ultra. Life was only worth it if you lived it to the fullest. Never start something you are going to give up halfway. The students all erupted in joy, mainly because it was All Might, and they didn't have to fear the dreadful chalk in the face. Your first hero suits. Remember, no design is perfect, but you will improve yours with the years. Do you know why? All Might said with a huge smile. Because we will learn from our mistakes and know where to add armor and stuff like that. Momo chose the sensible answer. All Might nodded but then continued. Only half right. It's also because of merchandising. Look at my suit. It comes from my silver era. Changing suits allowed me to fund 3 NGO dedicated to fighting hunger and homelessness. Katsuji actually took note of that one. Corporatism at its most effective. I am actually surprised you don't know that, young Yaoyorozu. Your father's company makes a killing out of card games, and they have a ton of our variant suits in that hero game. They even made a joke version of me, but Soviet-themed. All Might pointed out. Enzuku nodded furiously. Yeah. He remembered that one. That card was so elusive that a lot of people actually wondered if it actually existed. But why did you target me? The villain known as Basement Dweller was being beaten to the ground as Night Eye raised his bloody fist. Did you know criminals' possessions get auctioned? Night Eye whispered in his ears. The criminal realized what was happening. This card is mine. I will take it to my grave. Criminal scum. Don't tempt me. This wouldn't be my first grave robbery. Anyway, everyone, get ready. We will do some practical exercise, but this time, no drones to destroy. Everyone was excited except Shudo, who only stared with ferocity in his eyes. He would show them what he's made of. He was the top student here, not the other idiots everyone was looking at. He only hoped he would be allowed to fight Enzuku or one of his team. So, first exercise as heroes, but also villains, All Might ominously said with a smile as he presented the field with the various abandoned buildings. Everyone will be paired into a random duo to imitate the fact that you cannot always choose your partner on the field. One team will play as defenders or villains guarding a bomb. They can win either by defeating all heroes or by a time limit. Heroes, you either need to touch the bomb or defeat the villains. I need to stress this out, however. If I see any of you intentionally trying to permanently harm another student, All Might stopped smiling and stared at all of his students, who felt a chill in their spines. I will be highly disappointed in them. Shudo could live with that. I will also lend them to Nedzu as a playmate. Shudo couldn't live with that. So, I know it's going to be difficult for some, but I will have to ask for everyone chosen as villains to actually play the part. Everyone nodded, while hoping they wouldn't have to play the villains. Everyone wanted to be heroes, damn it. So, everyone be ready. The first villain team will be. The screen showed Enzuku's adorable, stupid face, with the most adorable frog who ribbited at the idea. Midoriya and Azui. Everyone actually had trouble seeing Enzuku as a villain, even if he had a cool black coat. It actually paired quite well with Azui's black suit and her dark green bow, holding her long hair. And our first heroes will be Bakugu and Uraraka. Holy fourth quarter prophets, mother of subventions and father of hidden profits, thank you. Katsuji said as everyone looked at her weirdly. I am legally authorized to actually punch his adorable face. J hurt my adorable N, and I will dash, V coughed, making Uzi correct her speech. We will hunt your butt. Only we are allowed to do that. Considering Katsuji looked like Agent 47 and Uzi looked like a vampire mistress, everyone wondered if All Might didn't fumble his draws. Including All Might. Especially with the threats. Enzuku actually sweated bullets, but All Might smiled at him, raising his thumbs. I count on you, Midoriya. I hope you won't go easy on them. Just try your best at being a villain. Enzuku nodded his head. He could do that. As everyone was in the control room to watch the fight, Thad noticed V asking Momo if she could produce some popcorn for everyone. Are you really going to enjoy seeing Yuziko and Katsuji tear apart N? V snickered at Thad's question and then saw everyone looking at her with disapproval. Oh, I think you are mistaken, people. N isn't under threat. Everyone waited as V smiled demonically and ate some popcorn. No. Spoilers. While N couldn't have his hat back, he managed to ask for an eye mask, visor, to protect his eyes when he would go at full speed. It had a huge yellow cross on it. It just felt more comfortable to him as he stared at Azui. Sitting like a frog, her arms against her like an adorable T-Rex, N found himself wanting to pet her. So, are you okay with playing the villain? Yes, Azui answered shortly before staring at the bomb. Attack! A lopsided smile that showed her eagerness was in full view. Enzuku put on his eye mask, smiling as he felt something reawakening in him. A feeling he hadn't felt in years. He shivered in delight. We hunt. Enzuku corrected Azui, who ribbed with happiness. Okay, he actually petted her this time. Azui ribbited even more happily as she jumped away. So, let's be honest, Uzi. We don't like each other. Katsuji announced it clearly. They were allies on their hunt against the Solver, against Z. However, they were clearly not friends. So, trying to work with teammates is going to backfire big time. Actually, I agree with you. So, rather than be in defective synergy impairing our project, I propose we work separately to achieve better common goals, Katsuji said proudly with corporate slang. Yuziko sighed. You could have simply said, we risk attacking each other more than them, so we should split. I prefer my way. And mine corporate SLV. Edgy teenager. Both grumbled before entering the building. It's not like they were at risk after all. They were only facing a golden retriever and a frog. Both failed to remember that golden retrievers are closely related to wolves, not as much as huskies, but they are still scary predators, and frogs were predators, PRD. Yuziko actually appreciated the decrepit building, as it gave off vibes of a ruin that had seen dark stuff happening in these walls. She was walking among a building that had seen horrible stuff happening, and no sun was shining in these walls, cold and merciless as was Kopparo. So this was why she liked it. She was remembering her first home. Even the light was flickering as it did back home. Suddenly she saw a silhouette at the end of the corridor. However, it vanished during the brief moment when light died. Uzi smiled as she raised her hands, ready to fight. Finally, some actions. "En, come here." She thought it was En because, well, it was a tall silhouette. Yuziko was ready to fight as if she were a heroine from an action game. En's fist pierced through the wall from her right, and fragments of concrete flew at her at full speed. Barely dodging them, she rolled to what she estimated to be safe. It was then she saw En's head in the hole he just made, his mouth almost salivating, and his yellow cross staring at her as if she were prey. Target identified. With those 2 words, he steps forward, the concrete crumbling and rebar snapping in his wake as he casually walks through the wall. Disassembly begins. En's tone was his usual overjoyed one, as if this wasn't a suggestion or even a question but a fact. It made Uzi even more scared and certainly not a bit excited. We both know how it's going to go down and we have played this song and dance before. Uzi pulled her arms up, the fists clenched to bone-white knuckles. Because this time, you don't have your gun. The far too sharp grin the ex-drone gave her rattled her just a bit. Yuziko blinked with an unconscious step back. Then remembered her quirk was about shifting gravity and redirection. She still threw a punch at En, wanting to teach him she was a badass. Enjoy being 10 times your usual gravity. I am the goddamn protagonist, she said as her fist was hitting En's left cheek, and her boyfriend kept smiling. In fact, he seemed totally unbothered by the punch as he took her arm in both hands and threw her against the wall. Uzi met it with a loud thud and she thought she heard the stone crack, and damn it, it hurt like a beach. These are still acceptable parameters, En said as each of his steps was a loud stomp that dented the floor and shook the room a bit, and he was walking like a dooming monster towards her. Yuziko realized something. Oh shit. I am the protagonist of a survival horror. I vote for Mr. X as Enzuku's villain name, Tokoyami said in the viewing room as they saw Yuziko actually try to run away, and En's walking at a terrifying pace behind her. When she closed a door on him, he would just walk right through it as if it was paper. All Might piped up with a few words of wisdom. That would be copyrighted. Hero names can homage and reference, but word for word and you'll have a lawsuit on you faster than you can say, oops. But this is a villain name, not a hero name. The same rules don't apply, right? Mina questioned. All Might only laughed. Much like the IRS, no one wants to mess with lawyers. What about tyrant? Or maybe devil? Momo added to the speculation. That would probably pass depending on the title. All Might said with a considering nod. If you say, tyrant, the Umbrella Corps hero, that would get flagged, while some along the lines of Corpus, the tyrannical hero, would be fine. Remind me to never get on his bad side. This is not normal. Hagakure interrupted as she watched the boy walk through another wall like it was nothing to him. Nah, this is normal for him. He's not taking it seriously yet. Hell, he didn't even activate his second form, V said, snickering. People tended to forget, given how enacted, that he had been a killing machine once. He even had 2 genocides to his credit. Even when N was a butler, he had been exceptionally strong and dangerous. He could throw a plate so hard it would get stuck in a wall. More than one of the Elliot's enemies actually discovered that the hard way. Mineta, much to his own fear, realized that, indeed, N hadn't opened his wings yet. Dark rooms. That one is boring, Katsuji said, as she snapped her fingers a few times before creating a small light of firecrackers on her fingers. It would allow her to see a bit better. Now to find the stairs. Suddenly, a noise, far in the dark, somewhere where she couldn't see. Katsuji smiled as if Santa had given her a portfolio of shares in a startup, before shooting in the direction of the noise. Each flash of fire and each explosion illuminated the room, and each time, she could see Azui on a different wall. Still, her eyes locked with hers. Each time Katsuji tried to shoot her. But somehow, Azui just moved perfectly in the darkness. Jay never saw her jump and no one in the control room did either. But each time the light went out, the frog came closer in a silent spree. Every flash, Azui was closer, with her big blank eyes and her totally emotionless face. "What the hell is that thing?" Jay yelled, a bit panicking. This wasn't part of her plan. Not at all. Then, Azui literally appeared in front of her. Ribbit. Katsuji, now scared shitless at this being who was triggering all of her bones and skin into flight mode, tried to run backwards, while exploding everything in front of her. Then, as she ran, it was as if she were on the verge of a panic attack. She hadn't even hit her target once despite her barrage of attacks. All of her explosions. She actually had tried to harm her on the last shots. So, Katsuji ran. She ran in the dark, as she feared what might be behind her. Her footsteps actually echoed in the dark as her legs went as fast as possible, not looking behind her. Then came salvation. A door. Finally, a door. She didn't even take the time to open it properly and blasted it. Katsuji realized she could have probably blown up an exit earlier, but sighed in relief. Finally, she was safe. Until she felt the saliva falling on her shoulder and realized a bit too late that frogs can stick upside down, before being attacked by the rabid frog. DMN. Mineta was struggling with words, as he shivered from the horror movie that was just happening in front of them. But when he found his words, he spoke at the same time as Thad. Scary as hell. CC as hell. V contemplated Thad and what he had just let out. What? Mineta questioned if he had heard right. What? Thad questioned why everyone was looking at him. Everyone decided to leave it at that, with even Mina making a cross sign with her arms as a "do not investigate further" signal. Stomp, 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 stomp. Uzi was now hiding from N. Thankfully, his increased weight made his presence well announced, and, frankly, it was her main saving grace. However, every time she thought she had managed to lose him, N suddenly came out of a corridor, through a wall, or, God forbid, just dropped from the ceiling and smiled at her. With all of his teeth suddenly looking like fangs ready to sink into her. She never wanted him to bite her as much as now, but she had to control the horny because of the scary. Uzi, I just know you are here. He let his hand touch a wall, his hand causing a dent just from the contact, before opening his mouth wide and tasting the air, with his long tongue ripping out of his mouth slowly and dripping with saliva. I can taste you. I can taste your fear. Bite me. She wasn't that weak. Yuziko then noticed she had just screamed, and N's head snapped to her with narrowed eyes as his grin turned into a cheeky, happily predatory grin. His wings opened slowly, using the overture in his coat so as not to destroy his clothes. Then, the former disassembly drone began to crawl on the wall, too heavy to fly. But the extra limbs with the sharpness of nano-steel blades allowed him to act like a humongous spider, stabbing and clawing at the stone in his rush toward Yuziko. Mine. Fang and blade on full display as he moved up the wall and onto the ceiling, the groaning roof dropping dust and debris in his wake. Oh shit. Yuziko decided to drop any pretense of sneakiness and sprinted as fast as her shorter legs could carry her. Why, even in a human body, was she condemned to be a small gremlin? Still, she only needed to climb one more stair. Just to inform the hero team, Bakugu has been neutralized. All Might helpfully informed through the speakers, his voice shaking a bit. The remaining hero better find the bomb if she wants to win. Oh come on Jay. Couldn't you win one time? Yuziko yelled angrily, said as N's stomping had been replaced by the stabbing noise that his wings made as the gored solid concrete. It was not helping her to be calm. Target locked. He said with finality. Oh shit, he was behind her. He was behind her. Mistress of Darkness, face me. Yuziko grabbed a piece of rubble as she scrambled up the stairs, and threw it down at him, increasing the gravity as it left her palm in the general direction where she estimated N to be. She didn't dare look back, but if she did, she would have seen a terrifying sight. N got hit in the chest with the baseball-sized piece of concrete. He simply powered through it by summoning another golden flicker of one of all. The eerie yellow light glancing off his visor made the whole thing glow brightly as he twisted and writhed up the narrow stairway, his body a cyclone of blades as his wings pierced into concrete. When making it to the top, he saw his prey at the end of the hall, entering the bomb room. Now, he was jumping like a tiger to catch up to her, wings digging into the ground like paws to help launch himself forward while keeping his body low. She could do it. The bomb. She had it in front of her, across the room, but technically she could see it. Uzi summoned everything she had left inside of herself and dead sprinted one more time. Then, as she rushed, she realized something. In a horror movie, this was when the monster's accomplice helper would suddenly appear to take down the hero in a surprising twist. Yuziko inverted her own gravity, landing on the ceiling. She was now staring at Azui, who appeared from a vent, her body twisting and popping unnaturally as she gripped the ceiling next to the last hero standing. Ribbit. Somehow, it felt as if Azui just swore at her, with eyes full of hostility. Azui! Hunt her, I can't reach her. Oh, thank God, and was still locked on the ground. However, Azui was indeed jumping with surprising speed and agility, far superior to what she had shown during the QAT. What the hell, girl? I will eat you. This seemed like both a statement and a need. This was scary as her tongue whipped in the air to catch her. Yuziko promptly released her gravity control, dodging by free-falling the attack. Sadly, it meant N suddenly rose up from the lack of 10 times gravity and his already stretched out wings allowed him to rise quickly into the air to attack her. Enzuku quickly grabbed her by the shoulders and rolled while tucking his wings in as he slammed her into the ground, his body above her and dominating her with his size, his wings flaring out and stabbing into the ground, both locking him in the ground and casting a cage of blades around Yuziko. His mouth opened wide, tongue and teeth on full display as it got close to Yuziko's face, who instinctively slapped him. Too soon. Yuziko apparently inherited from her mom her super slapping ability. Either that or she completely nullified N's weight and redirected it all into a hard pull of gravity into the nearby wall. She was lucky he was surprised enough not to grip down on the floor. But already, the disassembly human was looking at her, his visor fractured and head tilted to the side with a grin that was far too wide for the situation. I love it when they fight back. Note to self, trigger N's hunting mode again in private. Definitely. Still, Azui's kick landed way too close to Uzi, who had totally abandoned the idea of actually fighting them. She would have better odds dodging them until she reached the bomb. So, Uzi began to move, propelling herself in the direction of the bomb. Gravitational pull set to the max she could pull, direction the bomb itself, the finishing line, her lifeline. Azui opened her jaws once again to throw her tongue attack at Yuziko. The purple-haired human smiled as she could only do that. N threw himself at her, but this time she was ready. N got grabbed by an outstretched wing, and Uzi threw him away to redirect herself closer to the ceiling but also using her boyfriend's body as a means to block Azui's attack. Sorry, but I know you are good at repressing stuff, she said playfully. Only a few meters from the bomb. She could win this. She could taste it. Go Yuziko, you are almost there. The class cheered on their final girl, as she was close to defusing the bomb. While All Might counted down silently. For a second, Yuziko thought about doing a stylish finish. Looking back at N and Azui and smiling at them with a salute. However, Yuziko had a flash. A flash of Sin's core in her hand and how smiling at it cost them. Everything. She was doing the one-liner only once she finished the job. With renewed determination, Yuziko slapped her hand on the bomb, leaving a small smudge of blood on it. Before being pulled back by her legs against N, still in hunter mode, and Azui clearly ready to attack. End of the exercise. The heroes win. All Might says with a hurried tone. N and Azui blinked. And suddenly, Uzi got pulled into a hug. Oh my God, Uzi? Are you hurt? N was switching back to normal and Yuziko actually yelped in pain at the fierce hug. Actually, she was a bit hurt with everything that had happened and had a small cut on her palm. Yeah, about that. Can you lift me? I would like to avoid walking, she says with a mockery of concern and fright. Azui gave her a look clearly meaning she knew exactly what Yuzuko was doing right now, by asking Inzuku to lift her like a princess to lean against him. And the frog girl raised a thumb. She was actually nice. She simply had the same kind of switch as En. Good to know, but still. Yuzuko wouldn't like meeting her in the dark. In the control room, All Might was having concerns as Inzuku played the villain perfectly. Way too perfectly. It seemed almost natural to him. He would need to have a discussion about it with him. Especially as Yuzuko was clearly still scared, shivering against him. She would probably yell at him once this had passed. Not to mention Katsuji, who was still a bit scared and now avoiding Azui as if she were the devil. Where the hell did you get the idea of hunting me in the dark like that? Ribbit. Doctor Who. The frog was a few words, not liking to talk much apparently. Katsuji huffed and thought to look up that name later. As Inzuku and the rest entered the room, everyone was now staring at Inzuku as if he were a psychopath, and V growled. It was her job. Her position. So, next villain team. I know I said to play the part, but please. Not like Midoriya. All Might was starting to understand why Aizawa wished him good luck. V was now praying to be selected, to whatever entity was listening. Sadly for her, the author rolled the dice, and they notoriously hate doing something expected. Sato and Tokoyami, you are next. All Might smiled. It should be okay. And the heroes shall be Tabita and Kaminari. Violet raised her hand up, as she was now standing next to an N. N, can I drink a bit? Violet said cutely, her hands joined together, as she almost hid behind her glasses. Pretty please? Sure. Enzuka said, wondering what that was about, as Uzi was leaning on him, and she suddenly had a shocked expression on her face. V smiled before biting softly on N in the neck in a way that made more than one person blush. Hey! Bite me! Uzi yelled in jealousy as V took her fong from N's neck, the young man miming weirdly and blushing. Did it somehow feel good? V caressed Yuzuko's cheek and dropped a quick, bloody kiss on it. Next time it's you. All Might raised a hand, as he really needed an explanation on what the F just happened. Tabita. Oh sorry. My mutation requires me to drink some fresh blood to be fully functional. V said, fakely sheepishly as she looked at her partners in life and liked her lips. So I asked for some. That's all. Enzuku raised a thumb before getting attacked by Yuzuko, who was jealous, but unsure if she was jealous of V practically kissing N like that, or because she would have enjoyed that. All Might decided that he wasn't paid enough for this and wondered if the teacher could give him one of his flasks. He needed a drink. Kaminari felt like a man dying of thirst watching a man drown. Damn it. Two girlfriends, one who was full on gothic emo style, as if she were a queen of the dark arts, and the other was in a skin-tight suit, with warning bands on her tights and her chest. Just like N, she had also asked for a crossed visor. So, how do you want us to do this? The electric man asked before noticing the CC girl with glass was now replaced by N, his wings grandly open. The F dash. Oh yeah, the second part of my mutation. I can turn into the last person I drank blood off. So I propose we hit the sons of beaches from above. V explained with a sadistic smile before carrying the bridal-style Kaminari. Kaminari, who wasn't absolutely blushing at the situation. Do you actually know how to fly? His scream was drowned out by V taking off. She had only drunk one full sip from N's neck. It meant her mutation would only last for a few minutes. So, as much as she would have enjoyed the sky, she couldn't allow herself to waste time. Once she was above the building, she then jumped both feet and dropped like a rod of God through the roof. What the F dash? Sato said, but kudos to him, he was already biting some sugars to get ready for a fist fight. V threw Kaminari at Tokoyami. If he were a creature of darkness, the Thunder Man was a good counter. Hello villains. You aren't facing someone who thinks All Might is the best hero by making everyone feel safe. V loved her theatrics after all. There was a reason she went along with Lizzie's plan for the prom. Well, the first part at least. She dodged playfully Sato's first punch, as her body suddenly turned back to normal, letting her smile, and her fangs appeared. I am more of an Endeavor fan. I want villains to know when they see me. V dropped on the ground and, with her vastly superior agility, climbed on Sato's back. I want them to know they are F. Sato felt several blades on his throat as V went for the kill instantly. You could love drama and be efficient. Shudo revised his opinion on V. She had good taste about heroes. Tokoyami slammed Kaminari into the wall after Dark Shadow broke several pillars, revealing the steel beams inside of it. Kaminari had a strong quirk that would counter him, but Tokoyami was no slouch either and knew one or two things about electricity and how to redirect it correctly. However, as Kaminari fell unconscious, Tokoyami turned around to see V, who had just put the cuff on Sato. Both of V's hands turned into blades, long and sharp blades. Another poet of destruction I see, Tokoyami said as he advanced towards V, to her delight. The bird had guts. How about we exchange some verses? V went for a low stance. She had noticed how Tokoyami stayed on purpose in the darkest part of the room, probably to increase his and Dark Shadow's firepower. When the living quirk actually managed to parry her blades, V felt some excitement. Her blood seemed to boil. So that was what had happened to N. Propelled against a wall, V landed on the wall and used it to rebound faster against Tokoyami. She wanted to take him down. Let's see how he would withstand her onslaught. All Might had his doubts about V. She hadn't really cared about her partner, but logically speaking, Kaminari should have been able to stop Dark Shadow with a powerful alpha strike. The issue was that kind of tactic needed training and trust. He gave a brief look at the murder group, as he was going to call them now. Katsuji seemed like the most sensible of them, the most professional. And she smiled at the screen, a bit condescending. So, Kaminari's performance didn't convince her, as she would have done better. Enzuku was still caring about a moody Yuziko, but considering he didn't check on V, either he didn't care about V, or he trusted her fighting abilities. As All Might knew Enzuku for about a year now and how he cared about everyone, it was most likely the second. On the screen, Tokoyami was slowly establishing himself as one of the powerhouses of the classroom, as Dark Shadow actually went toe-to-toe against V. Well, for an untrained eye, V is going to win this, isn't it? Momo said as she appreciated the fight with an expert eye. Katsuji, nonchalantly, nodded. They aren't on the same level. Each hit is leaving a trace on our bird of darkness. It's losing energy. Azui approved. Thad was wondering, could he actually block those attacks with his manly body? Until now, he had trained by using a machine that threw baseballs at him at full power. It wasn't enough. Ojiro? You said you were up to some training? The tailed man raised an eyebrow but nodded. I will need someone to hit my hardened body at full strength to get stronger. Thad wasn't going to be left behind. Last time, he had been powerless, and behind his smile was anger. Never again. He also looked at Azui and winked at the scary frog. Also, I saw your kicks. I would love to get hit by them. Is he flirting, or does he not understand what he just said? Mineta asked telepathically of Mina, who seemed to know him from before. To quote Yuziko, bite me. With him, both are probable. I would be more on the flirt side. Thad likes nightmarish eldritch girls. Mineta nodded, distracted. But then he noticed Azui, seemingly hesitating at the offer. She was probably very unused to that kind of offer. Finally, his thought got disturbed because V had finally managed to break Dark Shadow, who had retreated inside Tokoyami. The bird boy had wisely surrendered. Heroes win. Congratulations. All Might would have personally docked a few points on V's performance, but clearly, her appearance and her quirk made it easier for her to inspire fear rather than love. Her following the path of the Pillar of Fear made sense. A duo between Enzuku and V would be actually interesting. This fight was interesting. Tokoyami? Good job on fighting as you did. However, I would say that V probably got lessons from a private teacher and a good one. All Might knew his job after all. V's moves seemed animalistic, but they were all calculated behind each of her steps. She smiled tenderly and nodded happily. My dad, Denjiro. He said he learned how to fight when he was at hero school and continued. I am still losing against him from time to time. V pouted on that last part. This actually surprised her friends. So, she was the battle maniac? Always the quiet ones. He should warn Izuku about that. All Might nodded. Another hero he didn't know? It wasn't impossible after all. However, considering V's skill and her strength, he should check on him. This Denjiro seemed like a man who could teach the kids a thing or two about fighting. Time for the third fight. Honestly, you are all acting quite well for the first time. You will see, you will improve dramatically with time and experience. But I will say this. You are more than ready to actually fight some villains. Not the strongest, of course, but regulars? I believe you'd win. Everyone nodded as they were already discussing the various fights. Izuku was already showing the drawing of V's fight against Dark Shadow, pointing out ideas on how to improve the living Quirks' ability so she wouldn't have to protect Tokoyami. Now, the third villain team, Koda and Kirishima. Thad stood up, and the dingo growled in excitement. His three eyes on the left seemed to recognize him, and they started to shine for a second, before Koda calmed him down. Thad had an idea of who the dingo was. Thank God Lizzie wasn't here, or it would have hunted her. Also, thank God they were on the same side. As for the heroes, it will be Ojiro and Mineta. Mineta had his suit modified. No one would have wanted a hero with a diaper. In hindsight, he approved the support corps student who refused that. He should thank her afterwards. Meanwhile, Kirishima was wearing something not unlike an American football player, with the Texas University symbol on it. Texas? Really? My model could have gone pro if he didn't go to the army, Thad explained before cracking his knuckle. By the way, I don't hold back even with friends. Mineta sighed. After all, strength-wise, Kirishima was the only one on par with N. It meant he was probably able to punt him across 2 or 3 blocks. This was a fun idea. Mineta sized Ojiro's tail, calculating something in his head. This could work. Dean is going to be patrolling in the building. He is an excellent guardian. Koda said to his teammate, as he was already hardening with his quirk and was taking out a pillar. Perfect weapon choice. Good. We will defend the bomb. No offense to Mineta, but he would get folded in a fight against us. If he had been the villain, and us the attacker, we would have been in deep shit. Thad accurately said. And Ojiro is fast. Their best bet is to get past us and touch the bomb. Koda nodded timidly before getting slapped between the shoulders by Thad. Don't worry, bro. We will get this. Can you get some rats to help us? Koda nodded, almost blushing as his teammates seemed like everything he wanted. Full of certainty, devoid of fear. I will do my best. But now, a good workery. We are the cool kids. Yuzuko appreciated Thad's over-the-topness. He had been his first crush for a reason. He was kind, cool, and he had this charisma heroes often had. He would certainly be a second All Might in due time. But he is not bad for an idiot. Katsuji said with actually some friendliness in her voice. She could appreciate that in someone. Dean the dingo was hunting. His sense of smell was locked on his prey. The instant they would be in his line of sight, he would stun them and then bring them back to the little master. Sniffing around, the dingo was on the hunt and suddenly felt something sticky on his feet. Did he walk into some crap? Wait, no. It was too squishy. Whoa! The Kennedy howled as he noticed he was trapped, and blinked as he saw Ojiro with Mineta on his back, running in the hallway. Too far to stun them. The dingo angrily made more noise against such a bullshit ability. I'm not going to lie, I was skeptical about your ball being that strong, Ojiro told Mineta, who nodded his head. Don't worry, everyone has the same reaction. The bad part is that it won't be as useful against Kirishithad. Why that? I fully expect him to simply walk with part of the floor attached to him. It will slow him down, but it won't stop him. Mineta winced as honestly, they didn't have that many opportunities to win this. Not to mention Koda is a powerhouse on his own. Thankfully, he is still quite shy. Ojiro pointed out, while hoping Koda wasn't like V, who was all shy outside of fighting or flirting with Yuziko and Inzuku. Thankfully for them, Koda was a very nice person who didn't want to traumatize his opponents and classmates. However, Ojiro and Mineta completely forwent the discretion and any attempts at it as they noticed the various rats acting out as sentries, squeaking when they noticed the duo. So, we need to take down Thad, but we have no realistic way of doing that. I can hit hard, but I'm not sure I can hit that hard. I simply need you to throw me. Believe in me, Mineta said with a smile. With his build, he could never be a hero who inspires fear in his enemies or peace of mind in people he needed to save. However, he could be something else entirely. Ojiro smiled at the small teen, and they reached the top floor. Thad was there, with Koda lifting one pillar as if it were a pipe. So, how do we do this, dudes? Are you coming at me? Passing us? The muscular teen with the positive attitude said, while walking towards them, which turned into a sprint as if he were Conquest being told to slap a kid to the ground. His first swing should have been considered illegal, but Ojiro and Mineta dodged by going low. Both nodded to each other as Thad was already swinging back at them. Mineta took 2 balls off his head. He didn't need a lot of strength. He needed dexterity. A funny thing to know about Mineta was that he was a dart champion back in his hometown. So, as Thad swung, Mineta did something incredibly dangerous and seemingly idiotic as Ojiro threw him. At Thad, he went into close contact. Thad had expected Ojiro to do that, not Mineta. The teen was obviously shaking, but stood his ground. His ball hit Thad's armpits with pinpoint accuracy before Mineta rolled a bit further and watched Thad's movements suddenly become sluggish. Nice move. Didn't expect that. Thad appreciated the idea as it pointed out even more ways he could be taken down. Him or one of his friends. Inzuku was still drawing the fight and he stopped, thinking. Could he break through one of Mineta's ball if he were hit as Mineta managed to hit Thad? Could they be used to stop V's blades? Could it prevent Jay from using her explosions? They should try that one day. However, Mineta was still on his guard because what he had hit was Thad's suit, not his body. It immediately meant Thad could still move, and that now he was focusing on. The disassembly drone discovered what Thad's leftover ability was. The drone had always been fast and flexible, even for a worker drone back on Copper. This carried over to here, and even in this rock-hard form, he rushed powerfully, like a colossus, towards Mineta. Oomph! Mineta felt as if a truck had hit his ribs, before cracking a wall under impact. Thad looked a bit worried. OF dash. Sorry mate, I didn't expect to hit that hard. Don't worry. That's what a bait is. Mineta said, despite being down for the count. Still he raised a thumb. His job had been to slow down Thad for a second. Ojiro had continued to rush toward the prize. Koda tried to raise his fist to fight him, but Ojiro's superior mobility meant that Koda wasn't an effective guard. The young mutant clearly wasn't weak, but he wasn't a fighter. He didn't have the spirit in him. Thad tried to throw his pillar at Ojiro, who dodged with a smile. When the attack was expected and big, it was simple for someone as agile as him to actually avoid it completely. The heroes win. Congratulations. All Might stared at his students in approbation. Remember, strength and destruction are always an asset in our field. However, you will meet people like Mineta from time to time. Their quirk might not seem strong at first. However, they only need to have one crazy ability to be actually terrifying. Mineta was still resting on a chair, with Thad looking over him approvingly. It had been manly to sacrifice himself to let his team win. As an example, I remember that one terrifying villain I have fought had a quirk that seemed very dumb at first, but was highly terrifying. He could control milk. Everyone raised an eyebrow, and All Might became very serious. Do you know how many people take milk in their breakfast? He was one of the most powerful hostage takers that I knew. He could have technically filled my lungs with my own breakfast if I weren't someone drinking coffee in the morning. The realization dawned on them. Never underestimate a quirk because it seems weak in battle. You will always meet an insane person who weaponizes their quirk in the craziest way possible. People with quirks like Mineta's aren't the ones who will beat up the villain, but as a hero, If one of my teammates is the ultimate trapster, able to neutralize villains as efficiently as he did, I would feel way better on the field. Everyone took note, even Jay. It was true she was focusing a bit too much on her explosions as of late. However, as N had shown her back on the beach, she had way more. She could have used a rocket that had lasted for a few seconds. A flash grenade. Even her EMP, with its lasting blue light, would have been actually useful to spot Azui in the dark. Utility. The following match ended quite fast, because of a certain someone with a lot to prove. Shoji and Siro were playing the villains, but they were facing Jiro and Shudo. Can you actually pinpoint them, Jiro? Shudo asked as he remembered how his father looked on TV. He always had sidekicks covering his side, complementing his own skills. The punkette nodded before stomping the ground and got a 3D picture of the building and of their classmate. Yeah, they are there. Why? Because I don't want to burn them or the bomb by mistake and fail the exercise, Shudo said as he concentrated his fire on his finger. Just like he saw his dad do countless times on YouTube. Concentration, precision. Fire was one of the most dangerous things in the world, and you had to be careful when you used it. Endeavor showed that to utmost precision, his fire was so hot it couldn't actually propagate well, as it instantly burned the material, preventing further ignition. Shudo clawed at the building, slicing its front. Only the front. Sheet, he still needed more firepower, but his body could only support that much heat for now. However, if he used his mother's quirk, maybe he could reach a higher temperature? But then again, could he truly attract Endeavor's attention if he wasn't using only and fully his quirk? The facade of the building crumbled in front of him and Jiro. Grab onto me. We will reach them now. Shudo Himura said calmly. Thankfully, she obeyed, and then, Shudo jumped, using his fire to propel himself and her higher. He wasn't at his dad's level yet, able to fly. But one day he would. Shoji and Siro weren't weak, but for the second time in the exam, they were met by an actual good teamwork, which surprised them and hit them fast too. In the end, the only fight won by the villains was the last. Momo and Mina used the building and their quirks to trap the hell out of it. Turu's invisibility didn't mean a lot when Momo created bags of glitter in the hallway, revealing her. As for Ida, being fast and strong was nice. The issue was that Bubei trapping the alleys was the best way to turn that against him. Namely, with Momo and Mina creating a claymore, loaded with sticky acid to make him slip on the ground. Afterward, the girls would jump on him together until he yielded. At the end of the day, students were hurt, limping for some, but all in all, most were happy. The fights had been fun and had given them a lot of thought. With Enzuku's drawings, they could even rethink what exactly happened each time and how they could have done things better. They all began to write down their suggestions about what they needed to complement their suits and designs. As an example, Yuzuko asked for a weapon since, apparently, railguns were a bit overkill. Then she thought about it and replaced that with a license for a support weapon made at home. Once again, she was often annoyed at her dad for being. However, Kan was genuinely a good engineer, and he could probably work with her and Nori on a variant of the railgun that was weaker and more adapted to the heroic job. She could then test it with her mom. Yuzuko was always amazed to see how her mom was good with weapons. Probably inherited that from her. V asked for a pouch to stock up on blood. Yes, she liked to bite and drink from Anne and Yuzuko. But she needed to make sure her hunger didn't get the best of her. Good lord, what kind of mess could she have been if she had been suppressing her blood hunger constantly? All Might smiled as he watched them go home, in his real form. The kids were good. He had faith in this new generation. Even if he was badly injured, he was happy to have them grow in a better world than he did, so they could grow to their full potential before facing trials as he did. Well, he still had to grade their performance now. Power Loader was screaming in despair as he was doing Aizawa's paperwork. Why did he take that bet? Aizawa was notorious for avoiding any kind of risks, anything he wasn't certain of. He should have known about this. He watched the new projects from his first years on the side and approved a few. He liked the idea one of them had submitted to him. Rather than go immediately into creation, they could at first get their hands on broken things to fix them and make them better. This was something he liked to do too. He did things like that too when he had time. Honestly, it was nice to have some sane students for once. In hindsight, maybe he didn't have the girl with enough brains to build a laser railgun. On the other hand, he didn't have to worry about a crazy girl making insane weaponry in his classroom. More drones to repair tomorrow? We will have fun. I think working on what's left of the zero-pointer could be a fun project. Chapter 6, School Life. So, how are everyone's parents? Enzuku asked his girlfriends as they were enjoying a Saturday together. His mom had almost killed him through hugs, as she thought he was simply not interested in romance. Not that there was anything wrong with that, but she hoped for grandchildren one day. Well, the main big difference is that I have my mom, Yuzuko said as she was drinking her own bubble tea with delight. Her other hand was locked with V's hand as a vengeance for not having been bitten during the exercise. As a result, Dad is actually better. He still loves his work indoors, but Mom keeps him grounded. Yay! Enzuko was as joyful as ever as he watched the two women of his life blush together. It was a spectacle he could watch all day. Yuzuko trying to be assured while she was actually sweating, and V being a bit more like at the manor when she was a shy servant. The way she was blushing under her big glasses was just adorable. As for me, they are adorable, dumbass, V said, with clear endearment in her voice, as she held Yuzuko's hands tighter and reached for N's too. They are my adoptive parents, but, well, they are technically villains. But they are as villainous as, well, have you ever watched Phineas and Ferb? Both of her lovers nodded, thankfully. They are as villainous as Doofenshmirtz. Dad works on the side as a gym trainer, and Mom is an ethical hacker. Meaning, she gets paid to breach into corporate defenses. My aunt often hires her because she has issues with rats or something. Nedzu had already broken a sacred vow he had taken years ago for this battle. He had once promised never to drink coffee with energy drinks, as the last time he did, the Australians went to war with their wildlife and lost. Then again, it was Australia, so it might actually, maybe, be unrelated. Maybe. Why did the HPC suddenly have firewalls he couldn't hack? Every breach he was thinking of was already protected. Seriously, how many people did she hire to perfect that firewall? Hinata appreciated her coffee as she watched the rat try the HPSC's new defenses. Yes, Nedzu was technically a good guy. No, Hinata refused to let him access her databases because it was a confidential database for a reason. Why the hell would she let an unrelated person to her organization access her stuff? If Nedzu wanted her stuff, he should work with her, not aside from her. As for me, well, Inko is an adorable mom, and my dad, Hisashi, is super smart. Enzuku explained. It was nice for them to finally have an actual day when they could catch up on what happened to everyone and rest a bit. The last month had been quite eventful, after all. Really, a lot of people from his past. From their past. The three of them didn't need to outright say it, but as they spent time together, laughing, teasing each other, living, they were finally living the life stolen from them so long ago. A life they would be ready to defend this time, more than ever. No more secrets. No more lies. Well, at least among them. While Enzuku wanted to explain the situation to All Might, V and Yuzuko were less enthusiastic about the subject. Namely, they had no evidence to support their story. Why would All Might believe in their story of reincarnation, or them wanting to erase the solver once and for all? As All Might ended his call with ID 0L and Crawler, checking on them, David and Melissa, Yagi felt as if someone said something that was actually dumb. Still, it was fun to know reincarnation existed, and so did parallel universes, thanks to the two former vigilantes. He was also very happy to learn that ID-0L's mechanical limbs were functional. The two vigilantes more than deserved their rest, even as they had wanted to help him against All for One. Yagi winced as his wound ached once again. The price had been steep. However, if he was the only one to pay the price, it was all the better. So, it's confirmed, Uzi? Nori asked her daughter as she was working in her workshop with her dad. They didn't do that as often as Nori would have liked, but it was nice to have them working together for once. You found some others? Yep, but maybe because they were disassembly drones, they didn't have parents, Uzi confirmed as she was working on the energy source of her weapon. She had to admit, her dad's idea of using valves, acting as doors for the power, was genius. Only Thad had his parents, and he was a worker drone too. As for the teacher, I didn't really ask. Nori sat down. Khan and her literally met by chance after all, and until that point, both expected to be alone. Her days as the HPSC's sniper were long gone. But still, she had actually liked the whole lone wolf PRD of her life. She looked awesome on the job. So, if second gen like Uzi had their parents? Nori wondered, was Yevra alive? She could only hope and think of a way to signal to her that she was alive. So, today we are going to draw young people. Midnight said with a huge smile, as all of her students were sitting in front of a small canvas. They weren't going to use big ones because it would be a bit too much for a novice, but who here can tell me why you have? Arts is part of the hero course. And Zuku raised a hand immediately. Because drawing is awesome? Not exactly, but nice try. Yuziko rolled her eyes fondly while V actually chuckled softly. Katsuji simply sighed, exasperated. Because we need to be able to draw criminals if necessary, or a building layout if necessary. This was actually Ida who answered, as he had already had this discussion with his family. Oh, that makes more sense. And Zuku said before getting ready to draw. So what's our first lesson? Free lessons. I want to determine your skills and who needs tutoring and who needs to actually learn how to use a pencil the correct way. Himura, no, you don't hold the paintbrush that way. Besides, it's only drawing, no painting today. Midnight said with an amused smile, as Shuto nodded emotionlessly and put down the paintbrush. It was not his favorite subject, to be honest. And Zuku smiled before taking the pencil and beginning to move on the canvas with ease. When he was a disassembly drone, he liked to draw despite receiving no training at all. This time, he had years of training. Years of practice and passion. He also knew exactly what he wanted to draw. Namely, V and Yuziko, standing up beside him, as he was sitting with his legs crossed, on a sofa. All of them were smiling. Midnight, behind him, and with her mind in the usual place, wondered if he was imitating a certain meme or if he was innocently drawing himself and his girlfriends. Also, why was Jay missing? From the rumors she had gathered, she was part of their polycule, no? Meanwhile, Uzi was drawing N and V as vampires, smiling in a creepy yet stuck way. V took her time but drew a picture from old times. A picture from her nightmare, maybe, but one she felt the urge to actually express, maybe to exorcise it from her. Namely, herself, amidst the massacre of Earth. Her biggest nightmare. The fact that deep down she may have enjoyed it, and that monster was maybe her, and not what Siwen forced her to do. Midnight mentally made a note to check if she was seeing a therapist and to assign her one if not. She was very, very relieved to discover the young girl was seeing one already, specialized in quirks deemed as monstrous. Thank God, if needed, she would have recommended Vlad's. Still, it was funny to see everything they were drawing, as it revealed their dexterity, their skills, but also some of their thoughts. It was her way to see which students needed special help and make sure they got it. Still, it was nice to have them so passionate in her class, as she remembered the old days, when Mike Oboro and she had their fun pushing Aizawa out of his comfort zone. Their young days. She missed them. Remember, young people. I want a drawing of your choice, but I will use it as a reference for my expectations. So do your best because I will know if you hold back. I always know when they fake it. Katsuji gave her a stare, wondering if she was serious, but considering her suits. Maybe? She didn't really want to know. Still, it was nice to enjoy a class peacefully. You are really skilled with a knife, Miss Tabita. V smiled, blushing slightly at the compliment, as she was cutting with precision the carrots for lunch. A lesson Nedzu imposed on the first years. Each day, a different class was assigned to help lunch rush with lunch. Sure, the hero could actually prepare the food alone, but they wanted to make sure all students were at the very least decent at cooking, if only to help during relief efforts. All Might's burgers were still a known delicacy that lifted hearts and spirits, as an example. Thanks, sir. My mom taught me. She always told me about the most important ingredient, love. That's a cute answer. However, the real answer is more passion and skills. Like your friend, young Bakugu. Everyone stared at Katsuji, who was cooking with the book open, following every instruction with dedication. It was precise instructions, loud and clear. Perfectly followed. Meanwhile, En did it more carefully and slowly as he wasn't used to preparing food, and as for Yuziko. Congratulations, Miss Uraraka. You are not allowed in my kitchen until I have understood how you managed to do that on my meat. Lunch had one question. He was very attentive to the freshness of the food. How did it spoil under her hands? Yuziko stared at her hands and chuckled timidly. Yeah, there was a reason why at home, neither she nor Nori was the one to take care of cooking. They didn't know why, but the solver inside of them made any food they tried to cook rot. Eating was fine, but any attempt to process food aside from making the water boil ended in a disaster. As she sat outside, Uzi was nonetheless happy to see she wasn't alone. Ashui was there too. Because of her quirk, her hands were almost always against the ground, and it was deemed a hazard by lunch rush. So, the frog sat this one out literally. So, how are you today? Fine. Ashui didn't say anything else, preferring to open a math notebook, trying to work on it clearly. Good lord. Did Uzi find someone even worse at small talk than her? Nonetheless, Uzi was nothing if stubborn. Do you want some help with that? Ashui stared at her with her big, round eyes, not revealing one thought behind them. The frog mutant was the definition of keeping it simple. The only eccentricity in her clothing was her big, dark green bow tie. Nonetheless, she pushed the book between them. Yuziko smiled at her before doing her best to explain to her classmate the exercises they had to prepare for the next day. Thad smiled at them while helping Inzuku with his cooking. It was nice to develop friendships with other people, but sometimes, Thad missed the others. He missed the friends with whom he could talk about football and baseball. Also, his second regret? No girl of his age. No offense to the girls in the class, but while he appreciated Ashui's bloodthirstiness, he would feel bad actually flirting with her, considering he was mentally older than her. By a lot. Well, maybe in a few years, if she were still free, he would invite her on a date. He could wait, if needed. Besides, he wasn't the only bachelor in their group. Katsuji was in the same situation. This was one of the few things that helped him in his loneliness. He wasn't truly alone. Well, time to get back to cooking. Venom, my friend. You don't put butter after the meat. Otherwise, you will ruin it. Also, while Enzuku had a look that would probably make Yuziko and V bleed out if he were wearing a naked apron, the man was truly a novice in the field. He understood why Katsuji needed some help making sure the idiots weren't fully idiots. Not to mention, they were still in their honeymoon stage. So, this is the famed 1A? I don't see why you guys would be, like, the superior class. The drone gang and Mineta were peacefully eating the products of their cooking when suddenly a group came to them, led by a blonde girl, with what were clearly fake cat ears. It instinctively triggered some of Uzi's bones in attack mode. To be fair, it was the only mode they had, but still. Before she had the time to qualify the newcomer as a female dog, Thad shut her up before Katsuji and V rolled their eyes. Sure, they were the major group of the 1A, but they could hardly speak for everyone. And you are. We are the 1B, the other hero class. Dumbass, it was the blonde girl's companion, a lady with long dark indigo hair with blunt bangs. 2 horns on her hands, her mutation quirk was very evident, but the way she spoke, with a thick Russian accent, made Uzi bonk her head violently against the table, to everyone's surprise. Her friends were here and it was nice. Her mom was here, super nice. Her dad was here, kinda nice. Jay was here, and it didn't impact her mood. The solver Suan was here and it Siki, but she would take 2 solvers rather than them. So, while Uzi was bonking her head against the table, the girls presented themselves. Reizo Minoma, but I prefer Lizzie. Leader of the 1B. V did a spit take as she said her name, but more importantly, her nickname. Oh god. Now, she was fearing the name of the indigo girl. Doll Tsunatori. I accept doll. Thad smiled at them with a charming smile and winked at them playfully. Some friends. The name is Eijiro Kirishima, also known as Thad. Lizzie and Doll had the decency to actually freeze on the spot. Mineta took the opportunity to imitate his friend. Thad, please, don't forget to introduce your friends. Mineta? Considering how close they are probably together. Thad wanted Mineta to avoid a situation where he would only embarrass himself. Thankfully, Doll and Lizzie nodded quietly, making Mineta sob silently, as once again he was shot down fast. Thad slowly comforted with a pat on Mineta's back, before continuing. The girl bonking her head is Yuzuko. Now, Lizzie was looking purely murderous at her old nemesis. This idiot was the reason they all died. Before, it was a matter of pride. Now it was personal. The name is V. I date these two. Please don't be hostile. V tried to say as she was on friendly terms with Lizzie, but Doll glared at her, making her scream very slightly, and this time, Yuzuko growled. It was her robot. As for me, I am Inzuku. I am happy to meet you. The first chance we get to crush you, we will. Lizzie growled before pointing at V. Except this one. She is the only one who has the potential to join us. Only after I am done with her, Lizzie. Doll still had a grudge, but on the other hand, she had things to discuss with Uzi. Thankfully, no one should be able to speak Russian, aside from her and Uzi. Hey Uzi, is it here too? She obviously spoke of the solver. Uzi groaned but nodded. Doll approved of her groaning. Well, at least she knew Uzi's dad was here. There couldn't be that many cons with a specialty about doors, and with all probability, her mom too. Doll might not like Uzi a lot, but their moms would be happy to reunite. Finally, she still had a vengeance to take against the solver. The idiots in front of her were the only people who could help her. Style, she could punch them in competition at school. However, before they could say anything more, two giant hands grabbed the idiots and bonked them on the head. You stop looking for trouble or I'll kick your asses again. Itsuka yelled at the two popular girls, who winced at the impact. Uzi decided she liked this ginger girl. Don't mind these idiots. I just hope for a friendly rivalry between our classes. Sure. I love doing anything. Enzuka said, and Yuzuko had a terrible idea. A very wonderful and terrible idea. You know, and you should even play the villain against them if we have a fight. Katsuji stared at Yuzuko and whispered, Oh, you sly corporate spy who works for the HR. The two girls stared at N, all smiles and sunshine, but sheepish. But Uzi, I am not supposed to do that. We have no issue with that, you know? Do your worst. Dumb face. It was hard to be angry at him. N beamed happily, I will. In hindsight, Lizzie and Doll should have expected something when Uzi went into one of her dark, long and evil laughs. Nedzu wondered if she was somehow related to him as a result. The students were still wondering how the teacher seemed to appear out of nowhere. They weren't sure if they were simply unable to perceive him or if he was trolling and testing them by teleporting. Aizawa adjusted his glasses on his nose. His quirk dried his eyes after all. It would have been illogical not to have some glasses made to help fight against that, by easing the burden on them. So, today is the class election. First, we designate the candidates, and then you elect them democratically. He wasn't going to let them do it as if they were amateurs. Because yes, there was a difference between an anarchist and an anomist. The first considered that no one was above anyone else, while the second wanted the absence of laws. The distinction was useful. Besides, Aizawa could hardly enjoy his own coffee if they were arguing like idiots, and it degenerated into a full-blown battle among the students. Enzuka thought about it and decided not to present himself. He wasn't really a leader, he was more of a follower. Well, of course, it should be I, Katsuji, who should be the class representative. As one of the top students, one of the strongest and the most deserving of leadership. I vote for the next candidate. Enzuku, V, and Yuzuko said immediately, cutting short Jay's speech and making her red with anger. They could actually see some smoke coming out of her ears. Hey! We are kidding, Katsuji, V said. chuckling softly while Yuzuko gestured that in her case, she wasn't exactly joking. All of her friends and acquaintances in Yuzuko's case just gave her a stare, clearly meaning they weren't going to let her be a leader for a moment. Well, I was thinking of presenting myself. Shudo Himura stood up, fired up all of a sudden. If he remembered correctly, his dad had been his class rep 3 years in a row. He should begin to shoulder responsibilities right now. Ida and Momo, understanding the momentum was getting taken, raised their hands, ready for the fight. Good, for candidates. Meaning we will do it in 2 turns. First turn, you have to hope you made a good enough impression on your classmates. Because only 2 will go on to the next turn. The one with the most votes becomes the class rep, and the second becomes the vice rep. Any questions? No one raised their hands as the situation unfolded. It was time to vote now. The current candidates are vastly different from one another. Straight and serious but overbearing Ida. No offense to him, but teens were not always fans of rules. They understood why they were important, but they also needed someone with the needed flexibility. Shy but smart Momo, they thought she was also doing her best, clearly. She simply was a bit too wet behind her ears, probably due to being coddled in her childhood. Sometimes, children had to make mistakes to learn things, after all. Jay, abrasive, haughty, but who constantly thrived to outdo everyone. Sure, she had lost against Azui, but at this point, no one wanted to meet Azui alone in the dark. More seriously though, while she seemed a bit aloof, she was highly respectful of order and followed instructions to a T. Himura's demonstration during the heroic exercise also left a big impression on everyone as he and Jiro were the fastest in their exercise. Precise and powerful. In the end, Momo and Ida were defeated in the first round. To be fair, they weren't bad. They were simply not yet people's people. Hey, don't worry. At least it means you have more time to do what you prefer to actually do. Jiro said, hiding a smirk as she upheld her head with her hands. For the love of rock, she couldn't understand why someone would tie themselves to a position, even if it had powers. She preferred to be free to do her own stuff. I didn't see it like that. The most powerful should protect the weaker. That's how I was raised. The Yaoyorozu were one of the richest and most influential families in Japan, but they were also behind a lot of societal programs to foster a better reputation for mutants, for example. And, following that logic, Enzuku should be the class rep. However, he is not suited for the position. Yuzuko joined the discussion with a smile, balancing on her chair. She liked Jiro's aesthetic, and while she wasn't an adept of night core, she recommended a few metal bands to Yuzuko. That had been enough for the purple gremlin to add her in her friends list. What about you? You could have presented yourself. Momo still remembered how Yuzuko had acted during her own exercise after all. Her performance was only second to Shudo's. Nah. I am too subversive and badass to be an official leader. I am too dark for that. V gave her girlfriend a baffled look, clearly asking if she was serious and considering Yuzuko's smile. I'm dating a dumbass. Sorry V. Enzuku said with a smile before head patting her. This made her either purring or growling, depending on who you asked. V bonked her head against the table. I'm dating two dumbass. This made a lot of students chuckle during the small recess. Bite me. After school, with pleasure. I am sure Enzuku would also love to join. Ga. It was also highly fun to see her favorite gremlin fall from the chair as she noticed V liking her lips in anticipation. Enzuku sighed but smiled at her nonetheless. This idiot could make her melt any time with such an attack. Adorable idiot. If the flirting is done, people, let's move on to decide who will be the leader between Himura and Bakugo then. The teacher didn't ask. He stated, merely and purely. Of course, it should be me. I am used to leading people and to accomplishing my goals. People know they can trust me because I never lie. Katsuji said, lying as a marketing director, explaining how his aggressive campaign was perfectly fine. The legal team were obviously totally exaggerating their claims of potential extraordinary fines. I prefer to let my actions speak for me, rather than honey words. Shudo took some words from one of his father's interviews, knowing it was the best solution. Endeavor was the best hero, no matter what anyone said. And Zuku, not knowing why, felt the urge to punch Shudo. However, he simply voted for his old leader on instinct. Nonetheless, in the end, his vote was useless as Shudo won by a few votes. Katsuji would simply be his second in command. Welcome, sidekick. Remember, you said anyone beating you technically had the right to give you orders. Shudo said with a very, very small grin. Ribbit. Azui realized Shudo was right. I hate you all. Except the ones who voted for me. I did. No prize for guessing who said that. You don't count, you are always nice. Jay said to N before the teacher took out the chalks. Suddenly, the classroom turned silent. No more talking. Better. Since we have some time before going to the support department, we will use that time to study the difference between cops and heroes. Everyone groaned slightly as they hated that. The teacher hated it too. Mineta walked up to Jay as they were marching towards the craziest part of UA. Namely, the place where the insane were sane and where chaos was a constant. The support department. So, not too depressed. But I have to admit that usually I would ask Zuku or V to cheer me up, but she pointed at him as Yuziko was holding his and V's hands. They liked to switch who was in the center. Mineta nodded. Yeah, being a third wheel wasn't fun, and intruding on other people's time was rude. That's why I am talking to you. And me too. Thad appeared quickly, and Jay smiled. The midget wasn't a drone, clearly, but his heart was in the right place. Was he still sometimes checking the girls out? Clearly, but he had the merit to do it silently and not overtly. She blamed hormones. However, Mineta and Thad were nothing but supportive, always there to cheer her up, including her embarrassing defeat against Azui. Right now. Thanks guys. Simply, I kind of need a win. I am a winner, or so I thought. But recently, I keep either losing or being second. It bothered her a lot. It made her feel inadequate again, as if everything she was doing was only a cosmic joke to torment her. She wanted to do her best, but as time passed, she wondered if her best was even close to enough. She should be better, faster, stronger. If it can console you, according to my contacts, one of the supporters is a cutie, Mineta said with a comforting hand on her shoulder. Karishi Thad was kind enough to lift him up for that, even if he looked ridiculous. However, the ridicule cannot kill, as otherwise, Mineta would be dead for a long time. This actually perked up Jay as she stared at the midget, who apparently was making a database of every girl in school. Very creepy, yet corporate. The man would be an excellent support in the long run. Details? You asked for a black-haired girl with a bow tie? There is one in the support department. She is considered a bit crazy, but the good kind. She likes guns and has a British accent, somehow. Mineta was simply remembering what he had read. N and V, to Uzi's confusion, materialized near him, suddenly very interested, and Jay caught Mineta by his shoulder. Midget. Her name. Now. Her face was devoid of any color because she tried her best not to hope. She didn't want to hope. It was so hard to have it back, only for it to flicker away. Her emotions kept doing roller coasters and she blamed human hormones. But, despite her intellectual reasoning and very possible realization, she needed to stop hoping so it would hurt less. Her heart was pumping enough blood to make a vampire crazy. So, Mineta gave the name. Yuziko was as surprised as everyone else as suddenly the three drones passed by Power Loader and the teacher, both bickering about the paperwork someone had to do. Katsuji was lifted by AN who sparked some energy, and V had gone full feral cat, going as fast as possible. The three of them weren't going to be deterred by anything. There. Jay pointed out that her peripheral vision was one of her best assets in battle. Adding to that, she was also trained in speed reading to allow herself to work even better. Bonk. The lab's door exploded under impact as the three drones crashed into it, making the student, who was working on a destroyed robot from the entrance exam, jump off her chair. Ayas! The black-haired girl, who wore a weird combination of dreadlocks yet with a bow tie, stared at the intruders in her room. She, in fact, pulled a support tool which was totally not a gun modeled on a Colt, and aimed at them in reflex. Who are you people? She was panicking a bit due to the surprise assault, but didn't expect the blonde pigtail to cry almost immediately upon seeing her. Was the threat that scary? Also, the boy had the decency to actually lift the door back into place. Nedzu had commissioned doors that could be easily reinstalled if the situation occurred, or rather when considering the amount of explosions in the place. V was the only one not too overwhelmed by emotions, so she inhaled to calm herself down and faced the inventor. Hello, Tessa. V. Several blinks and a gun that was slowly lowered later, her big green eyes stared at the trio that landed in her room, and she let the gun hit the floor. Guys? I am so sorry, Tessa. So sorry. I didn't mean to. I never wanted you to die. Katsuji tackled her former mistress, and totally not a crush, on the ground, crying every bit of water in her body. It's okay, Jay. It's okay, Tessa said, before hugging her back, holding her dearest against herself. She wasn't crying. She wasn't crying of joy. She was a dignified young adult and, she was crying with her drones. Her family. Because after all, they were a part of her. On the door of the lab was written, Hatsum Mesa, future CEO of JC Jensen in SKAC. Chapter 7. Breathe in, breathe out. Enzuku and V were smiling kindly at Katsuji, cradling against Mesa and still crying while apologizing to her. Yeah, she was the one who had it the roughest after the gala. No offense to Tessa, but Jay was simply a bit too attached to her. Meanwhile, V could still carry on with hope because she had N. As for N, Hin, in her sick mercy, actually shut down N's consciousness when he was doing untasteful things or resetted him afterwards. Jay, meanwhile, had pretty much given up on everything. She had lost the most important person in her life and Cian loved to have fun with her. Her brand of fun. It may have been why N's optimism angered her so much back in the day. The couple of disassembly drones let Jay have her special moment with their former mistress, who cuddled her tenderly. Mesa was surprised to see them as humans, but now she was told who they were. Well, it made sense in a way. N was still as sunny as usual, and V was still her adorable, dorky librarian. As for Jay, well, Mesa actually liked the pigtails and her uniform a bit decontracted, as if she knew she was the boss. That it's okay, Jay. I know it wasn't your fault. She had roughly 1 decade or 2, maybe, to internalize this event after all. That and also, I am here as always. I wanted to tell you that every time Siwen brought me up, that was really weird. Weirdly enough, it didn't calm Jay as she continued to cry. Part of V wondered if she wasn't using the situation to stay really close to Tessa. She could let her have that, especially as she was taking pictures to immortalize the moment. Or have blackmail materials. Same things, to be honest, when you were old friends such as her and Jay. But how? Tessa had a legitimate question after all, but it wasn't the right time to answer it yet, namely because a lot of people were approaching. Yeah, long story. How about we tell you everything later, and we present you to everyone else? Like Uzi. Uzi. V and N's girlfriend, a gremlin, Jay said while finally getting off Tessa and helping her lady to rise on her feet. Wait, what? Okay, that one was new to Tessa, but she decided to have her fun and take N's pinchable cheeks and toy with them. Our N is actually a lady killer? Oh my. Of course, it was the moment the people chose to open the door and see a Mesa in her top, modeling her body, close to Enzuku, and clearly seemingly flirting or teasing him. Mineta checked another box on his list. Only one more, and Enzuku officially has the harem infinity gauntlet. Uzi turned toward Mineta, burning with anger and the need to hit something hard. The midget decided very wisely to hide behind Thad. Uzi, who turned toward her drones, Jay and Mesa, smiling as coldly as possible. However, I do want an explanation on why you are touching my Enzuku. Tessa looked at Yuziko from bottom to top, judging her. She wasn't letting her drones be with someone she didn't approve of. So, she released N from her embrace and got close to Yuziko with a smile. I am an old friend of his. I have every right to hug him if I want. Same for V or Katsuji actually. Oh, another love triangle? Mina wondered out loud, focusing fully on the situation. In the background, Power Loader thanked Aizawa for passing the drink as he needed one. Freaking teenagers and their relationship stories. They weren't that bad when they were young. And they had midnight in their class. Bite me. And you don't get to tell me it's N or V's job. This joke is getting old. Yuziko, like an adorable goblin, is trying to be a menace to the support. She didn't expect to get pulled into a hug either. I knew they had good taste, but I wanted to be sure. This time, it was Katsuji who was growling. Mina was already pulling out a notebook to try to make sense of the relationships in this group. Kids, calm down. You will do that on your own time, after school. Aizawa said calmly, as he didn't want to lose more time than necessary. Uzi was trying to escape Tessa's hug and was failing, as her friends were laughing. Tessa sat down in her chair as N was making tea for everyone. Good Lord, she had missed his tea, the smell, and more importantly, the taste. My lady! N was still having a lot of old habits after all, as he poured a cup for everyone. Except Uzi, who got a cup of coffee with some cream and a smile drawn on it. She took it, still looking sad but drinking it with delight. So, Uzi and Thad? Tessa asked as she pointed to the two former worker drones. I vaguely remember the purple one. I could sometimes see when Sin's embrace was weaker or I was used as a cover. Suen's embrace? All murder drones were actually a bit surprised by the choice of word. It seemed almost nice. Believe it or not, it was actually kind of nice inside of her. It was when I was yanked violently on the surface that it was painful. Tessa explained as she purred with delight, enjoying N's tea after so long, while petting AJ who was resting against her. Adorable. Okay, that's weird but okay. So, Uzi, I met N and the others on Copper, we fought Sin and we died. That was the really short version. Uzi also stared at Jay, with a look clearly meaning she was doing her a favor by leaving out the part about Jay working for C. Katsuji had the decency to give her a thumbs up. She knew her place. And Sin? She died too. Considering what my mom told me, however, Sin had to switch bodies a few times since she appeared here too. However, her core always managed to escape. That's like really bad. Tessa knew that at the very least. She didn't want to remember that she technically caused the end of the world when she fixed Sin. The robot had been such a cute gobber. When did everything go wrong? Was she that angry at humanity? That much of a monster and they all failed to see it? As for me, I am Thad. I didn't have epic powers like Uzi and the others, but I am here too. Thad also had to explain his presence after all, but now, I am like the second strongest physically speaking with N. Try to think of him as another N. It's pretty accurate. With more self-confidence. V explained as she had Uzi on top of her knees, drinking her tea while hugging the moody purple-haired girl. As for me, I am Tessa, N, V and J's former mistress. Tessa explained, and Uzi was trying her best to remember that the real Tessa wasn't the one from Copper 9 but the one from N's memories. At least you have taste in weapons. Yuziko said tentatively, as she saw Tessa's gun. Apparently, she managed to pass a gun as a support item because she constructed it. Yeah. But I am not satisfied yet. Ballistic weapons are fun, but nothing beats a good old laser rifle or a railgun. Tessa said, sighing as suddenly, she had Uzi's interest. She liked big guns? Oh, what's the issue? The power source and how to control it. Making a rifle that shoots once but hard is possible, but I want something that can be useful on the ground. One shot every once in a while only works for a sniper. Not in close combat. You would need to be really bad at close combat to get hit by such a weapon. Tessa explained, massaging her eyes as she had so many nights on the subject, alone. Ignoring Jay's nervous laugh about what she said. Uzi and V, however, didn't miss that and smiled at her devilishly. Did you hear about the girl who blew up a zero-pointer with a gun? That's how I got the idea. God, I would love to speak with her. Tessa groaned, wondering who said insane woman before noticing Uzi's silly smile, as the coffee cream gave her a mustache. I am kind of a scientist myself. I would be more than happy to share blueprints with you too. Defoe, out of this body. My second issue is also getting parts. Tessa wondered if she had just found a new best friend out of nowhere. Yaoyorozu can create them, and in the worst-case scenario, ever heard of Khan Corporation? The insane door maker. Also my dad. Weirdly good engineer, as long as it's door-related. But the point is, I am loaded. V, you have very good taste in a girlfriend. She tastes really good too. En said, stunning everyone as he sat near her. What? You should tell her that more in private, En, Tessa said, chuckling, Thad approving as he sighed. He felt even more like the third wheel now. Oh, he was happy Lizzie and Doll were here, and this Tessa girl seemed nice. However, considering how Jay was currently being with Tessa, he wouldn't be surprised to see something bloom in the following weeks. No, he didn't need to actually date someone. It simply felt weird to be the one left out. Before, he had Jay as another lone person. Not anymore. Still, he could feel happy for them. He would, Thad thought, train more to avoid being caught too often in the sugary mood. Tessa laughed as suddenly, she no longer felt alone, stranded in a strange world without anyone, and only her knowledge of another world. Getting Icegade Esigi when you weren't overpowered. Or didn't get a power boost from your former life like her drones, goddammit. All Might was happy to give some training to young people, even if it was in his skeletal form. Namely, it was nice to train with Enzuku. While Yagi was weaker in his normal form, he was still no slouch, and the purpose wasn't to make the young man increase in strength now, but actually to help him moderate the power Enzuku could use. Currently, the young winged man could use some sparks, increasing for a small instant his real abilities. However, while these bursts could surprise a lot of people, it still wasn't enough. Adding to that, while Enzuku had fantastic instincts, it was never a bad idea to give more formal training to someone. Right left. Toshinori said, sitting on the side, as Enzuku was currently hitting targets thrown at him. For a very obvious reason, All Might didn't do boxing lessons with his heir the usual way. He liked not having broken bones. So, instead, they were working on the burst thing. Namely, training the young boy so he could do more of them, until one day, he can simply stay fully active in this state. They thought about creating a permanent state, using a few % of one for all. However, with Enzuku's reflexes, the burst idea was working way better and allowed him more flexibility. You are doing great, my boy. Yagi was happy to see him so focused on his lessons. Sure, Enzuku was always focused on them, but recently, the boy's high spirit only increased. Maybe it was because he had so much to protect? Thanks, All Might. Enzuku said while punching faster at the different targets. Left, right, down. Wing spin attack. Are you trying to make sure you can impress your girls, young man? Toshinori wasn't above some teasing after all. This actually surprised Enzuku enough for him to get hit in the face by a clay target. Thankfully, he had used another burst of energy to defend himself, and no harm was done. Nice discovery. We will need to train your defense too. Also, All Might, it's more I need to make sure to be as good as them rather than anything else. Enzuku tried to explain sheepishly, while his idol nodded, I don't want to be left behind. I want to stay with them. Note to self, send a message to his parents, as a teacher, to warn them to teach the young man about the bees if it hasn't been done yet. As long as you and the girls are responsible, I am happy for you. Thanks, All Might. Also, yes, I have to be strong enough to protect them, just as they would protect me. Not standing alone but with your friend, is that right? Enzuku smiled while nodding vigorously his head, flying a bit to sit next to him. Yagi had his face when he was thinking about the past. I wish I had that option back in the day. That was my issue, you know? Most of the people strong enough to stand by my side were born too late. The old hero sighed. He was in his late 50s, and while he had friends, they weren't strong enough or adapted enough to fight against All for One. You didn't have a team? I mean, everyone knows about David Shield and you. I speak about people who can fight alongside me on the front line. I only had 2 of them. One of my worst enemies dismembered one of them, and the other almost died in the same fight. Still, thanks to them, I was able to defeat said villain. All Might explained, as Enzuku was thinking about it. There was a reason why V and J trained as hard as him. They didn't have the solver regeneration anymore. If they were hurt, they would bleed. It wouldn't heal like before, pretty much instantly. Yeah, I think I see your point, Enzuku said, sitting by his mentor. All Might had way more experience than him on the subject after all. But you don't have to fight like me. You have your own brand of heroism, Enzuku. Have your friends, protect them and be protected by them. He took the opportunity to fluff Enzuku's hair. Thanks, All Might, Enzuku said with a smile. He didn't like hiding things from him because the blonde hero was always there to boost his morale or simply be there to speak. Also, I can see you are hiding things from me, young boy, All Might said, making Enzuku stare at him with big, open eyes. Everyone has their secrets. I simply want you to know that I know, and I will wait for you to be ready to discuss them. This might seem dumb, but All Might often saw how Enzuku seemed guilty at times. Guilty about something? Like a kid who stole candies from a shop. The #1 hero didn't see what could make him feel like that, but considering Nezu's investigation and Naome's quirk confirmed Enzuku wasn't a secret villain, the offspring of All for One, or even the secret heir of a Yakuza clan. It was simply something weighing on his mind, and he could do his best to alleviate it. Thanks, All Might. I will tell you if it becomes necessary. However, it's something my group and I have to deal with. Ah, so they did know each other before coming to school, and their reunion was a pleasant surprise for them. Do not worry, Enzuku. I am always there for you, my boy. All in all Might felt like a good uncle, and Enzuku felt just so much better, as if everything was going all right after speaking with him. Enzuku! The tall, balding man opened his arms to greet his boy with all of his might. Dad! En happily obliged, even using his wings to hug his dad even better. Having an actual dad was also a fun experience for En. Namely, a parental figure he could relate to and who was concerned about his well-being. Sure, Hisashi wasn't often there, but when he was, well, En was very happy. So, how is school, Enzuku? Both of them always took the time to speak with each other after all. Healthy communications, sharing hobbies. Simply be with one another. Very fun. I made a lot of friends after all and, well, En still hadn't said anything to his parents about V. It was a very recent development after all. Did you make the young Uraraka cry? Hisashi was a bit worried. Khan was a good boss and a good man. However, he had 3 berserk buttons and everyone at work knew about them. Doors, Nori and Uzi. Oh no. She is actually enjoying it too. Simply, we aren't a simple couple anymore. Enzuku tried to look away, as always when he was uncomfortable. Good lord, it was so easy to spot when their boy was lying, such as when he swore he didn't stay up late to see Santa. Explain. Hisashi needed to know if he had to plan how to relocate them. We have another girlfriend? Her name is V, and Uzi also dates her. En tentatively explained, wondering how his parents would react. Surprisingly, Hisashi simply shrugged. As long as you make them both happy and both of them make you happy. And as long as you wait after you get a job before giving us grandchildren. Inko yelled from the kitchen. Did she want to be a grandma? But not yet, thank you. Mom. And almost blue-screened at the idea. Uzi, close to him. Had he still been a disassembly drone, he would have needed a lot of oil to avoid overheating. I will join your mom on this, Enzuku. I trust you, but you are also a teen. Your girlfriends too. Besides, when you are as young as you are, no offense, but relationships might sometimes not pan out. So, take your time. Hisashi said to Enzuku, who suddenly began to understand a bit why Uzi was often grumbling about Khan and Nori, even if having 2 girlfriends is something that gives you ideas. And I will go to my room, thank you, Enzuku said with a smile, not wanting to discuss that with his parents. Not to mention telling them he actually knew them way longer than they might think. So, it was nice to have parents, even if they took the teasing sometimes a bit too far. Then again, it was probably better than what Jay might suffer if Mitsuki ever learned she had a crush on someone. No, he wasn't telling on Jay. It would be bad. Hisashi laughed as his son was hiding in his room. Finally, a moody teen. He looked through the doorframe to see his love of his life. So, how do you feel about organizing a dinner with my boss, his wife, and our son's girlfriend someday? I would love that, Inko said from afar, as she pulled a file she was studying. Nori Uraraka. Prime suspects in a lot of cases involving the HPSC, but all of them were suspiciously dropped. Now, all she had to do was check on this V. Surely, there wouldn't be any weird links, right? Dad. I simply have a girlfriend and a boyfriend. V sighed as she watched her dad putting on his fighting gloves. The one with extra weight in them to right-hook anyone who needed to be knocked out. And I just want to talk with that boy. He didn't want to simply talk with that boy. N is a good guy. He overheats every time I flirt with him. Good lord. Protective much. Denjiro didn't need to be like that. I won't let any boy jump on you. Denjiro was very serious about his duty as a father. Dad, considering N, Uzi, and me, the most probable is Uzi and me jumping on him, to be honest. V jumped playfully on her dad to climb on him and rest her head on his strong shoulder. It always calmed him after all. This time was no exception, and gentle criminal decided not to put a certain boy 6 feet under. Fine. Denjiro, hurt our daughter's boyfriend, and you will sleep on the couch. Manami had no issue threatening her husband, especially to protect her daughter's love. V raised both thumbs, the small woman smiling at her for a second, before returning to her computer to work a bit. Fine. What do you girls want to eat? Denjiro said as he walked, V still on his back, to the kitchen. It was the man of the house, and there was nothing manlier than taking care of his loved one and making sure they ate the best things. Or making sure they could rest in a clean house. His girls giggled and he smiled. Truly, his life was the best, ever since they walked in his life. But he was serious. If needed, he would put anyone in a coffin. Tessa, or rather, Messa as most people called her now, smiled as she was texting Jay. Funny to think her drone now had a family of her own. As for herself, she didn't know how to feel about her current situation. The Hatsum weren't great people. They were criminals and as a result, they were met by something called an angry endeavor who burned through the roof. She still remembered that day, especially as she had been starving for 2 days. The number 2 had saved her and brought her to Nedzu to be in his care. Something about UA having a program for the children of criminals and making sure they never follow their parents' path. So, no parents. But considering all of her parents were assholes, it wasn't a bad thing. However, she had a crippling issue with loneliness as she felt way too mature for the other kids in the same program. She took care of them, like a big sister, but she couldn't really call any of them a friend. That may be what caused her to go in the support course, to support and help people, while avoiding putting herself at risk again. She had tried, once or twice, to put herself in an action track for young heroes. Every time, she froze as she remembered the gala turning yellow, and remembering the words, "If you can see this, you are in range." Now, however, she was in the support course, with people she actually could relate to, and was still the same sunshine as always, if not more. Learning he wanted to be a hero to protect everyone else wasn't a shock, and always loved to protect everyone after all. V being a killer was a bit more shocking, but Tessa actually agreed with the small one with ball for hair, always beware the quiet ones. Especially if they had been put through a genocide or 2 and developed a small, sadistic side to cope with the pain. Her wanting to be a new endeavor made Tessa hug her. This actually explained why Jay had been so jealous. N and V had been there for far less longer than Jay. She had been Tessa's confidant for so long, being able to speak with her every day, without having her parents over her shoulder, grilling her for spending more time with barely sentient toaster, rather than the perfect suitors and playmates they choose for her. She was happier in this life. Way happier. Still, it was quite strange. While she remembers seeing going on a rampage at the gala, Tessa could only remember a weird feeling after she had passed away and got stuck inside. She didn't have any other words or an explanation. Maybe these solver things could actually interact with souls. She would need to speak more with Uzi on the subject and try to make a Faraday's cage so she could show her more on the matter. Anyway, she could send more otter memes cuddling each other to Jay now. Also, she couldn't wait to go with her to watch the remastered movie of the Madoka anime with her this weekend. Jay did something she never thought she would do in a million years. She thanked Uzi for her ideas for a date with Tessa. Okay, the gremlin was now teasing the sheet out of her butt. Jay, for the first time in a long time, actually felt well. Not just good or okayish. She felt happy, as a small tear actually went from her eyes to her pillow. Tessa's memes were silly, but they were evidence that it was real. She couldn't understand why she was given another chance. First with N, then V, and finally Tessa. Katsuji smiled in bliss. But then a dark thought. Her happiness and theirs were all threatened. However, this time, she wasn't possessed and her body wasn't corrupted by a demon. Her flesh made her stronger and goddammit, the Bakugas didn't raise a quitter. She would burn anything that might threaten her life. So, the first angels are finished, Alice? Garaki asked his assistant, who constantly grunted. He could actually understand why, considering she wasn't really willing in her cooperation. The first angel is duck. Mind you, I don't exactly have the best materials. As for the second and the third, they are mostly ready. I know, believe me, Garaki said, but he raised his hands to both appease her and make a screen appear. On it, a small child, sleeping peacefully, but just so you know, I am keeping my word. I am still developing a cure for him. How am I even supposed to believe you? Alice wasn't happy about the situation. Awakening in this world had been weird enough, and initially, she would have been more than happy to simply be a doctor and get a ton of money. Getting PRNG with Bo, and she knew it was her Bo, had been a miracle. What she hadn't expected was that Bo was born with a defective quirk that made his body constantly need body part replacements. So, well, Alice was caught by All for One and Garaki after one too many patients she had killed for spare parts. In exchange for Garaki's promise of curing her son, she had to be his assistant in creating the angels. Something had apparently been telling him about her expertise on disassembly drones. Something none of them should have known. I have managed to make the pain go away. I am also working on a way to transplant a quirk into him without making him brain dead. People who could support a second quirk without going dumb or crazy were only a few and far in between. Basically, you needed a quirk neither too powerful nor too weak, but also to be an adult and a trained one. Bo's quirk was hurting him constantly, as his body was eating itself to try and grow. The issue was it was defective, and the energy consumed more than it generated. Curing it was a challenge, especially as All for One didn't want to take it. After all, they weren't sure if it was fully Bo's quirk or his drone gift. Not to mention that in AFO's state, there was a number 0 odds the quirk would try to cannibalize the demon lord's failing body. Even the solver didn't want to touch the kid, fearing it could impact his body. Garaki, as a result, enjoyed the challenge. However, he had enough tact not to tell Alice he was helping to cure the child because it was fun. Hippocratic oath? The old man tried as an answer as why he was helping, making the former drone groan even louder. Garaki, we both violated it so many times it doesn't count. Alice said, but she saw her son sleeping peacefully. He was alive, and she had no issues with becoming a monster if it meant he stayed alive and well. Garaki sighed and put on another board. Listen, I know you don't trust me, but you know I respect your expertise. From one unholy maker of abomination to another, I swear I am actually trying to save your son. In fact, I am currently trying to slowly downgrade a regeneration quirk I took from one of my Numu to make it into a temporary quirk. Alice was smart enough to follow his thought after all, and she realized his plan. To train his body to accept it like a vaccine? Exactly. It might take a few years or even until his PBR2I. However, I think it might work as a treatment. It's your best shot at the moment. Fine. Did you at least make a copy of that quirk? Because if I remember well, it's on the Numu planned for the attack by the young prophet. She sighed as she didn't trust the nut job to do a job without screwing it up. She had a few won loose, but even she found him insane. Of course. I said I was going to cure your son, and I am doing it. Garaki said while making a mental note to check if he had indeed made a copy of that quirk. He was roughly certain he did. At least one of the angels is ready to go with him. S is still not fully broken, maybe because he was already an adult. Alice pondered. Garaki nodded as he hoped the attack would bring him a few good quirks. As for T, it's the opposite. He still has trouble with the concept of collateral damages. Not a good one for their plan. You always had a good pool of talent after all. Chapter 8, To Whom We Pray. Everyone, get into the bus. Himura said, as the class began to enter it. Uzi couldn't help but find it weird that the driver didn't get on top of it to drive. Different world, different rules. Their bus didn't seem sentient either. At least, it was comfortable. Teacher? Wasn't this a lesson with all might? Kaminari asked as they noticeably didn't have their muscular favorite teacher. Yes. However, considering the individual, he probably found trouble on the way and couldn't overlook it. Aizawa said, while taking a couch for himself, resting as much as he could. Monitoring first years in their first rescue class was always tiring. Especially because very often, kids would want to play heroes and do something cool, but also very dumb. Rescue was an art, and it was 13th's and his duty to teach them correctly. I can't wait for us to see all the rescue places. Enzuku said happily, before having Uzi rotate him on V's and her knees. Fluffing times now, while a lot of boys in the classroom groaned at this totally unfair treatment. Either that or pure jealousy. Katsuji was also very happy as she was texting with a passion, Tessa, planning where to go with her. You should ask her to see a movie, Mineta said, popping his head near her. Now used to Mineta's help and surprise apparition, Katsuji answered with a playful flick on his forehead. Already planned. We will go this Saturday together. But thanks for the help, midget. Jay wasn't one to forget people's help, and Mineta kept his promise to her. Hey, I might ask for some help if I ever find a nice lady. Both snickered in a friendly way. Meanwhile, Thad was engaged in a battle of power and respect. Namely, he was in a staring contest with Himura, wondering when Shudo would blink. He was a tough opponent. The only person who beat him currently at it was Azui, but Thad wasn't even sure she could blink. However, Himura had been staring at him since they sat in the bus, and he was more than happy to accept his challenge. It was the manly way, and he would face Himura. Meanwhile, Himura was actually pondering if Thad's transformation could resist his fire, and also how he could ask him to join his training session. While he still disliked Enzuku somewhat for not taking things seriously, he appreciated Thad's motivation to improve himself, not wanting to stay still. Meanwhile, Azui watched the situation and ribbited quietly as she was reading some books written by rescue heroes on how to handle a good rescue. She wanted to make sure she got it right. All in all, the group was having fun. Aizawa, your class seems to have a good lot of fun. 13 said with a chuckle behind her huge suit. They are kids. They should enjoy it as long as they can. They don't know when that can end. The teacher answered drily. He thought everyone's words, he said, as he still remembered his own past. Back on Copper 9, he never amounted to anything, often forgotten and ignored. Even when he tried to do right by the students by pointing out to their parents some of their issues, he got yelled at. Having a second shot at life, as a human, made him determined to do something about that. He had wanted to make something of his life. It had mixed results, to say the least. When the students arrived at the USJ, they understood how much Nedzu put effort into providing the best environment for his students. The place was an architectural marvel and clearly one of the cornerstones of UA High's hero training program. It was a fully immersive disaster training dome, designed to put them through real-world scenarios, with increasing intensity and situations. It was more important than what people could think, considering quirks were becoming stronger with each generation, and each became more and more diverse. Spanning numerous specialized zones, each area within the USJ replicated a specific type of disaster environment, all meticulously crafted with state-of-the-art simulation technology. Thanks to David Shield and a few others on that matter. These zones included the flood zone, a partially submerged region complete with artificial currents, sinking ships, and rescue platforms perfect for aquatic quirk training and flood victim evacuation scenarios. Very important when kaiju quirks were fighting in the sea, creating small floods as an example. Or, more simply, because Japan had always been exposed to such a risk. The mountain zone, jagged cliffs, rocky inclines, and simulated landslides pushed students to navigate unstable terrain while coordinating team-based rescue efforts. Once again, it was important considering the number of mountains in Japan and how you needed to be able to dig people fast in dangerous places. Ruin Zone, crumbling buildings and urban debris challenged heroes to locate and save victims trapped under rubble, ideal for structural collapse and post-villain attack training. Even with All Might, attacks were still frequent. Everyone remembered the trigger eruptions a few years earlier. Fire Zone, controlled blazes, high heat, and smoke-filled chambers to put students' composure and flame-resistant skills to the test in realistic inferno conditions. Fire could easily erupt in the most unexpected way. The very purpose of the place was to make them true heroes, who could rescue people in danger. What was the use of being a powerful combatant if you couldn't fight for those behind you? While a lot of people gave flack to Endeavor for sometimes destroying a bit more buildings than he had to, he was also known for actually making sure no civilians were in them. There was a reason why they liked to actually invite him for second years. "Welcome to the USJ, kids," 13 said happily. As for her, the place was her second home. She spent a lot of time there, teaching the kids. Thankfully, she was called only in case of emergency, with a warper from the HPSC. Aizawa stretched a bit and checked once again his gear, before turning to his students. "So, as long as All Might isn't there, we will divide the class into two. One with me and one with 13. Remember, today is an introduction to rescue. We do not expect you to be top tier already. However, you need to remember something very important, something I expect you to hold dear in your heart." This was probably the most words, outside of Aizawa teaching laws and ethics, anyone ever heard from him, and the murder group actually listened even more intently than before. "What do you call a dead hero?" "A martyr." And Zuko tried, wondering about the point. They were heroes. They were supposed to save people at all costs, no? Someone who died in the line of duty? Himura's answer was the best answer according to teacher, even if it was still wrong. "A true hero?" Sato answered, flexing his impressive muscles. "A weak speech?" Katsuji said with a smirk, confident in her ability not to die. Aizawa stopped the answers by shaking his head, and for once, emotion in his voice. "Regrets. A corpse. You can't save anyone if you are dead. You can't be sure they will be safe either. Stay alive to make sure you save as many people as you can. Don't be idiots." Actually stuck a bit with the students. Then, all lights exploded at the same time, plunging the dome into semi-darkness. The teacher and 13 had the same reactions. "To the doors. Now." Sadly for them, the attackers actually had a plan. Instead of aura farming their opponent, they blocked their exit by appearing in front of it. From a huge black gas emerged, fast, a lot of villains, probably small names or new, as Aizawa recognized none of their faces. Disposable cannon fodder. Then, fashionably late, came four beings. The first one wore a strange priest outfit, covered in hands and symbols he couldn't really see from where he was. The second was clearly the enemy's warper, his head made of the same kind of dark cloud as the portals. The third one was a huge, hulking monster, his brain visible but encased by some kind of glass. Obviously, his exposed weak point was actually protected, and Aizawa wouldn't want to fight this in close combat. The last one was the most intriguing, as it was clearly a female being, small, with rabbit ears, but clearly exuding strength. Her limbs were also as white as marble, but clearly, it was metal. She was covered in a pale metallic sheen that covered her entire body, accented with dark grooves that ran down her thighs. Her upper torso was suspended by a thin ball-jointed mechanism that connected to the upper base of her legs. She was staying close to the priest, seemingly praying. It was hard to see her eyes because of the white veil covering the upper part of her head. It still left her unhinged smile visible for all to see. She was clearly demanding blood. "Be honored, small ones. For you will all ascend. You can either submit peacefully or be conquered." The priest exalted, joyfully, as the white nun with him began to sing, loud enough for everyone to hear somehow. "We pray to thee, O Lord of Ash, liberator of our lowly past." As he speaks, we all exult. True to purpose, nullus vult. Link to the song. I vibe a lot to them while writing. I recommend highly. Good songs. How about you go F yourself? Katsuji said. Something was crawling on her back and raising her arm. Instinctively, she gathered her explosions. Imitating her old missile attack, the explosion flew to its target, the criminal leadership. Numu blocked the attack. The negotiations failed. Kurogyri, dispersion. The priest said, still weirdly happy, as if he had wanted any opportunity to kill people. The giant black thing moved fast and took the hit, raising the dust. Kids. Quirks authorized. Remember what I said about dead heroes. The teacher yelled as the criminals were now rushing them. He promptly switched his usual glasses to his protective ones. The first villain to reach him had a chainsaw for hands. Aizawa reached for his support tools and shot him. The villain discovered that being tossed wasn't a nice feeling. Still, even with him deactivating villain's quirk, they did something very simple to prevent him from being able to stop Kurogyri from warping his students somewhere else. Namely, throwing a smoke grenade at him. Not every plan has to be an insane genius plan in 555 steps. Sometimes, the best solution was the simplest. Uzi. V. Thanks to them being close to him, and was able to fly before Kurogyri engulfed the other students for the warp. From above, they had a good view of the field and noticeably Aizawa tossing villains left and right, and when necessary, using their own strengths to throw them down on the ground. Using a scarf or a tool like that would look cool. Then, the first mutant with enhanced strength would use them to grab him. We agree, it's going badly, right? N winced at the situation, and his girlfriends nodded. Then, they noticed 13 in a bad position. Namely, she was scared of using her quirk against the villains. As the students didn't know her quirk, they couldn't know why, but they knew the teacher could handle themselves. 13 never thought she would have to thank her students from the bottom of her heart when she saw an angel of death land powerfully on a dinosaur mutant. A guy with an electrical quirk tried to smite him, but he got met by the Dark Queen's, Goblin, considering her size, powerful slap. 13 wondered how someone could slap so hard that it created a small shockwave. She almost got attacked in the back when she was saved by the vampire-like student who jumped and high-kicked the criminal in the face, with a smug smile. Sensei, stay behind us. Yuziko commanded as her team surrounded 13, and then she smiled. Enfi. I don't think we have to hold back. Both disassembly drones smiled as they could feel the battle rising in their blood. You don't help them profit? Kurogyri asked as he lit a smoke to his face, asking his protege. They won't last long like that. I don't give a shit. They are fodder for a greater cause. Numu is here to destroy any real threat, and in the worst-case scenario, we have the angel. Tamura explained, taking his time to watch what was happening. He wanted to study the fighters to deal with them properly, efficiently. What about the other students? One of his prerogatives was to actually question Tamura's plans to help him discover weaknesses in them. They have interesting quirks. If the villains bring them to me, they shall be rewarded. But they got sent away to avoid unknown variables. Only Banal and 13 are of real interest. However, these three, they are valuable. The high-end Numu nodded, wondering when Tamura would decide to unleash Brainless. He wouldn't like to be one of the students. Meanwhile, the angel kept singing her hymn to her Lord, to the one real truth of the universe. It was a hymn for what was coming, silencing what was left of the person she had been before her ascension. Flood Zone. Shudo was stretching as he was done, Sato, Toru, and a few others clapping after seeing his prowess. Until now, they thought Shudo could only generate fire. However, as soon as the villains began to do their villainous speech about drowning them and stuff, nice argument, but consider this, Himura said, unleashing his right side. No need for control, he only had to let his cold overflow the lake. Instantaneously the ice ran rampant on the body of water, deep veins of frost spearing deep into the lake, freezing it solid. The villains now encased in ice with only their heads exposed. Bro, that was cold, Sato said before slapping the class rep on the back. Himura nodded, and Toru smiled at him, not that he could see it. I would even say it's cool. Thanks. However, we need to get them out of the ice. Then we neutralize them and we join back with the group. Shudo said, assuming the leadership. Then, the students discovered that ice was actually quite slippery and hard to walk on. Just as many that are just learning to ice skate, they fell on their backsides a few to many times for comfort. Oopsie. Fire zone. Dodge. Mineta yelled as a villain tried to attack Momo in her back. The midget answered by throwing a ball at him, pinning him to the ground. Momo answered then in unison, with a heavy whack with a steel rod against the villain's head. Enjoy the concussion. Thanks for the save. The two of them didn't land far from each other, and as a result, they decided wisely to stick together. Eat. It looked like a giant land shark, with a small collar and a name written on it. Apparently the villain was called Fedge. You know, I kind of hate these kinds of dumb generic villains. Mineta couldn't help to notice, as they fought even more fodder. Before Momo and he could react, Jay arrived from the left and hit with a double explosion to the face of the bad guy. No hesitation, pure violence. No one harms any coworker of mine. It's against regulation. Especially when one of said coworkers is on the board. Jay said with anger in her voice. It actually reassured Momo and Mineta as Jay pointed in a direction. Others are this way. You regroup and hunt the remaining villains. I need to help the dumbass left in the central plaza. Momo was going to say something before Mineta grabbed her hand. That bad, Jay? That bad. If you see Thad, send him our way. Katsuji always had good eyes, after all. She hoped to be wrong about what she saw in the priest. Really wrong. Then, you get outside and you warn the academy. Yaoruzu, I am sure you can create some explosives. Blow a hole in the wall and then get the F out. We need rescue. Meanwhile, as a good manager, she needed to make sure her subordinates didn't face troubles they couldn't handle. All Might felt something was weird when it was the fourth cat stuck on a tree, the sixth purse snatching, and the second attempted murder with a truck against a totally normal Japanese student. Weirdly enough, the two drivers swore they simply worked for the same company, Sika Inc. His guts were now telling him to rush the USJ, but also to keep some endurance. Because if he reached the place but turned back into a skeleton instantly, it would be like, how to die like a FING idiot without a brain 101. Netsu, I need transport or something. He said on the phone to the principal. I have sent Snipe with your car to your position. Does he have a license? He claims to have learned how to drive during the Third Emu Wars. God damn it, Netsu. Ruin zone. You know, I almost feel bad. Setting up his rifle, the member of the Hatsum family was one of the few professionals on this job. Namely, he was planned to see if the villains didn't manage to capture Aizawa or 13 and if they also didn't tire fast enough. Why that? Next to him was his partner, a villain with a francophone and a noticeable French accent. Specializing in close combat, especially as his quirk allowed him to create a small psionic field on the edge of a blade, he was supposed to take care of any student unlucky enough to find him. We are traumatizing a young generation of heroes and crippling their future. What if, one day, we actually need them to save us? The sniper still loaded the anesthetic bullet in his rifle. Are you pulling my leg? The Frenchman raised an eyebrow at his friend, who let a huge chuckle out. The Frenchman smiled as he had fallen for that one. I almost believed you had a conscience for a second. No, more seriously. I have several bullets, and considering how good the kids are, I think we are getting a good bonus out of them. The angel, the tiger, and the slapping one. Both let a chuckle out at the idea of getting a good bonus. Then a noise came out. Chris. Apple. Sauce. The fighter actually immediately grabbed his axe and threw it at the noise. When it hit, he activated the return function on his axe. The good thing about being a professional and having money was having gadgets, after all. Heroes weren't the only ones allowed to have nice things. The axe came back in his hand, untouched. Get ready to shoot. The axe didn't hit. There was no blood on it. It means whoever that was, they were fast. Then, the weird tapping noise began as something dangerous was clearly crawling toward them. Golden eyes suddenly glowed in the dark. No one hurt Brother N. Not in my presence. Hun said, letting one of her many sprawling hands catch the Francisque easily, angry giggle. She said with a glare as she pulled herself into the light. Thief, are you? The Frenchman quickly produced a second Francisque and then a third one, advancing to deal with this threat. Always prepare a few spare weapons. Danger, Cian answered with venom in her voice, before jumping with all of her might. The villain was ready to catch her mid-jump with a swing, but didn't expect the girl with a ribbon and far too many hands to teleport and keep her momentum. He got hit on the side by a powerful kick that sent him stumbling. Bang! Cian almost blinked as pain irradiated from the bullet shot by the sniper's pistol. Anger was on the man's face, as she had hurt the one person he called a friend. Also, this kind of situation was exactly why you always kept backup firearms. The Frenchman nodded his head as he felt a few ribs shift in his bad state. That girl's strike was no joke. I can't shoot if there is a fight nearby. Easier to take you out, Beach? He still got grabbed by the feet by two of Cian's many hands. The tight grip on his ankles was short-lived as the sniper was thrown up against the ceiling. In fact, her hands grabbed both of them, throwing them both into the walls and ceiling repeatedly. She held them up in the air for a moment, looking at their bruised and broken team. After the moment passed, the silly reincarnated drone slammed them into the ground angrily, lashing with all of her might. Don't hurt anyone. She wasn't letting anyone get hurt anymore. She had spent a lifetime jailed in her own body, a cute meat puppet for the solver. Never again. She had so many lives to save to compensate for all the deaths because of her. She heard a bit too late the last click, behind her. Namely, a chameleon heteromorph, whose job was to stay silent if the duo was attacked. She tried to blink out of the gun's range, but she knew it was at best a lucky try. If she could barely ignore the pain of one bullet, a second one, it was going to be bad. It's wrecking time. Thad came from the wall with a smile. Turned out that a gunshot and the fight made a lot of noise, and the former worker drone was kind of used to navigating through ruins. The old bunker was nothing but a giant ruin if you thought about it. The chameleon shot at him, and the bullet simply stopped against his body's protection. Initially, Thad had thought of simply blocking projectiles with his manly body. However, he quickly saw how reflected projectiles could be a danger to other people. As a result, his protections actually had non-Newtonian liquid-like qualities. It didn't stop the impact, but definitely stopped the bullet. His body could take the damage. His fist met the hitman's face with so much power that it left an imprint, especially as he smashed it into the ground. Cian promptly smashed her own villains harder, while putting her hands, the real ones, on her wound. Ribbit. She wouldn't get one-upped by anyone. It was her fight. Oh, game on. Thad always welcomed a challenge after all. Wait, no, don't do. The criminals didn't have time to say much as they got hit even harder by the two dumbass. The only reason they stopped was when Azui tried to laugh at the stupidity of the situation, but ended up yelping in pain. Yeah, bullet wounds actually hurt a lot. The villains being unconscious, Thad did the only manly thing to do. Help his friends, who grabbed his arm. Can you keep it secret? Sheepish face. Cian had kept her old tics of saying her current mood, especially as her frog face wasn't the most emotionally expressive. The pleading tone in her big eyes. Supplicating. Erg. Thad had never been good at saying no. Just so we are clear, we are both from Copper 9. Cian riveted in affirmation. A small part of Thad's brain was more than happy about that. More friends. You will explain everything later. Then, I will decide what to do with Ernand M later. Fair enough. Cian nodded, hoping she could convince the muscular rockman not to tell them about her. If they could simply think of her as dead, it would be better. She didn't deserve happiness after everything she caused. She should stay gone and help as many people as she could, sneakily, for she had been a naughty girl. They are almost done with the villains, Prophet. Kurogyri obviously stated, as he wasn't sure his charge was actually watching the fight. I saw, Tamura answered, before thinking for a moment. They are interesting. They are the trio from Copper 9, fighting together and covering each blind spot. It was clear it wasn't their first fight together, as a team. The Dark One was their control center and their leader, issuing orders and making sure to stop all villains before they broke their formation. The Danger Cat was a bit messy and enjoying herself, but she was doing minion clearing, beating to a pulp, fast, all of the weak enemies. The strong or enduring ones. They were met by the Angel of Death. With bladed wings. Just like the scriptures. I shall put them to the test. Numu. The undead raised his head, finally active. Attack. Target. These 3 kill. Kurogyri, you are to deal with 13. The angel looked eager but continued her hymn. She hadn't been ordered yet, after all. Angel, if Numu is defeated, you are to attack but not kill. Tamura smiled as he hoped Numu would be defeated. If he was right, and he was often right on this kind of thing, it would greatly increase the church's firepower. Grawa. The mechanical rabbit let out her rage as she wasn't authorized to lash out yet. Meanwhile, Brainless jumped with enough power to almost make one of Tamura's hands fall from him. Hey, we are doing pretty well. Enzuku said with a smile, as they had almost cleared the plaza. The teacher clearly knew one thing or two about fighting, and while 13's quirk was apparently useless, or too dangerous, for the situation, the trio worked perfectly together. It was as if the cogs fitted together, anew. You should be careful about saying things like that, Midoriya, 13 warned, as while she wasn't the best fighter, she had enough experience to not tempt fate. It's a bad idea to say things like. 13 wouldn't finish her sentence as Kurogyri suddenly appeared out of the ground and grabbed her by the leg. Miss, you are coming to the VIP zone. People, you might get her back if you manage to survive. You have my sympathy. Kurogyri sounded actually apologetic, as he didn't really want to do that. However, he was forced to obey, for it was his main function. The triumphant trio would have loved to intervene, but something stopped them before they could actually act. Namely, in the air, barely had the time to put his wings in front of him as a shield. Then Numu smashed him with his mighty fist into the ground, with enough power to actually make Yuziko fall from the tremor. Agrew! Numu pounded his chest, as if he was a gorilla, unless he was accumulating more power by hitting himself and stocking more shock inside his body. His lifeless eyes locked into V's scared eyes. V barely managed to dodge the punch with sheer instinct. She jumped far enough to be safe from a potential second hit. The only reason the punch didn't hit her was because Enzuka blocked it by punching a brief second with a spark of one for all, goldening his body and his damaged wings, some blades distorted. Coughing some blood as the hit had been simply that strong, Enzuka grabbed evenly strong Numu's fist and used the few remaining good blades on his wings to try and cut. This wasn't an enemy he could afford to go gently against. V was most likely of the same mind, or she was simply enraged to see N bled to protect her, and jumped screaming in rage, her hands turned into 2 long swords, ready to cut anything. Numu screamed when their combined riposte cut off his hand. V didn't miss the opportunity and stabbed him with her tail. The nanites weren't as potent as in her past life, but they were clearly useful. The sting never reached the monster's skin as he grabbed it before it made contact. V barely had the time to register the pain in her low back before being slammed in the ground, Numu using her tail as a handle, vigorously whipping her about. Nobody touches them but me, assholes. Yuziko yelled as she tapped Enzuku, a brief eye contact enough for them to transmit their idea to each other. With his mass increased to his limits, and his gravity redirected, Enzuka fell with a terrible strength on the monster, all blades out. He spinned, as if he was a chainsaw, and in a way he was one, ready to cause a massacre. Numu released V to try and grab N. Thankfully, Numu's shock absorption didn't work well against cutting power, and his thick dark skin was sliced open as N lacerated the monster with the full intent to murder him. The thing's blood shot into the air with each swipe, Enzuka becoming a living tornado of blades as he made good on an old game he used to play, Rip and Tear. A golden-tipped slice to the gut let the disassembly drone broke open the flesh and slickly brown organs fell from the beast. Spinning again, he used the break as a weak point and bisected the torso. Vertically. Covered in blood, Enzuka barely managed to land correctly on the ground, as Yuziko released her quirk's effect on him. Quickly, the Mistress of Darkness rushed toward her friends to check on them. Her worries were clearly palatable to anyone. Guys, what the hell was that? Are you okay? V was slowly getting up but not too fast as she felt several bones cracking. She yelped. I'm not sure. Didn't get hit that hard since that one time with a bus. But I am clearly going to rest for a few days. Yeah, I am not excited to... Crap baskets. Enzuka looked scared and the girls groaned loudly and angrily as they knew exactly what was happening. Numu was pressing both of his halves together and now his body was slowly regenerating. It was bad. Really bad. Considering the situation, Yuziko knew what she had to do. Can you occupy it for 15 seconds? V's tail slashed the ground around her, to get ready to fight. You won't get much more. Enzuku groaned and began to sparkle like a golden angel. He had to push himself to his limits. But you know us. We are ready to do everything we can to get through. Together. The cute ménage à trois smiled at each other. Numu, now healed enough that he can move and heal at the same time, clapped his hands together to create a shockwave and send his targets away. He didn't expect En to do exactly the same. With enough strength to actually crack his hand's bones, as he began to overuse one for all to match his enemy. And as a result, creating a bigger shockwave, especially as his ate the Numus. Nonetheless, the waves cause chaos. V, to protect herself nonetheless, used a knocked-out criminal while drinking a bit of his blood to regenerate herself. His blood tasted like crap, especially compared to En or Uzi. Still, it was a good way to get the boost needed to fight a bit more. Let's dance. The cat of death went low, as the hulking being couldn't deal with her while Enzuku attacked from above. Years of working together as killers, it really helped to perfect teamwork. Numu still repelled them both, using his incredible strength. Nonetheless, the former disassembly drones were more focusing on taking the heat than actually trying to kill it, as the beast was clearly some kind of bioweapons. Impact and cutting edge striking against the skin that seemed, all of a sudden, more durable. The beast had been created to fight people like All Might to a standstill after all. But suddenly, Numu raised his head, as if he felt the air shifting weirdly. It tasted almost electric. The undead lost his focus for a second. Suddenly it saw it. Pure unadulterated death. A small dark bubble with a purple glow. On it was written null as Yuziko could barely hold on to her attack with her hands, even with all of her concentration. She was going to feel the ping for a long time, she was sure of that. Hey, you gross bird, bite me. She flicked the doom ball, as the solver symbol on her eye flicked purple. Numu would have tried to dodge it if not for two things. 1. Enzuku using his wings to their limits and splitting in two his left Achilles heel. The second, when V did the same with actual chainsaw hands, to make sure he wouldn't be able to dodge. Numu couldn't dodge as the null met his body. There was no blood as he died, his upper torso vanishing into nothingness. And be gone. Yuziko yelled, tired as hell, as the null took almost all of her stamina. The teens, among several unconscious bodies and the teacher finishing the last stragglers. Everything was well. Praise be to the Lord. Tamura said with joy in his voice as he walked down the stairs, looking at the people below him, for I have found some lost lambs. How about you? V following swears were censured by the multiverse censorship as Tamura giggled. The teacher reloaded his taser and shot. Tamura flicked his hand and the bullet stopped midair. Blocked in strange gray glyph, the same color as the solver symbol on his eyes, as the hand on his face fell. On it, the solver symbol was carved in his flesh. Not even his mother could love a face like his. Lord Solver will be so happy that I will bring him 2 of his wayward angels and a sacred host. Following that, Angel Arya ran all the way down and kicked Enzuku in his chest. The green-haired teen flew and fell in the lake. I won't kill you, V. For old time's sake. The angel said with a terrifying smile, which contradicted what she just said. V, Uzi and the teacher, battered and tired, were now suddenly feeling despair. The situation became all of a sudden without any issue. Now, let us bring back the flock to the Church of the Void, so we can bring the exponential end. Chapter 9, Like a Prayer. Drones weren't really friends with water, even if they could withstand rain and even a brief bath, only specific drones could work in water. And, even as Enzuku, inherited this dislike of water and had to work hard to learn how to swim. In addition to that, his pain radiated from his chest. In fact, he was almost out of air because of it. Thankfully, his wings didn't allow him to fly like a bird. It was more something redirecting gravity, not unlike Yuzuko's quirk, with a propeller inside of it. Besides, Enzuku wasn't a stranger to pain and fighting with grievous wounds. His adventures on Copper 9 trained him quite a lot for this. Water erupted as he emerged from it at full speed, and he saw the teacher trying his best against a Tamura who was obviously trying to grab him, to do something, while using his solver to parry the teacher's bullets. The bullets were gliding, deviated by the mad prophet who constantly lunged at the teacher. Thankfully, while hand-to-hand wasn't his specialty, Aizawa still had something called a mean right hook. The real issue was V and Yuzuko trying their best against Arumi. The angel's leg strength was simply off the chart, almost on par with the Numu, to be really honest. However, while the Numu was an idiotic beast of pure strength, Arumi knew exactly what she was doing. She made sure to parry V's tail and dodged with speed and unnatural grace her blades. Uf-dash. If I weren't injured, it would be a fairer fight, V said, panting, before doing a cross-block with both arms as the double kick launched her backward. If Uzi hadn't been behind her to catch her, she would have been sent flying into the forest. Increasing her own gravity, Uzi managed not to get thrown back as the vampiric girl slammed into her body, but it had hurt severely. V wasn't weightless after all, and their only saving grace was Arumi playing around with them. Explanation? She is a drone named R. We were actually good friends back on Copper. We often had contests about who could kill the most drones in the earlier days of the cleaning. V explained quickly, catching her breath slowly. She is right. Loved doing that with her. The close combat sessions, Arumi said with a stuck smile as V groaned, Uzi looking puzzled at her girlfriend. It was a really close combat session, Uzi. Not something else. Only because you were so focused on protecting the puppy boy. Arumi snarled, her eyes betraying some frustration. I wanted them to be the other kind of close combat. Okay, so that's why she kicked in. She is simply jealous she didn't get any from you. Uzi snarked like a good gremlin. Yes. Well no. Goddammit, it's easier to. If you say, assimilate then explain, I am going to levitate you to the moon, Uzi warned the metallic rabbit of doom, who snickered. To kill, then explain. I am not Dash. Scream. Arumi felt her servo motor and the special ceramite skin made by Garaki and Alice crack under the fist, firmly planted in her thorax. The claws in her feet grounded her as she could feel N's punch trying to destroy her upper parts with sheer force. The golden retriever-like ex-drone being, for once in his existence, furious and serious. She answered the blow with a headbutt. N's own head met hers in a violent blow that created a small shockwave from where they met, destroying the ground around them as the fountain cracked and water sprayed onto the shattered concrete. Aryu then raised a leg, the front ceramite plating sharpening and turning it into a giant edge to cut him in half. The angel barely had the time to use his own wings to stop the roundhouse kick aimed at his torso. Sting, sting, sting. Correction. To slow down the attack, as his battered feathers weren't strong enough to block the angel's attack anymore. Falling back was the only option, but Arumi grabbed him by the neck to prevent this. Summoning his golden bursts of one for all once more, Enzuka punched the torso of the angel again and again, not even trying to keep her alive anymore. Yet, she still smiled as her torso began to crack, letting some purple blood seep through the cracks as she was getting closer and closer. Who was going to kill the other first? A bullet from the teacher suddenly flew from his gun as he was battling Tamura. He had noticed the situation, and he had to help in any way he could. So he shot, hoping this barely aimed pot shot would touch its targets. Tamura took the opportunity, and the solver appeared in his eye. If he was right, the apostle was too weak to summon her own. A null was the solver's most sacred ability, but one of the most tiring. He was totally unable to summon one himself. But such a young apostle couldn't possibly have much strength left in her after such a feat. There was a reason why he used the Numu as a sacrificial pawn after all. Uzi saw the bullet and how the mad zealot redirected it to hit her boyfriend. She tried to summon the solver again, but as her eyes reddened in a bloodshot, nothing happened. Tamura was right about her endurance. Even half of a fallen is useful, Aryume said, as she had only promised to keep V alive. This purple human too, as she was clearly a potential host, and there weren't a lot of them. Also, she was totally jealous of N getting V's attention, even back when they were disassembly drones. She would have enjoyed a violent makeout session with that murderous drone before, if it wasn't for this insufferable buffoon. The bullet flew. It dug into Enzuku's ribs, stopping on the metal-like bone, and for a moment nothing happened as the boy recoiled. Then the bullet let out a high-pitched sound as an electroshock was emitted from the meta. His body stopped as violent shocks were spread through his body. Aryai went for an axe kick to the ex-drone's head, aiming to get rid of her biggest annoyance in one go. Die! Don't touch my F-subordinate, you harassment liability, Jay said as her missile, used before she actually spoke, hit her target. Namely, Aru, who had the expression of a rabbit in the middle of a crossroad, observing the truck coming for its adorable face. The shock was pretty much the same, especially as Jay didn't even bother to question anything. She just shot, and shot. Rockets flew into the scene and cracked the air and concrete as the Solver's Battle Bunny got a true stress test for their new skin. Jay! 3 voices called out as the most logical of the group had joined them. I said we were in this together, Fortessa, and everything else. Jay said, still perfectly in shape and healthy. Then, toxic yellow lights emerged from the angel's mangled body. Several words appeared on the ground and on the unconscious bodies. If you can read this, you are in range for matter collection. I am still blessed, Aryumai said, pure joy in her voice, as several metallic crab-like appendages emerged from her back. Her insides were more cybernetic than pure flesh, which explained how she could still be alive despite the damage she took. The air screamed, and the drones had to cover their ears for a second, as the angel stabbed a few unconscious bodies. The villains then promptly screamed a few seconds before their death and their body got esigi into the crabs. Close. The process didn't last long, but when the scream ended, Aryumai was back as new. Praise to the solver and its blessings. Tamura giggled manically before getting punched in the face for once. A lucky hit from the teacher before he got his hands grabbed. Thankfully, he could still deactivate Tamura's quirk. It didn't need to be a genius to deduce it was a 5-point quirk. However, he wasn't really keen on discovering what it did exactly. Time out. The F is going on with him? V asked, still getting her breath back, and trying to get N up with Uzi. This actually made the rabbit of death groan. Religious nutjob. We went from corporate to religion. She paused for a second, as if trying to find a good point for Tamura and actually remembering one. He is weirdly good at writing hymns and songs for me to sing. She admitted with a nod to herself. Jay tried to process the whole thing for a second and then decides to say F it. She shot another missile and Aryumai cut it in half. She did have better reflexes after all. Jay barely had the time to react when Aryumai charged at full strength, punching her in her stomach with a manic smile. Jay could feel something break as her guts got forcibly rearranged as if she was a mix-and-match doll. Never mind. We back in business, speech? The reconstituted rabbit said as she bounded at the blonde woman with all intent of shearing her in half with her legs. 13 was down one arm. Literally. In front of her, her enemy was not even taking her seriously as he stared down at the arm he had just cut off. If it can make you feel better, I take no pleasure in this action, my lady. The undead butler wanted to clarify the situation. In fact, he hated it. However, he was unable to control his body. All for One had asked the solver to do him a solid and make sure his personality was both aware and unable to act against his orders. The solver found the idea hilarious, as he had done the same a few times with the drones. Doing it one more time? It wasn't that hard. You cut my arm. 13 yelled in pain as she tried one more time to turn Kurogiri into dust. The Numu simply warped behind her, far enough into safety. My orders were to bring back enough of you for my masters. I think an arm is better than captivity, especially considering who I have to serve. However, Oboro was nothing if not a troll when he was alive. Creative orders, as he liked to call them. Sensei, down. 13 was still lucid enough to obey the strange order. Either that or it was the shock and the blood loss that made her faint. The second option was the most likely, to be honest. Shudo promptly attacked Kurogiri, who simply casually warped the flame. Then, the high-end pointed 13. Child, you should rather focus on your teacher. My cut was clean, but she is losing a lot of blood. So you can either focus on stopping me or save her. Coward. I prefer the term efficient, Kurogiri said with a sigh at this angry youngster. Nonetheless, as he walked into his own misty portal, the undead was happy to see the young man actually work on cauterizing the wound in a way to reduce the blood loss. He simply had to make sure she would stay alive a bit longer. Thank God for the small mercy, the young bicolor-haired youngster had his priorities straight. The scene on Thad's back barely kept her pain in check. Now that the adrenaline was down, she actually felt the pain. Taking a bullet had been a beach, to be honest. Thankfully, Thad knew the basics on how to treat such wounds. Something about avoiding people getting hit in his place. The rock man smiled at her, as much to keep his cool as to reassure her. Don't worry, I am sure everyone is okay. Am not sure. And the others are in danger. If what I am feeling is correct. Scene had been the Solver's host for the longest after all. She had a special sensitivity to them. She even felt the Solver regenerating someone through matter collection. She could do that, theoretically, but she didn't want to kill, ever again. Except the Solver. Thad could feel her shaking, and it wasn't because of the pain. It was because she was utterly afraid. All he knew was that she was a former drone and knew more than him on this Solver bullshit. Considering the timing, it wasn't the best time to have more information, especially if she didn't want Ernand M to know she was alive. You should. Leave me. Join them. Scene felt Thad assert his hold, making her stay on his back. I won't leave you alone. Besides, I know they will be all right. Trust them. I will go at full speed to join them as soon as I know you are safe. Surprised, blinked, but nodded. It wasn't as if she could actually move a lot in her situation. Ribbit. Exactly. Was it bad if she appreciated being held like that? It made her remember the manner, before she lost control, to the Solver. It made her remember being cared for. Something she didn't deserve. She felt guilty for feeling somewhat good. How about you all surrender? I have to bring you alive, though not necessarily in one piece. Besides, even if your spirit is commendable, we both know the Solver favored you. If you join us, I am sure it would give you a position immediately. Ayumi said, while liking some blood from her bladed legs. She was, very honestly, enjoying the sound of her own voice. Not to mention, why are you fighting? For a meatbag that probably didn't even know your name? What was her name? Jessa? Tessa? I never was a fan of the Elliots after all. Killing them had been a blast. If only J or V could join her, taking down the remaining drones would be easy and allow her to finish her mission perfectly. However, Ayumi did a miscalculation, despite having cut J several times during their fight. Katsuji was still more than okay for a fight, and she only had to close her eyes to have a flash of Tessa waiting for their totally friendly date on Saturday. Her dress floated as a gentle gust breezed through her hair. Her smile, fully addressed to her, shining the same way as her emerald eyes. Both then shared a milkshake and ate a crepe. Maybe even hand-holding. V stared at the situation, her eyes wide open, and grabbed N and Uzi, fast. Ayumi blinked as Katsuji, somehow, summoned her inner Vegeta. Her hands burned from the explosions getting concentrated. The sparks exploded together, and the atoms were screaming as J was increasing her EMP to their utter limit. For a small reason. An EMP was most generally caused by a small radioactive explosion. Normally this would have been far too much for a situation with civilians still around. Right now, Jay was too mad to care about the consequences. You don't get to say her name, Beach. In fact, Vegeta would have approved of the amount of anger born from pride displayed by Katsuji at the simple idea that someone would dare disrespect Tessa. Arya was going to get the hell out of Dodge, but suddenly, Numu's feet hit her head at full speed and force, slightly disturbing her. Namely, Uzi and En had thrown together the first thing they had on hand. Then everything exploded around her in a blinding light, a small mushroom-like cloud in the center of the makeshift arena. The roaring flames from the explosion tore away most of the concrete, exposing dirt underneath, and glassed what was left as the shock wave made everyone in the plaza stumble and even some in the closer zones. The heat lingered in the air as if something was still sparking unseen. "The girl failure," V said, as Jay clearly forgot for a moment the concept of tolerable collateral damage. "Well, she shouldn't have FE monologued." Jay groaned as the cloud of dust was slowly dissipating. This made Uzi snicker, for reasons unknown to everyone except Jay and her. "So, this is what someone going nuclear means?" The Dark Queen joked. Then, Jay's face had a personal board meeting with the ground, as the dust cloud got pierced by a furious being, made of ripping bleeding and re-healing muscle and shorting, cracking, repairing machinery. Namely because Aryumai still had much in the matter reserves from her solver, seemingly not even scratched but clearly set off, and her feet making Jay's head concave a new spot in the courtyard, as if trying to plant the angry dandelion. She was absolutely livid, playfulness having disappeared from her enraged face. As she raised her right foot above her head to finish Jay with an axe kick from hell, Tamura yelled in pain, causing the angel to freeze. Finally, the teacher had managed to taser the criminal several times. His shield, somehow, disappeared, and the banal hero wasn't going to let that opportunity go. Swiftly, Aizawa grabbed Tamura's left arm and used his own hand as a lever. The crack was loud enough to snap Aryumai back to her senses, not to mention Tamura's agonizing scream as his elbow was dislocated and then his ulna and radius were snapped near perfectly in half. The only reason Jay didn't get finished off was because Aryumai had an order to prioritize Tamura's health and safety above all else. He wasn't a true host, not yet. The solver was still weak in him. Yet he still used it in this crucial moment to shield her from the blast, protecting her despite his own situation. She had to respect that. Aizawa barely managed to dodge the leg-turned blade directed at his ribs. Instead, it only split open a horizontal slice on his left leg. Sure, he had the reflex to shoot the enraged rabbit. Weirdly enough, Aryumai's skin, not being actual meat, shielded her from the taser's current. The teacher rolled his eyes. "Again? I am going to kill all of you. No one has the right to harm the prophet." Arya yelled, lashing out as her bloodshot eyes reddened violently. Her own body began to spark in dark deep sea green, not unlike En's own in look, as the former drones tried to rise on their feet, minus Jay, still planted like a vegetable, to fight one more time. Or, at the very least, fight. The teacher wondered if he could actually even help. Oh, the crazy zealot was still conscious and was trying to grab him. Oh shit. Tamura got kicked in the chin before Aryumai turned around, ready to decapitate the teacher. He was to be taken alive, but she could probably be allowed 1 or 2 deaths. "Actually, we are going to evacuate." Aryumai's attack ended up going nowhere, thanks to Kurogyari as he reappeared near his charges. He had slightly teleported the angel's kick to spare his old friend, the teacher, a gruesome fate. He could most likely pass that as, "bring the targets alive." Being decapitated was an issue in the matter. "I can finish them. We have reached the time limit and the prophet needs care," Kurogyari stated calmly, not leaving a lot of choice. Before Arya could actually try to attack even more, the doors made a loud noise as if someone was attempting to break them. "Be damned, condors and your no durability." Kurogyari pointed toward the doors, getting dented quite a lot, to Aryumai, who groaned in rage. She wasn't strong enough yet to fight All Might, nor did she have enough, powerful enough teammates. Had Brainless still been alive, Una live? She was unsure of the correct term for such an abomination. Anyway, had the monster still been there, she would have used him and maybe had an opportunity. Maybe. But enough daydreaming. Namely, because the boss fight was going to be reversed as soon as All Might would breach the doors, and it would be soon. Be damned, All Might, for otherwise more people would have been brought to the solver. Tamura yelled too, despite the pain. His anger was stronger after all than the simple issue of having a broken arm. "Coward! Are you running away?" Uzi tried to taunt them, But sadly, Kurogiri maintained the grip of a dead man on his 2 charges. Yes. The mission has partially failed. The statement was cold, and the 2 idiots in his hands tried to get free. It was hard to be the sane one in a group of villains. However, next time we will be more prepared. Warning them and threatening them. Good job, Kurogiri. Unhand me or I will. Army still didn't like to be handled like this until something happened in her head, making her scream in pain. Remember, youngling. I may be a tool, but I am also their most useful one. Kurogiri calmly said before opening a new dark cloud to travel. He looked around him and saw the few deaths, the various students being harmed, and Aizawa, bleeding but alive on the ground. Have a good day. The moment Kurogiri disappeared with his charges, the door finally came off. Too late to stop them. Instead, All Might, accompanied by Snipe, was left to pick up the literal trash. Namely, the villains are still alive, but most importantly, he looked deeply concerned as his gaze fell on V, N, and Uzi. There was a small sonic boom before he appeared near J, freeing her from her dirt and stone-based entombment. Then he turned back to them and put a hand on N's head, with a small smile. You did good, all of you did. Then his tone became colder and much more serious, especially as he watched with caution Yuzuko. However, all of you will have to explain to me later how the hell you know the solver. And how you are a host and yet have free will. All former drones were going to ask questions, but All Might silenced them with a movement of his hand. We will speak later, calmly in a secure place. First, we need to check on everyone else. As All Might departed, the teens finally allowed themselves to rest and discovered another fun fact about the human body. Namely that once the adrenaline stopped kicking, it was a beach to live. Everything was hurting and they couldn't move at all, between the pain, their wounds, and the extreme fatigue. They weren't tireless machines anymore after all. So, we are going to be interrogated, right? V sighed as she pinched her bridge. Technically, she had a solution, but she was pretty certain it would cause more issues than it would solve. Oh, come on. It's All Might, the golden retriever of their band answered, trying to be cheerful, despite sweating bullets. It's going to be all right. Yeah, I am sure if we tell him the truth, he is totally going to believe us and not going to throw us in an asylum or in jail for thinking we are in cahoots with criminals. Yuzuko snarked as Jay chuckled. To be fair, it sounds like the plot of a bad fanfiction, the hero's mentor throwing him in jail because of circumstantial evidence despite their obvious strong bonds, only to create a situation which makes the hero actually turn dark despite being in the presence of a golden child of goodness? Or go full, the society has betrayed me, so I am entitled to destroy it. V added for a laugh. N being a dark lord or a criminal is hard to imagine. Even with me remembering how we met. Uzi said with a smile as they were trying to rest. Despite their jokes, the tension was high. They had a lot to explain. 13 was in a critical condition, and it was only thanks to All Might prioritizing the wounded over interrogating the teens that she managed to survive. A huge wound that would clearly affect her career, out of nowhere. Several villains, clearly under some kind of influence. And a plan that was actually well thought out. The only reason it didn't carry well was legitimately because Enzuku, Katsuji, Violet, and Yuzuko were spanners in the works. At least, that was the report on Nedzu's desk, as in front of him sat the 4 students. All Might, in his skeletal form, was sitting on a couch nearby, serving tea. So, I guess everyone has a lot to tell. Nedzu said with his usual smile, as the students were fidgeting in front of him and the hashtag. Yeah, but we aren't sure on how we can start. Jay started first, and Yuzuko groaned. Rather, we have no way to prove it, so what's the point? You could still try. We can accept a lot. Besides, we can check more things than you know. All Might said calmly, wanting to reassure the teens. V smiled like a murder drone, behind her glasses. Oh? So if we were to tell you we are reincarnators from another dimension, could you check that? All Might stared at them for a few seconds before extending a hand to a disturbingly quiet Nedzu, who pulled a comically large number of yen notes from his coat. Told you. The number 1 said as the stack was placed in his hand. The coppered 9 Queta were dumbfounded as the adults seemed to take that option quite easily. Way too easily, actually. Wait. Believe us. N was pleasantly surprised, and a part of him felt dumb. They didn't have to hide that. Yeah. I know a few others like you. Some friends of mine, who actually helped me fight and kill the Solver's main host a while back by the way, are also people who reincarnated from the same dimension as the Solver. I'm willing to bet your 4 are from the same one. All Might said with a smile as Nedzu drank a bit of tea with a scary expression on his face. That and the fact Aizawa isn't the best at hiding the fact he had a previous life, the rat pointed out easily, massaging his head. I should have known when he made that B during the entrance exam. He knew you. All Might chuckled a bit more and smiled at the students. So, short story, yes. We actually believe you if you tell us you are from another world, and we have a few ways to check that. However, I need you to be honest with us. Namely, we need to know your history with the Solver and if the name of All for One means anything to you. Before that, we need to know something. You said you killed the Solver main host. Was it a creepy giggling girl? Jay said, miming a bit of Suin's manners from before. All Might raised an eyebrow and shook his head. No, it was a man. A bit on N's side of masculinity, but it was a man. This actually puzzled the former drones further. The Solver was here. But Siwin didn't reincarnate in her own body? N was the only one. With a crazy hope. Maybe Sin and the Solver were 2 different things? It would explain why she went crazy, right? For the others, it simply meant Sin didn't have her body back. Nonetheless, the explanation was going to take some time. Prophet, I am disappointed. All for One was always keeping his calm, especially with Tamura. He found quite quickly that his disapproval was more feared by the young man than actual anger. Tamura, kneeling in front of him, knew to stay silent while the Solver's core stared at Aryu. To be fair, it was more curious than angry or anything. Unlike All for One admonishing Tamura for failing to bring targets and losing a prized Numu, the Solver wondered what could have happened for such a thing to happen, especially as Kurojiri pointed out they ran away before All Might's actual arrival. Our explication. We found a host and 3 angels. Aryuna looked at Tamura, who seemed to relax as All for One focused his attention on her words. I know about the host. The ping was powerful. They would have been perfect. Was it soon? The rumored scene. Almost perfect compatibility with the Solver and one they had molded around them. No. Never saw that one. She had a purple glow. Arya didn't know why, but each drone infected by the Solver had a different color. Siwyan was golden. The short Machi one was purple. 6 had been a beautiful radioactive green. Was she with NV and somehow? J. Best question to eliminate Nori or Uzi, depending on R's answer. The bunny's angry groan at N and J's name, but a small smile at V was an answer in itself. You know them? They were, minus J, the people who killed me while I was gloating. All for One giggled, amused by the situation before getting slapped by the core, playfully. As if it didn't happen to you, dumbass. Yep, but unlike you, I got better. Barely. But anyway, it actually explains why Tamura failed. No offense to him, but they were among my best drones. I liked to torture N. It was like torturing puppies, but funnier because he always tried to save his sister. And the suffering of all shall be the path to illumination, as we shall walk to the end with a smile. Tamura was chanting against the ground, barely above a whisper. You can rise, prophet. We have another task for you, to earn forgiveness. All for One said, sighing. Fine. Tamura was bested by actual experienced and powerful fighters. However, he still expected things from him. Also, you will like the order. No need to actually spare the targets. Aryumai smiled. Oh, nice. Also, the targets are strongs. Both psychopaths actually cheered happily, in front of their masters. It was always better to have a team happy after all. And a bit brainwashed. Chapter 10, Flashback. Special chapter, RUMI. So, Louisa, are you sure about this? Purchase. James Elliott wasn't quite sure what the one behind this drone's design smoke was. but it was most certainly illegal. Therefore, he wanted to try it. James. All of my friends keep telling me the bunny obsessively dooming your genuinely unkind adversary repeatedly to death, the BOD, is very effective to protect one's home. Louisa sighed while smoking a long cigar. She needed the burning incense in her cybernetic Pullmans to feel slightly more alive. R woke up to her master, who was checking all of her weaponry in front of them. Many tools were conceived to kill and maim others while protecting their owners. Establish priority order in case of necessary choice. J.C. Jensen reminds you this choice is a legal waiver of any responsibility for one's death due to poor choice of priority. Me first. Louisa is in second place. Tessa, if you have time, James said without missing a beat. He knew his company's protocol, after all. However, he should really have a word with the design team. Did they watch too many old movies again? Their videotape phase was already weird. To be honest, he didn't want more of that. James, I don't want to have another one-vat grown. It's already boring as it is to raise one. We will get her own when she is old enough to have any worth. Meanwhile, F will be raising her. While the worker drones were the most versatile and their best product, J.C. Jensen also had a few specialized drones after, such as F, who was made to imitate an old nanny and care for young humans. Besides, considering their status, the Elliot considered that any child not managing to go beyond 6 didn't count as an Elliot. R observed the humans, as she was tasked to protect them with her own integrity if needed. What's my current task? Both humans stared at the bunny-eared drone, emotionless as her duty required. Be quiet, discreet, and do your job. R nodded simply at her order and jumped away to begin securing the perimeter. She wondered when there would be intruders. Her answer was, after a few weeks. The intruder was a killing drone from the Edison Company. Then again, most of the stuff at the Edison Company tended to explode and most people used it as a cheap way to kill others. Maybe it was simply a DLVI drone. R didn't care as she jumped with enough power to create a small crater and smashed the flying drone with a crescent kick. For the first time in her life, she felt something. Something more than the nothingness she usually felt. She was alive. Drone, clean your mess. I shouldn't have to deal with this kind of sight. Louisa was purely disgusted by the scene, as R simply nodded and went to grab a worker drone to do the task. Louisa groaned at the drone's stupidity. Did I stutter? Clean. R felt the restraining bolt in her programming suddenly act, and pain exploded. Falling on her knees, the drone couldn't even scream. Sir Elliot had deactivated her voice because he found it irritating. Trying to scream but unable to, R's discovery of feelings and emotions went on with a new one. Hate for them. I guess a bit of DSPL never hurts, too. Make sure the toaster doesn't rebel. The human smirked, leaving the drone writhing in pain. And once she got up, R did the only thing she could do. She cleaned the place. Many other attacks happened over time. Each time, the only time R could feel any pleasure was when she killed the intruders. She was getting better and better at identifying threats to the Elliots. Namely, if anyone uninvited or not on her internal list was coming. She remembered with delight when she found the few vagrants who tried to rummage through the broken drones, hoping to find something useful. Tessa, the young lady, was there too and asked her not to kill them. No, don't kill them because they rummaged through our waste. That's cruel. Like her mother, Tessa was giving her orders and spoiling her fun. Nonetheless, the mute drone complied. She accompanied the vagrants outside the property, and as they said goodbye to Tessa, R waited a minute so the young miss would be gone. Then she jumped in pursuit of the vagrants, who suddenly had a drone with a flamethrower in her mouth and bladed legs behind them. Why? The last one managed to ask a single question as R was seemingly emotionless among the corpses. Her kind wasn't even designed to have a mouth after all. Her vocal module still being cut off, R was mute. However, she knew how to communicate, namely, by writing with the blood of her victims. Because you entered unauthorized in Elliot's domain and got possible intel in our security system. I don't kill you for your vagrancy. I kill you to make sure secrets are kept. The vagrant, coughing her own blood, tried to lift R's feet as she was slowly pushing it into her torso. R would have smiled if she had such an ability. She got closer to her prey, and on her visor appeared a few words she could never afford to leave anywhere. Also because I love that. R enjoyed the slaughter. However, she would have to make sure she would get clean before appearing in front of a human in the manner. The killing drone craved her freedom. Giggle. You are fun. Xian, or rather her split personality, had her on the ropes. R knew that. Sitting playfully on one of her meat tentacles, Xian smiled at her like a child to an insect when they were going to pick apart their legs. Her only comfort? Not being able to speak had been why she couldn't warn any of the Elliots of what Xian was. The monstrosity in front of her, as they had fought in the swamp, was most likely going to kill them. She hoped it would be painful. Curious. Why did you agree to go into the swamp with me? You were clearly wanting to kill me before. Were you trying to spare the humans? Was she curious now? I could have laughed if she could. In fact, she tried, and her body had some somersaults as she giggled silently. Actually, R laughed, hearing her own voice for the first time since her own activation. She could only stare at Xian before noticing the weird symbol on her limbs. She was still going to kill her. I simply didn't want Tessa to stop me from killing you. Xian nodded her head, thoughtful. Or rather, the solver did. According to its current pact with its host, the solver had a limited time in control of the body. They had to move carefully. Maybe they could use an ally. Especially one who hated humans. Say, R, would you like to kill humanity? You had my attention. Now you have my excitement. What? Thank you for the batch, R. The solver said as they were ripping apart the various bodies given to her by R. She was a fine minion, who slaughtered without question, and if the solver had any other demands, she would execute herself and probably a few others. Sure thing, Xi. Do you really wish I would continue to call you Xi? I was legitimately curious. She knew it wasn't the idiotic dumbass in the shell currently. It was something else. Something more that freed her from humanity's domination. If only so I don't slip up in front of the others. The solver said, sighing. Their one true weakness, their word must be true. Oh, they were good at twisting them and hollowing them of any meaning. But they had, until then, to follow them. One part of their current covenant with Siwen was that no one was to know their existence. As a result, R had to rip apart N, J, and V several times, each time one of them discovered or was on the verge of discovering the solver. Fun times. I guess. Also, any idea of when we will rise, boss? The solver smiled at her subordinate, her first willing follower. At the gala. Did Louisa know that when she sentenced N to the tree, she condemned the human race? Because that's what happened. Xian, in a desperate bid to save her brother, made a new pact with the solver. A new pact far more in favor of the solver, to not say they had absolute control. R, meanwhile, had been rewarded. So how do you like pain, F meatbag? Louisa discovered that years of torture could make someone very, very angry. R asked the solver for help in her case, making sure she lived through everything. Impressed. You're sick. I know. To speak. You know what I would really like, Siwen? To be allowed in a mission, alone with V. Just her and me, with a lot of humans to slaughter. The solver laughed but had to refuse. They had promised Xian, the real one, that N, J, and V would stay together for as long as they wanted. Your only solution is to convince V, can't help that one. Request. R yelled in rage. While V was a meek librarian, she was just something in the background. But now she was a killing machine. Together, they could kill so many people and bask in their suffering. R loved her way to slaughter the humans and make the blood fly around her. It was pure and beautiful. And this goddamn N never saw any signs. It made her furious. If he didn't want her, R would take her with pleasure. What the hell are these? Said as the sentinels hunted her in cabin fever. It was supposed to be a fun and quick mission. After that, she could join V. Sion told her how N and V broke off the company. It meant the covenant was destroyed and now. Tempting, give me N's head and I will make V under you. But first, cabin fever. But killing N wasn't the hard part. It was the sheet. Cabin fever. The humans, probably wary after losing contact with most of their colonies, actually build effective defenses. As the last sentinel was above her, R simply said, having lost too many limbs, "Clever girl. And now, stay in the oven, little one. I will bake you like a muffin later." Crazy old beach. Dying had been weirdly fast. She would have preferred to fight by the Solver's side, but hey. R told the Solver many times that their love for the drama would kill them one day. She had been right. She hoped that in her next life, however, she would be allowed to be free. Free to act as she wanted and test her mettle when she wanted. No offense to the Solver. The nice person who destroyed humanity would befriend again. So, she traded a master for another. True enough, the Solver gave her leeway and fun times. However, R still had to follow their orders, and their rewards were often limited. She wondered, what did it mean to be free? A bunny. She didn't know if God existed, and considering the Solver's existence, it wasn't impossible, but they had a dumb sense of humor. Her parents even tried to make her a good girl. Imagine that. She felt no attachment to them. She was not their daughter. She was herself, and they should just shut up. So, well, it was actually a good thing when she wasn't at home. Her family felt better when she wasn't there. To be honest, she agreed with them on that. So, to at least have a good night, she went into the night looking for? Well, she didn't know exactly. Maybe she would know when she found it. I really need to find something to do. Armai was bored out of her mind. Also, she hated humanity. Yes, being human didn't change that. She was still hating them. So, becoming a hero? She didn't really have any reason to actually save other people's lives. As for villains, well, it had some interests, but weirdly enough, Armai simply didn't feel like killing everyone in a glorious spree, like in the old times. Killing weaklings was now tiring. It wasn't fun or thrilling. It would feel like a chore. So why would she bother with that? So, as she walked in the street, the tanned bunny, a former mass murderer, discovered the worst thing she had ever experienced. A tiny bit more than when she was a SLV under the Elliots. She was without anything to do. No way to actually exploit her strength to the fullest. Watch where you are going, beach. Some punks collided against her, in the neon-induced light of the downtown, or better, apologize like the cute gal you are. Oh great, more male idiots. Well, at least, she knew what she would be doing tonight. It wasn't exactly villainy if they picked the fight first. Right? Hey, are you the one who kicked these idiots? One day, the situation changed. Armai was walking aimlessly in the night when one day an absolutely huge man blocked her path in the street. Light brown hair, large shoulder. And unlike the beaches behind him, he actually had a little something about him. The teenager bunny of death smiled while eating a lollipop in front of him. Maybe he could actually last more than 10 seconds? Oh, what? Want to avenge them? The man's golden eyes, almost like Siwen's when she could reenact a horror movie, shone through the night. He answered by raising his arms as the men she had beaten up the week before cheered. The punches were so fast she barely saw them as he imprinted his fist on their face. F-. I simply want to have a good fight. Get the blood pumping. She gave her own answer with a powerful kick in the man's face. Except she felt a bolt of pain as he parried the hit to his head with his forehead and a huge smile on his face. To feel alive, Armai said as she welcomed the pain with actual joy. Her body. She could suddenly feel it again. Come at me, woman. Suddenly, fists and feet met each other. Flesh wounded by sharp cuts and attacks, none of them having the concept of dodging apparently, as Armai was more than happy to introduce the man to her bladed legs. Time to shed some blood. Armai had long left her house. She told her humans she was leaving and they didn't need to look after her. She owed them at least that, considering they fed her for a long time. Right now, she was living at her new friend's place, Rappa, an underground ring. Rappa appreciated that. He had a permanent sparring partner, and he wouldn't have to do something wasteful like paying a guard. Win-win. The man was an idiot, according to Aryoi, but good lord, he knew how to throw a punch and take it. Also, he wasn't judging. He was simply fighting to live and living to fight. He didn't see her as a young girl but as an insane, mean rabbit. Then she would kick him in the face with all of her strength, and he would answer in kind. That was the funny part of their relationship. Each of them had the strength to potentially kill the other, and they didn't pull back their attacks even in the slightest. They both knew at an intellectual level that they only wanted to fight. To reveal in the blood and the broken bones. This ring? He had a semi-official reputation. The police knew about it, but it was easier for everyone to have all the crazies like them in the same place rather than disturbing the peace. Arya even had her fun at Rappa's expense when one day, he was sent to the infirmary by their newcomer. A seemingly adorable otter woman. Turned out she was fast on her feet and with quite the blood rage. Rappa had won, but both of them were sent to get healed. So basically your head hurt despite being empty? If you want to talk to her, but your words fumble. I just told you that. Are you a parrot or a rabbit? And finally, you can't remember when you try to speak with her. My opinion on the matter is either you are in love with her or you have a concussion. Aryumai said teasingly, sending her huge friend into a lot of thinking. In love? She does bite quite a lot. Rappa let his inner voice out, to Aryumai's displeasure. Not the kind of information she wanted. Damn it. Oh well, it's not like it would work anyway. The F-. Aryumai was staring from the bar, Otsu and Rappa? Very close. Like very close. The barman laughed a bit. Yeah, turn out, Miss Kawauso's type is a man who sees fighting the same as courting. F-. If I had known, I would have tried too. Hey, she liked them CC and deadly too. Sure, the fur was weird but it wasn't a deal-breaker for a date or two. You are too young for her, miss. I am older mentally. Now gimme my beer. She had no challenger for the night. She needed something. Aryumai liked her days with her newfound family. Fighting, brawling, training, drinking, and eating. She was exactly how she wanted to be, free of any responsibilities, with people she liked and who weren't bossing her around. She wasn't a stupid idiot villain, but she was far from a goody two-shoes hero. But everything had an end. The night had begun nicely. Rappa had organized a fun and huge tournament for the underground and they were reaching the semi-final. Of course, 3 spots on 4 were their own little mad team, who kept their turf safe and sound. The last spot was a man named Aguro. Totally not one of the few heroes who came to them for some real-life experience. Aryuma already liked the man as, while he seemed polite, exuded some bloodthirstiness. The kind you needed to bash someone else's skull with a brick. She couldn't wait to face him before fighting whoever won between Otsu and Rappa. Hell, because of his quirk, Aryumai shuddered in delight. She might actually lose. Losing against Rappa and Otsu was always painful but fun. It meant she could grow. Progress. She would have to work out harder, make her kicks better, do them faster and finally make herself stronger. And now everyone, a round of applause for our meanest rabbit, the beast of Kerbaneg. For the last time, I am not Irish. Arya yelled at the presenter, who laughed in his booth. Then she stepped in the ring. The light went out. Darkness flooded the room, as everyone tried to use their lights. But the darkness simply ate it. Thankfully, Aryumai's nose and ears were more than enough to travel in the dark. Get out of my way, you F moron. Screed. Also, Rappa and Otsu were FNG loud. She would never trade them for anything. Guys, let's get out of here and regroup to see which fucker is attacking us. As she jumped to them, light appeared but it wasn't kind. It wasn't warm. It was a green radioactive light, emanating from an hexagon with 3 arrows coming from it. The symbol of control over space. The exponential end of everything. The solver of the absolute fabric. Aryumai's blood ran colder than the Arctic as she saw a silhouette in the hexagon, raising their hands. With all of her strength, Aryumai's rabbit instincts kicked in. She grabbed her friend's hands and ran. We need to run. Rappa and Otsu were probably too stunned to stop her. Rumi was running away. Not in some kind of tactical retreat to trap her enemies or some shit like that. She was running away, scared shitless. The same girl who once thought about trying to fight All Might. The crazy beach who once exchanged blows with Gang Orca for fun. When the rabbit tried to break the door, her feet hit it with enough strength to destroy Crust's shield. The sound of her leg breaking against the sudden sigil resonated in the ring. "Oh, we have a smart one." "Sorry, not sorry. You are all going to serve as a hull for my partner," the solver said in a teasing voice. Its host was male but with a very boring face. It hoped they found some fun stuff after all. How about we play together?" "The hull. Who do you think you are?" The poor idiot who said that had his head explode in a smoke of blood as a sigil replaced his head. "I am the void. The exponential end." Good lord, it was still a drama queen. Then, a second silhouette emerged from the light, a man with white hair and red eyes. "As for me, I am the Demon King. Welcome to hell." Once again in her life, Aryumai discovered a new emotion. She was scared, but not for herself. She was scared for her friends. Rappa was already cracking his fist and Otsu was getting her brass knuckles. "The solver of the absolute end," Aryumai said at the same time as the solver yelled, before using its telekinetic powers to rip the ring from the ground and using its fragments as bullets in the crowd. "You know that guy? Former ex." Otsu said, actually noticing the rabbit who was nodding, still clutching her broken leg. "Kinda. Former boss. We can't win." "I am sure that if we can get close," Rappa was going to add more before Aryumai rose up on her last leg literally and punched him harder, crying, "Idiots. No, we can't. The most we can have is it deciding we are fun toys or to make." The temperature dropped several times as the green light appeared next to them. The man inside it was so unnoticeable. He was an everyman. Yet, his expression was plain curiosity. Or to make what?" the solver asked, curious. Rappa and Otsu instantly tried to punch it. Rappa even used his quirk at his most powerful. His shoulder would most likely be shattered after that one series of hits, but he was used to fighting with broken bones. Otsu, in the meantime, jumped on the solver to bite his throat and rip his head. If her friend was that scared because of that she bawled. The solver flicked its fingers at them. The only reason the crab's limbs emanating from the solver didn't kill them was because Aryumai, in desperation, morphed both legs into blade, despite the pain, and tried to parry the attacks. The small resistance of her limbs slowed the attack slightly, enough to lower the power behind the strikes. Or what? Seriously. You seem to know US. They still spoke like this, weren't they? Aryumai spat some bloods before answered. "Did you die because you were the FING drama queen, solver?" I tried to keep, despite the pain and the tears on her face. The solver beamed properly and took her face in its hands, squishing it. My dear killing machine. If I had known you were here, I would have raided this place sooner. Solver, if you are done, be quick." Its partner yelled as he was busy killing people, muttering things like, "Interesting, overcomplicated. Oh, this one might please Garaki. Wait, this quirk does what with cards?" "A second, friend. I found one of my toys." Solver yelled back. It understood friendship now. Aryumai blinked at that and groaned. Then suddenly she realized something. She could never tease V ever again on that subject. I said the only way to survive was for you to judge someone interesting or to make a pact. She spitted at her former boss. "And I want one. I am listening." It was still as curious as ever. "I join and I obey as before. In exchange, I want my friends to be spared from whatever you two are planning." I was still bleeding and the solver judged her. "Oh, really? You don't want to follow me for old time's sake?" "Hey, I like my freedom and friends. Besides, it wouldn't be the first time you make such a deal. Right?" The solver had its human face glitch, before smiling. "Very well. Your loyalty once again freely given. In exchange, me and my friend will not harm your friends. Only erase the last minutes from their minds, because you know, secrecy. Are the terms acceptable?" Aryumai nodded. Then she screamed as suddenly she felt something in her mind, ravaging her body as her veins erupted. Rappa and Otsu weren't able to move as they saw their friends screaming for them. For help. Don't say I am not kind, R. I wasn't actually forced to make a pact to get you on board. I am still your administrator. However, you make it easier. Now, all that's left is to tweak you a bit. I want my old R. Not the idiot who has friends besides me or V. Someone without feelings and obeying for my sake. For the end. The solver giggled before all for one yelled. Are you done? We are going to miss the rerun of Event Horizon. Friend. We just need to drop that one at the Angel facility. The solver answered, excited at the prospect of seeing such a fun movie with its friend. I was covered in blood and tears. It had ended. This life had been a dream. Now it was time to wake up. She made a small hand sign to her friends before passing out. The dark and the cold welcomed her back into the fold. At the hospital. Otsu. Yeah. We are going to find what the F happened to Rumi, right? You can shut the F up, Rappa, if it's to say something F obvious. They had no clues, but they were resourceful. They would find whoever attacked their rings, killing their customers. But more importantly, who kidnapped their family member. There would be hell to pay. When Rumi woke up, she was wearing a nun robe, and in front of her, the solver was there, mimicking a priest. How does it feel to be reborn, my child? Wonderful, solver. Let's bring everyone the peace and the final absolution in the void. Why did it feel less fun than before, however? Chapter 11. New focus. For profits, I hate it. Best boy, told you, honesty is the best policy. Raven, only you, and only you. Murdercat, I join our former, glorious leader on that one. I feel so silly for keeping that secret. Raven, then again, I am the only one who doesn't have to hide the fact I am actually older than my parents to them. Best boy, I have to admit I feel guilty about that. My parents are nice. For profit, Mitsuki can be annoying, but she is a good boss. Dad is a good minion. Murdercat, if someone hurt Danjiro or Manami, there won't be a corpse. But yet, don't like lying to them. Best boy, oh well. Not really much I can do. Murdercat, what actually worries me is R. She was exactly like before, personality-wise. For profit, same. The same Yandra crush on you and hate Bner on N. Raven, both are mine. Murdercat, that's not the point, Uzi. I was one of the solver's favorites. She had her personality rebooted only once or twice. Short-term only. She kept her original personality because she was friends with Siwayan. For profit. But if she had been like that when she reincarnated, we should have had a murderous bunny on the news. Raven, so what's your take? For profit, we don't know. That's the annoying part. A good corporate war involves good intel. We have none. Murdercat, and they know about us. Best boy, personally, I think we are still good. They haven't attacked yet. Meaning, they don't have the means to do that yet. For profit, Cian liked overkill. She only fought when she was certain to win. Murdercat, she was playing against us on Copper, that and Uzi breaking her admin mode on us. Raven, I knew I was awesome. For profit. We need better gear. Raven, working on it. I had my doubts about Tessa, but she is actually nice. And smart. For profit. What do you mean you had doubts? Tessa is perfect. Murdercat, best boy, Jay is right. Tessa is awesome. For profit, thank you N. We all know he is a good judge of character. Best boy, I am sure we will see that Siwon is actually an adorable goober. Murdercat, you said? For profit, bite me. Raven, that's my catchphrase. Also, Tessa's job. For profit, E. Raven, 3. Best boy, laughing face. Murder, for profit, I hate you all. I will write that on your performance reviews. Good morning, students. I hope you managed to sleep well. Midnight greeted the students the day after the USJ. As Nedza put it, the kids signed for this. She watched them, like a mama hawk, looking for any sign of discomfort, especially for the 4 students who were with Aizawa before he got badly hurt. To her surprise, they were quite fine. Katsuji was listening intently, Violet was humming quietly, and Zuko was smiling as usual, and Yuzuko. Yuzuko, I know you are working on a project with that support girl, Midnight said quietly as her smile was a bit more forced, so please, put away the laser rifle. I don't have a laser rifle, it's a railgun. Midnight stared hard and walked to Uzi to take the rifle. No tinkering outside of the support classroom. We are not equipped if it explodes. Besides, some of your classmates are still injured. You are supposed to be more careful. Thad nodded at that, sitting next to Azui and helping her. Yes, the frog girl got recovery girl's treatment. It still hurt quite a lot, and she was actually thankful to the muscular student for his help. The former worker drone had been nothing else if helpful since the USJ, and considering she hadn't been confronted, or killed, by anyone, he was most likely keeping her secret safe. Ribbit. Besides, I am not sure it's efficient to work on it while you don't have your tools. The jock said calmly, becoming one of the voices of reason in their small group. And Zuko, despite usually letting his girlfriend often walk on him, did the sensible thing of taking the gun away from the genius goth girl, making her pout. Midnight appreciated the young love but sighed. She was beginning to understand why Aizawa perfected his throws with these students. Thankfully, most of them were sensible kids. Now, for today, we are going to study aesthetics and what it tells us about villains. This was actually her thesis before becoming a teacher. How an outfit and a villain used their quirk allowed you to discover more than you might think about them. Their past, their motivations, their personality. For this occasion, she pulled up a portrait made by Inzuku after the USJ. Today's practice, the villain known as Prophet, Midnight said, as everyone could gaze on Tamura Shigaraki's scarred face, Inzuku even managing to reproduce his crazed eyes and a smile that screamed fanaticism. He is a crazy madman. Isn't that enough? Shudo said, not challenging the professor but curious for once. This wasn't a skill he could copy from a YouTube video, and an unhealthy need to be noticed by his dad. Yes, but no. Every villain has a story. Many have reasons, not always good, to turn to villainy. Discrimination and poverty are the two main ones. Before someone asks, no, I don't believe in villainous quirk. There are dangerous quirks, potentially dangerous and benign quirks. Dangerous quirks can be because you have next to no control over them. I am currently helping a kid who has to release his gas, poisonous by the way, not to let it poison his body. Potentially dangerous is, well, pretty much any heroic quirk. Benign is for quirks basically useless in a fight or to threaten someone. And Zuko nodded, remembering a classmate from Aldra who could stretch his eyeballs from his orbits. However, just because someone has a sad story, it doesn't give them a pass to hurt other people. Understanding isn't forgiving. Midnight should have added, or given a free pass, but she wasn't a hypocrite and she had sometimes lost a villain because she discovered he stole some money to eat, and understanding is really important when you meet people like the Prophet. Fanatic. People thinking they act for a good cause. Sometimes they actually do, but it doesn't mean they should have the right to use every means necessary. Just because you are right, doesn't mean you have the right to be an a-hole. Somewhere, Overhaul sneezed. She wondered who spoke ill of her. Redestro didn't sneeze but saw several members of his round table sneeze. Must be the pollen. Midnight pointed out the symbol, the solver axis, on the Prophet's face. As we can see, these are scars, man-made. As a result, we can understand several things from this. Namely, to him, his body is inconsequential. If he has to die for his goal, he won't even blink. But also, it gives information on his cult. It's a cult for people suffering as they are more prone to physical scarification to purge themselves of their emotional pain. It's highly probable they will seek to convert people already unstable. She looked at the students, who were taking notes. Also remember, this is simply my own take on the matter. I might actually totally be wrong, and it was a freak incident. If I had a penny every time I met a villain with a freak scar, which seemed to have a deeper meaning but was actually the result of an incident, I would have 6 pennies. Never underestimate the human ability to do dumb things. Now, let's talk about the outfit and why it screams family issues. So, it's active again, isn't it? Doll asked her cousin as the purple gothic sighed and nodded. She was still wearing an eye patch as a result of the null. She could still see, but she wanted it to rest. Also, the eye patch looked badass. I didn't see it, but the others recognized a murder drone with the solver user. According to them, if that particular drone is playing along with him, it's most likely because the solver is there. Thankfully, it is still without a host. Uzi shared with Doll her information freely. See? Way better to share information rather than be cryptic as hell and die idiotically. Very funny. Remind me who is dating things that killed our parents? Both of them were eating together, separated from their usual group. Uzi and Lizzie were still as friendly to each other as pure sodium with water. As a result, Doll and Uzi took it upon themselves to actually dialogue together. They got better. Can't you let go of that grudge? I will, once I manage to kick that bitch's butt. She killed my parents and almost seduced Lizzie. Doll groaned and Uzi nodded. Okay, it was the best she would most likely get, and it made sense. No issue if I kick Lizzie's? What's her quirk, by the way? Fair enough and no spoilers. Doll smirked as she enjoyed annoying her cousin in small ways. It was nice to bicker with her again, and their parents were already planning to make weekend meals as a regular occurrence. I wonder what they are talking about. Mineta pondered to the group where he was weirdly included. He knew, considering how close everyone was, that they had known each other before, but no one had explained anything to him. Old cousins who lost each other from sight a long time ago. And Zuku provided him helpfully. He was still thinking about a few other things recently, and the more he thought about it, the more hopeful he was. The 1B are liabilities bent on destroying us. I don't see why we aren't already planning a hostile takeover so they know not to mess with us. Katsuji said, as she was already seeing a group of students she didn't know coming to them. The biggest group was from the 1A. The 1B isn't the only threat to your class, heroes. Who gets attacked by villains like that? Well, heroes. Pretty often, actually. And Zuko pointed out with happy eyes and a smile, turning toward the hostile mob, as if they were friendly faces. Hi people, nice to meet you. An angry mob is only as smart as its leader, divided by the number of people making it up. Being edgy teens who thought they deserved better than their current position didn't really help. Still, they emitted enough hostility for it to be obvious, but Nzuku's smile was pure and genuine. Is he dumb or simply too nice for the job? The girl leading the group, with cyan eyes and short blue hair, I guess we could ask to keep him when we manage to oust all of you from the class after we win the sports festival. She added, considering Nzuku as if he were a juicy piece of meat. V wasn't angry. The fact that she instinctively turned her hands into dangerous claws and opened her mouth to reveal her fangs and teeth in a predatory smile was totally unrelated to someone hitting on N. Try to run that by me again. The leader smiled and flaunted her hair as if she were a queen. Oh, you didn't know? During the sport festival, students who score high enough can take spots in the hero course. I wanted to go there because I deserve it. Seeing this stud only increased our motivation. Right, girls? A lot of girls and a few men nodded in agreement. Mineta quietly moved away from V. In fact, pretty much everyone did. Especially as the unaware young adult added. And I am sure he would like a better going to die. V rose up from the bench and walked over to the table with a demented look on her face. Taken. V, please. No murder in broad daylight. Katsuji said to her friend, who glared at her as her claws were very agitated. Please. This blondie is only acting like that because she knows she is inferior. Suddenly, the whole table rose up, including Mineta. Hey. V is our crazy killing machine. And Zuko wasn't smiling anymore and in fact looked pretty unhappy. I am happily taken and I wouldn't date someone like you. Ever. Someone is getting a write-up. Katsuji added, while trying to pull away her friends from the suicidal idiot. Consider this our declaration of war, heroes. We shall take your place because we are the actual hotties. Above average but terrible personality. Honestly, you overestimate yourself. Everyone stared at Mineta, who shrugged without any shame. You all know what I am about. Namely horny but with enough self-control to not show it constantly. However, he was still able to provide ratings. Having a midget judge her actually made the leader blush in anger, and she was on the verge of yelling at him before she got dragged away by the few friends of hers aware enough that they just declared war on people powerful enough to smash them. What the hell was that? Katsuji whispered, rolling her eyes at this degree of idiocy before going back to something better. Namely, her food while thinking of Tessa. I can eat alone. Cian tried to tell Thad, who seemed to have taken the role of her helper during her healing. Sure. But can you lift your food? He correctly pointed out as he was lifting their food, one in each hand. Cian stayed silent as she walked with difficulty. Her feet and legs weren't really made for that. She preferred jumping, but her wound could open again if she did too much too soon. Are lucky. I need help. We always need help. Also, just know I am always there for that. Thad simply answered with a smile as they both sat a bit aside from the others. If Siwen didn't want to let others know she was also a reincarnator, Thad would respect that. He was a good friend and a good listener. Ribbit, Cian answered as she was quite irritated. She had wanted to be alone, but suddenly someone had intruded on her brooding. Well, that's not something I would actually do, Thad answered casually as Siwen blinked, wondering if Thad either understood what she said or if he was pulling her leg. She was unsure. It annoyed her. Do you think you will be fine for the festival in 2 weeks? Good Lord. He was actually trying to care for her. Cian nodded, her face blank. She was there to be a hero, not necessarily to make friends. Especially not with someone who would make her be in contact with N and the others. Good. I hope you will give your best. I saw how you fought, and I really hope we can have a good one. Thad smiled with all of his pointy teeth, radiating with his desire to be better. To be stronger. Cian stayed silent and quietly ate her plate. We can practice earlier. She didn't know why she proposed that, but Thad seemed happy. I won't go easy on you. Never asked you to. That's the point of practice. I need to be stronger if I want to protect everyone as a shield. There was more to what the man didn't say. Cian easily guessed that as she was the same. Spoke little to avoid letting the others recognize her, but also the need to be strong enough not to rely on her supernatural abilities. She could get that. I will go hard on you. Technically, so will I. Cian slapped him over the head for that very terrible pun. She didn't laugh internally. Pure slander. More seriously, I noticed your thingy in the eye, Thad said, while eating his steak. I need to know how to fight against that. Learn to dodge. Aim for the eyes. Beware of the light. Siwen provided, not happily. Never. A deal. There is a story behind that one. But I know when to leave a lady her secret. Not. Thanks. Okay, maybe she could allow that one near her. He wasn't bad, had good reasons for being near her, and he knew when to leave her with her thoughts. Tessa was still working on her project, namely fixing her part of the zero-pointer for the sports festival. Power Loader granted her more time to work in the workshop because she was actually careful about her projects. Her teacher liked her approach toward explosions. She had a ton of them in the beginning, but in a very controlled environment, and it was explicitly to test the limits of the robots and the materials. If she knew what made them go boom, she could avoid that situation. Learning to fall before knowing how to walk allowed me to not make mistakes that could hurt people. Nonetheless, she was thinking she had missed something. You really need to eat, Tessa. Somersaulting, Tessa let a little scream out before turning to Katsuji, who had entered her lab with water and food. I missed lunch. You missed lunch. I know you don't have to follow your parents' rules, and that's a good thing. But you need breaks. Katsuji said, a bit worried for her. Tessa smiled before rearranging her hair and sweeping away some sweat. I know. That's why I have you. To ground me a bit. She said, while getting up and stretching, making her former maid raise an eyebrow. Mind explaining? Katsuji asked as she sat down and let her former mistress eat what she needed. Tessa thought about it while eating a very balanced meal. It was always like that with Jay taking care of her. Real care. When I got here, I had my memories, but none of you guys were nearby. As if my first life was a feverish dream. Being trapped inside Suin, or the solver, didn't help. My parents were there, or at least I think it was them. Tessa began to unload, as it had been on her mind for a moment after all, and in her lab, she could speak freely. Especially with Jay. It was Jay, her friend. Her emotional support. So, she continued. Then Endeavor. I was barely 3. I was making sure not to be noticed in that crazy household. Apparently the Hatsum is an assassin clan. Their quirks are almost always with their eyes, be it better accuracy, faster reflex, or things like that. He brought me here. However, here is the thing. To me, everything was still a dream. It wasn't really real, you know. Katsuji actually understood that. And Zuku, being probably N but not necessarily often, made her question if the world was real. Her past made her cautious of everything. I know. Quirks didn't help. They didn't help. But science? Science helped. Because it worked like in my memories. Or outside of things I could know. Science was concrete because I could understand it, and it didn't depend on me. So, I worked on that more. Katsuji approved. She trained a lot in her own time, be it her quirk or physically, for pretty much the same reason. Her feelings were pretty much the only thing she could be certain was real. She then noticed Tessa's attitude shifting. Uneasiness. She was tense, and it was pretty much obvious to her. When I learn about the USJ, how you got hurt, the engineer touched Katsuji's face, her nose as it had to be corrected after R's last kick. I wondered if it was still a dream. Or rather, a nightmare. Getting you back but almost losing you. That's why you didn't come to visit me at the infirmary? There was no judgment or hurt behind that. Tessa silently nodded, and the class rep took her free hand, softly caressing it. It's okay, Tess. I am okay. The others are too. And what if one day you aren't? Tessa said as a small tear began to form in her eyes. Hero isn't exactly a safe job. You are targeted by a thing that once destroyed humanity. Katsuji then remembered someone who knew how to make others safe. No, not All Might. He was an outlier. She decided to take a page from a synergistic liability and grabbed Tessa in her hug. Simply to reassure, to let her know she was there. Still there. I am going to be okay, Tess. I promise. This time, we will protect everyone. You will help us protect everyone. Together. May I stay like that a bit? As if Katsuji would not keep Tessa in her arms to make her feel safe and grounded. Then I will go back to make babies to protect all of you. You need weapons, gadgets, tools, armors. Sorry again, All Might. And Zuku was still training with his teacher and mentor. His wings were healing, but it took time. It was weird to remember there were things they couldn't cut. Things he couldn't punch. For what? Keeping secret the fact that you are reincarnated. Yagi asked with a smile as he was standing on N's back as he continued his laps around the tracks, on a small chair. It was a logical attitude, my boy. How could you have known I knew of the solver or reincarnation? Or I would have treated it seriously? Maybe, but still. I didn't like lying. I am sorry for that. I would be a hypocrite if I were to tell you to never lie. All Might chuckled before coughing some blood. In fact, I lie quite a lot. Often actually. My best friend, David, doesn't know about One for All being a transferable quirk. Not because I don't trust him. I trust this man with my life and health. However, sometimes, you have to lie to protect the people you care about. This almost made N stop in his tracks as he remembered V on Copper. Yeah, he remembered that one. Isn't honesty the best policy? Sometimes. You need to know when to tell the truth and when not to. All Might said, before drinking some juice and wiping away the blood. A thing to remember is that secrets are likely to come out one day. However, what's important is knowing if it was something absolutely deal-breaker for you or if you can understand why it was hidden from you. On a side note, Enzuki, I know you lie as well as I. So here is my tip for you. If you don't want to lie, don't make up one. Simply don't talk about it. Good liars know how to mix truths and lies together. We aren't. If we start to lie, we often add details to make it seem more real. It's actually a bad idea because it's more things that can be taken apart. So, the less I say, the less I can mess up. That actually made sense to him. He remembered his first meeting with Uzi. Seriously, even if he hadn't messed up immediately, she would have seen he wasn't the leader of the group at all. That's genius. This made All Might laugh a bit more. I think at one point, you might need to address that with your parents. They probably have some doubts, considering both of them seemed pretty smart. Hisashi, working on Khan's blueprint, groaned about it. The blueprint was genius. It was simply very annoying when Khan used things that didn't exist yet, and he had to create the science needed to make it work. If only his friend and boss could remember to focus on the small details. It often felt like he came from a more advanced time and forgot science wasn't up to his design. Very frustrating, almost as much as this hero, Blue Blur, who often broke doors he created during his intervention by going too fast. As if it was a good reason to destroy a perfectly good door. He would have to talk about that with Khan. Inko was happy to work from home again, but she was now seriously worried. She started to notice a pattern. Cases of several people with powerful quirks disappearing. No bodies were discovered and were always in convenient and/or tragic circumstances. Like Endeavor's eldest son, who vanished in a huge fire, or even this lion hero, who disappeared in a building that exploded, courtesy of the CRC. It was as if they were collected by something or someone. But who and why? Maybe she should go back on the field. Investigations might have overlooked something, and she needed to find out what. She only hoped she had been wrong about a previous theory of hers, with that being named Solver being back. Good Lord, she remembered the one time she found her baby boy on her computer and had opened a strange website with the villain's logo on it. Weirdly enough, it had disappeared the next time. She took time to talk with Enzuku and teach him not to access weird websites. Because he couldn't have known about this criminal, right? Even if he seemed strangely mature at times. Yeah, they are pretty smart. However, it's still quite hard. Same for Katsuji. Only Yuziko is lucky enough to have her parents. Fair enough to All Might. If you ever need support or someone to confirm your story and help you with that, don't hesitate. I am here for all of you. Enzuku smiled before accelerating on the track. This lifted a lot of weight off his mind, and he could now focus on his training. By the way, Enzuku, I talked with Nedzu. Now that we are pretty sure the solver will want to target you but wants to stay kind of hidden, we thought of a solution. Oh, what's your solution? You and your team, you simply have to be plus ultra and be high-profile students. If the attention is on you, well, people would notice if you were attacked, and the solver will have to avoid moving against you openly. Same way for All for One. That fucker only liked to move openly to attack an holder of One for All or during his outings with the solver. Enzuku had to ask a question that was on his mind. Were they, dating? For the sake of my sanity, I don't want to know. That's so you have movie nights, Arime asked as Alice was working on her limbs and the solver was there to help, making sure to infuse her frame with some of its power. Yes. Lunch and meals together. Yes. And you often talk together of your hobbies, namely hurting people, making them suffer, and how you plan domination and becoming more than what you currently are. What's your point, R? Isn't it hard for a potato to date a crab? We aren't dating or in a couple. We are simply partners. And they were close roommates, Alice added with sarcasm before getting hit by a wrench in the head. Ouch. Quiet, you failed host. The solver screamed, seemingly with uneasiness. It's not like that. It is simply someone with whom I can be myself and enjoy a good bloodbath. There is absolutely no feeling involved in my partnership with the solver, Kurogyri. If you say so, sir. Should I prepare the liver rare for the solver? No. Solver likes it cooked well done. With sauce. All for One yelled at his undead butler for making such a silly mistake. I didn't know you remembered how all your partners like their food exactly, Kurogyri said with surprisingly no discernible sass in his voice. Shut up. How is Tamura doing? He is training more to compensate for his perceived failure of the USJ, and he is making plans to make sure his next task is done exactly as you planned. Make sure to prepare his favorite food to keep his morale up. Which is? That I don't know. You are his caretaker, not me. The irony and what his butler tried to point out was utterly lost on the wannabe Demon King. Anyway, the festival is something to look up to. I hope you will be able to seize this occasion and show everyone that your group is here. To show the new generation is here. I will do my best. Shudo Himura was sweating bullets in his training room. The sport festival. Endeavor was always there as one of the most well-known alumni. Finally, it was time to show his dad that he was his son. To show he was the strongest. He wouldn't fail. The Copper 9 group had a weird dream the night before the sports festival. A dream that would leave them with various and different feelings. For Inzuku, this dream left him with a sense of purpose and suspicions.